Mike, is this you?
We can hear you, yes.
was that Councilwoman? I do not know Council.
That is Councilwoman Burris.
Is it? Okay,
Awesome.
good.
Thank you so much.
Alrighty, I'm gonna go ahead and call the continuation meeting for the special city council meeting to order. You do not have audio?
It's on.
Check one.
So I'm gonna go ahead and call the meeting to order. You're recording, are you okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Will you, Madam Deputy Clerk, will you take the roll, please?
Councilmember Jill Valerius.
Yes.
Councilmember Brian Daniels.
Here.
Councilmember Steve Carrington.
Here.
Councilmember Richard Best.
Here.
Councilmember Julie Burbrick.
Here.
Sweet. Deputy Mayor Sabrina Combs.
Here.
And Mayor Edna DeVries.
Here, thank you.
Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Okay, if you all stand, please, and Deputy Mayor, will you lead us in the pledge, please?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So this is a continuation of a continuation. I think that's enough continuations, right? Or do we have another continuation in there? Meeting, and so we have a couple of readers tonight, and we have a packet to get through. So we will rush into that right now. Which one of you are reading? Okay, go ahead then, John.
This is from Shanna 505. I'm a longtime Valley resident who lives closer to Palmer than Wasilla. I love Palmer and do everything I can there. My groceries, post office needs, haircuts, exercise. Our kids went to Palmer schools and graduated from them. I rarely go to Wasilla. Good for you, Shanna. If this ordinance passes, I will not shop or come to Palmer again till it's lifted. This would be a gross overreach of city powers, and I won't support it. My hope is there is enough sanity remaining that this ordinance is voted down. A Palmer-loving gal, Shanna. Jeannie Hale. I'm against a mask mandate for many reasons. First off, the thing is badly written with many flaws that I am sure others will point out. Second, steps like these will damage the local economy as people refuse to go out to shop or switch their shopping habits outside of Palmer, just like they have in Anchorage. The morbidity of this disease is very low, and latest studies have shown that a larger percentage of sick people with flu will die than from C-19. Hospitals are busy with elective surgeries that have been put off for months, and with other serious health issues that people have avoided being seen for due to fear of going to be seen, or docs and practices refusing to do elective procedures for many months. Draconian measures also prevented people from going in due to fear of separation from loved ones. Hospitals are not full of COVID patients. Second, treatments have been effective now, and people are not being put on ventilators, as has been found, that made lungs worse. Time has given a lot more understanding of the process and treatments. Morbidity has actually dropped form already, very low levels. My husband is a first-line provider and gets updates all the time on current conditions. He has been against mask mandates for a long time. The big question on part of your proposal is, what exactly is a mask? Medical grade covers a huge amount of ground, as there are many, many types for various applications. None, by the way, are meant to wear for a long time. Even surgeons will change out masks during surgeries in a sterile manner, which old masks dispose of in a safe manner, not just tossed in the trash. Under that clause, all homemade masks would be not legal. There's now a whole industry of making/selling masks so that they would be happy to see mandates for the products. Next bit of information. This continuing ignorant use of masks, people have no clue how to properly use them or even understand how they work, especially these homemade ones. They are creating their own health issues. Those include bacterial problems, as a warm, moist environment is perfect for bacterial growth. Some of the side effects are staph infections of skin and bacterial infections of the lungs, worse than COVID for the lungs. Dental community is seeing issues with mouths as well. People have been complaining of headaches, which is often due to lowered oxygen levels. Mental health issues, mental health providers are seeing an uptake in depression and mental health deterioration due to enforced isolation. Lack of being able to meaningfully connect with others or lack of social interaction of all types. People are social animals, and this forced existence goes against our very nature. I could go on for pages, but I'll end here with a study my husband has shared. By isolating people and not allowing natural immunity to take place, this is artificially being extended. Okay, and there's a citing of the study from Jeannie Hale. Next is Lolly Hale. Dear Ms. DeVries, Mayor, I'm very concerned about the proposition that I heard about today regarding a potential proposed mandate for the city of Palmer that would shadow the Anchorage city mandates regarding continuous masking and social distancing. This proposal would be presented to City Council on Wednesday, November 16th by Deputy Mayor Sabrina Combs, I believe. Foundational to setting up our government, I believe there are three governing bodies: the government, the church, and the family. None of these three governing bodies should overstep their healthy boundaries. I strongly feel that the mask mandate overreaches the governor's constitutionally governing authority over both the church and family alike. I myself experienced COVID last month and have many of my extended family members. Besides some strange symptoms like losing sense of taste and smell, brain fog, and some strange headaches, I was fine. No breathing issues or cough whatsoever. It hit me one day that sickness is what has turned our entire world upside down. I try not to wear a mask as often as possible. I feel it promotes fear in the community, and people need to see smiles of joy. If people have compromised health, they should be extra careful. Those who are in good health should keep our businesses and communities alive. In my opinion, that way our government was set up with freedom and liberty for all is not my opinion, and that is what should be not tampered with. Please don't allow this proposal, upheld by a few Democratic liberals, to infringe on the freedoms and good faith of our citizens. Thank you for your time and service to the community. That was Lolly. Okay, to whom it may concern, this is from Moses Hale. Please read at the community council meeting. I am a business owner in Palmer. I have 2 active businesses and do not believe it is in the best interest of our people, of our community, to have a mask mandate. Let the people decide their own health and quit fringing on our human rights to make own decisions. We do not need government telling us we have to wear on our bodies. Okay, and this is from Rebecca Hale or Hall? Rebecca Hale. Dear Ms. DeVries, Mayor, I'm concerned about a proposition I heard about today regarding a potential proposed mandate for the city of Palmer that would shadow the Anchorage city mandates regarding continuing masking. This was repeated from the one we just had. This is also by Rebecca Hale. Okay, we have one from Roger Hale. I am proposed to mandatory mandate based on evidence-based medicine and or medical best practices. I have been practicing physician assistant since 1980, and I was involved with one of our nation's first studies of a virus back in 1970s, and that is 100% fatal. Now we know it as HIV. There are numerous people that cannot wear masks for medical reasons, and their rights under the Americans with Disability Act are being ignored by many businesses because of political mandates, not medical rationale. To this date, no one in the federal, state, or local government has even come up with a standard on what the mask is. It is up to the individual/person's discretion, and that is not evidence-based medicine. While the number of positive cases has been on the rise, morbidity and death has not. In fact, it has lowered. The USA leads the world in research, and although the virus has thought to be extremely deadly, our medical research has known to make it so if you do catch the virus, you are less likely to die from it than your typical flu we get this time of year. I repeat, it is less deadly than other flu viruses because we know how to treat it aggressively and successfully, and will lead the world in this. Living in Palmer has shown me one thing about the virus. I live in a town that may be the safest in the nation concerning this virus, and see no reason to enact legislation that a big city has tried and failed in doing. A far more practical approach would be to take this opportunity to promote healthy lifestyles, letting people know that eating well, exercising daily, and using good hygiene will help prevent you from catching the virus. But if you do catch it, you are less likely to have complications. You are going to survive if you catch it. Those with comorbid conditions should be the ones that concentrate with masking and isolation, which we should do with all viruses. Roger Hale. Okay, Tashara Hale. I'm writing today, voice my concerns with suggested emergency ordinance 20-16 for the city of Palmer. As a member of this amazing community, I have greatly valued the way our city has allowed much freedom of choice in relation to working through COVID in the past 8 months. I have not been able to shop in Anchorage for the past 8 months because of strict mandates enforced there. I have also been selected where I shop and the services I choose in the valley. I have chosen not to visit certain businesses and enforce mask wearing. In March, when COVID was new and unknown, I was willing to be careful, wear a mask, even gloves when I shopped. But as 8 months have rolled by, no stopping a virus that has 99.8% survival rate, it's become abundantly clear that nothing is going to stop this sickness. Although numbers of cases in Alaska have risen over the last month, I would ask that we would not look at the number of positive cases, but the percentage of severe cases. My family, extended family, friends from our gym, our church, and other personal friends in the valley, not one has had a severe case. Most were slightly sick. In fact, if it wasn't called COVID, but instead flu A or flu B, people would just been able to do what we've been doing for centuries when we get sick. Rest, hydrate, take supplements. Simple fact is the majority of people who get COVID will be sick less than they were last year with flu A and flu B. I am in no way taking away those who have actually severe conditions of COVID. Those are truly devastating cases. But I think it's important to remember that those are the smallest percentage. According to MSB website right now, we have 2,319 confirmed cases in MSB. That means only 4.6% of the 50,107 tested positive. Of those 2,319 cases, there were 5 deaths. That is only 0.2%, less than 0.5%. There are 34 hospitalizations, and only 1.4 needed or went to the hospital. To me, these are not only alarming numbers, and certainly they don't justify government stepping in, taking control of the freedom people choose when and where to go, what to wear, and who to be around. If we were still doing this well after 8 months of being at risk from COVID, I think we are a safe place now to allow this very flattening curve to continue the course it's going to take. This will not be going away, just like the flu can't be stopped. With only 34 hospitalizations, I do not see that we are in any state of emergency of hospitals being overrun and unable to cope with the numbers of sick and dying people. One of the reasons I take issue with the proposed ordinance is the government suddenly deciding that it is responsible for my health. It seems that reaching in and dictating, controlling the people over health-related risk of less than 0.2% chance of death, but won't do anything when 480,000 people die in the U.S. every single year from smoking and 41,000 from secondhand smoke. Okay. Sorry, I didn't read that one fast enough. Okay. Okay, this is from Douglas Hale. Not in favor at all. The small businesses have a hard time enough making ends meet in Palmer.
Okay, there was Tisha Hale?
That's the one I just read and we ran out of time.
Oh, okay, that was the end of hers. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah,
All
she
right.
had like an extra page.
Okay, all right.
I'll try to read faster. Okay, this is for Darren and Sherry Hamming. A mask mandate is unfair and potentially detrimental to Palmer businesses. Palmer business owners have implemented health and safety guidelines for the businesses as they deem necessary. Palmer business owners and employees should not be required to enforce a mask mandate. Palmer business owners should have the authority to make decisions that are best for their businesses. The city reserves the right to use all available enforcement options to ensure compliance, gives all power to enforce to the city of Palmer. The statement gives open-ended and undefined authority to enforce any way a person sees fit for the occasion. This is not good governance. Business owners have had enough financial loss in 2020. Putting this mandate into place does not support Palmer economy. This mandate makes it easier to shop elsewhere or from home. Folks coming to Palmer to spend money will likely decrease if this mandate is put in place. Allow freedom of choice to Palmer business owners and those who do business in Palmer for the sake of the Palmer community. Please do not implement a mask mandate, City of Palmer. Okay. This is from Jenny Henstead. I'm writing to encourage your thoughtfulness to science-related mask use and a lack of evidence, and to encourage you to allow the citizens of Palmer to make their own choice rather than mandating masks for all. Please consider watching and reading the 3 attachments I've included for your decision regarding masks and effectiveness. In the first link, you'll read Dr. Fauci stated in the New England Journal of Medicine that masks of this type are ineffective and primarily for virtual signaling. The second link is an interview by Dr. Zogdog, MD, with Dr. J. Bucheria Arcaria, Stanford physician. We think the third link is an article related to research regarding ineffectiveness and harm done to self by wearing masks in both the IT licensed setting as well as a medical setting. Please include my name and reading at the 11/18 meeting. If you'd like to discuss further, please contact me. Unfortunately, we do not have video capability to show these 3 clips. This is from Ken Hansen. Greetings. I am grateful to each of you who choose to serve our wonderful town and the people of Palmer. Tonight, I understand you are considering an important matter based on your perspective of reality. I believe the following thoughts may be helpful in considering how you rule. I appreciate your time and consideration as I invite you to freely consider the following thoughts. I'd like for you to consider that in your role, you are potentially the head of a crowd. So many thoughts and observations of reactions versus critical thinking responses which occur in crowd thinking. Anyone taken as an individual is tolerably sensitive and reasonable. As a member of a crowd, he at once becomes a blockhead. As you watch news and social media, you are personally affected by the crowd think. Okay, and there's a good read on crowd. As you communicate in Facebook, Twitter, and your confirmation bias thinking groups, you are affected by the crowd. I'd like for you to consider that yourself, myself, and everyone to varying degrees are fallible in knowledge, reason, and thinking, and otherwise errant actions. This realization is actually refreshing actually. This causes you to explore, what do I know? Is crowd affecting my reason? How does my history affect my thinking? Do I confuse roles such as being a parent with being an elected person? What are the differences? Have you ever been wrong? Can you ever be wrong again? As we realize our infallibility, it forces us to consider I am reacting versus responding with critical thinking. Being aware of confirmation bias, denial, trespassing roles, listening, considering from wise counsel, people who are not merely yes people in your life. I'd like for you to consider the value of leading without control or fixing others. Important in every role in life is the ability to grow maturity, personal responsibility, and allowing others to get there too without imposing your control or power. Parents of adults, grandparents often blur this role and use their power as control beyond their children. Adult children, grandchildren should exercise their self-control. This is how we change best, and we rarely allow people freedom to learn and live. You would readily acknowledge that there is no love where there is no freedom. Likewise, in response to freedom that we have to others, we allow individuals to experience how to do good to self and others without constraint. It is very important for elected officials to learn this aspect of life. I'd like you to consider how Palmer's own beginning, the government attempted to create a socialist community, and it failed. The very purpose of bringing up our early pioneers to Matanuska Valley was to experiment in government control, people, and resources. Okay, and this was from Ken Hansen. Now we have one for Craig Hansen. Okay, dear City of Palmer Council members, Deputy Mayor, and the Mayor. I am a business and property owner in downtown Palmer. My company helps generate the sales tax revenue that finances the operation of the City of Palmer. Though precluded from voting in the city of Palmer as I live outside city limits, I do believe that I deserve to have my opinion heard during Emergency Ordinance 2016. Liberty is freedom from arbitrary and undue external restraint, especially by a government. Prior to adoption of any ordinance, this is council's duty to ensure that none of the proposed restraints established by the order create an arbitrary breach of our liberty. If it does, the city of Palmer has no right to enact it. Emergency Ordinance 2016 does in fact seek to place undue external restraint upon citizens and arbitrary force business owners to enforce this restraint. Ordinance 2016 itself posits three statements to legitimize this proposed restraint. There is a threat that the pandemic could overwhelm our healthcare system. The governor has asked the citizens to wear masks and maintain social distancing. The CDC recommends wearing masks and face covering. Regarding the threat to our healthcare system, I am by no means a medical professional, but I can see what is going on around us, and it's clear that the severity of the virus has been drastically overstated from the beginning. This virus did not even begin to overwhelm our healthcare system in the spring. All summer long, we were told to expect a surge of cases in the fall. Certainly, our medical community heard this as well and were well prepared. It's almost Thanksgiving. There was a surge, and yet hospitals are not filled up any more than they usually are this time of year. As of last week, 0.01% of the population of the Matsu Borough is hospitalized with COVID symptoms. That is only 17 people among a population of 108,300 people. Of these 17 hospital people, we are not told how many are there strictly because of COVID. As more and more people know that they are diagnosed with COVID and they see how minimal the effects generally are, it's hard to believe that many of the 17 are actually hospitalized because of COVID only. It appears that the only strain placed on the medical community comes from arbitrary quarantine requirements that sideline workers for 2 weeks. 2 full weeks of quarantine through the sideline worker is not contagious anywhere near that long. Regarding the governor's emergency alert, as directed in Order 2016, the governor has asked citizens to remain diligent in social distancing and masking. The governor has the power to mandate wearing a mask. Yet, even under considerable pressure to do so, he has not issued a mandate and chose to instead to allow the citizens to make their own decisions regarding wearing a mask. I walk around town shows that many people are already wearing masks. The governor's simple request for people to wear masks is obviously working. The governor's own words and justification to enact measures that he clearly opposed defies logic. Okay, this is from Sona Hansen. I am not able to vote in the Palmer City elections because I live outside the city of Palmer, but as a business and property owner in downtown Palmer, I believe I deserve to have my opinion heard regarding Emergency Ordinance 20-16. 2016 would place undue demands upon citizens and arbitrary forced businesses owner enforce these demands. We are well over 200 days in pandemic, and in this time frame, we are watching, listening, researching the facts to help make the best decisions for themselves and their families. Ordinance 2016 seeks to override those decisions with no legitimate justification to do so. This council is simply not qualified to override the decisions made by the citizens, and attempting to do so amounts to nothing but government overreach. Similarly, businesses in the city of Palmer have already made decisions on how they will interact with the general public in regards to COVID-19. These businesses already have the right to require people to put masks on when entering their place of business if that is what they wish to require. Ordinance 2016 would force those businesses owners to enforce a face covering requirement, whether the business owners agree or disagree with the ordinance. This proposed ordinance would force my business to single out individuals who are not wearing face covering. Plainly put, I respect my citizens and feel that they are making the best decisions for themselves, whether it be with or without a mask. I have no reason to believe that those without masks are putting others at risk. I shop in Palmer. My experience has been that those not wearing masks keep their distance more than those wearing masks. By putting business owners in position, you are putting undue hardship on them at a time when many are struggling to make ends meet. If this circumstance is so dire as to require an emergency mandate, then I would think it is dire enough for you to use your own police force to enforce it instead of local business. Deputy Mayor Sabrina Combs and Councilwoman Dr. Jill Valera should have made the effort to reach out to businesses within Palmer limits prior to putting forth this emergency ordinance. Business owners should have been given more of an opportunity to weigh in the effects of this ordinance could possibly have on them. Considering that businesses generate sales tax revenue that finances with the operation of this government, I feel the Palmer City Council members have been neglectful in this regard. Where people choose to do business is their choice. Forcing businesses to become enforcers will drive people to other communities and online to do their needed shopping. In regards to emergency responders, I feel the severity of this virus has been vastly overstated, and the biggest strain on them is a requirement to quarantine for 2 weeks. The governor's emergency alert said remain diligent in social distancing and masking. I feel that my fellow citizens will heed his admonition, and we are already doing what is right. CDC recommends wearing masks. Respectfully, Sony Hansen. Okay, this is from Maria Haas. As a Valley resident, I strongly encourage you not to pass a mask mandate. Mask mandates are not based on actual science. They are no more than yellow stars to demonstrate compliance and blame the portion of the population for COVID. It doesn't provide results. Do your part has become the slogan of mask wearing, and refusal to wear a mask has been considered an anti-science by most in the social media community. Mandating universal mask wearing as COVID-19 preventable measure is ineffective for the non-medical community because there's a large potential for user error. The community would be confident that wearing the mask is doing their part, while their mask is inadequate for various prevention, has not been properly maintained, and mask wearing reduces other virus prevention behaviors. According to the Indian Journal of Medical Research, it is not sufficient for the mask to simply catch the droplets. It must be hydrophobic enough to allow for these droplets to drop off. Otherwise, the mask itself is contaminated and will lead to cross-contamination when the wearer adjusts it or removes it, proceeds to touch other surfaces. Because some of the fluid penetration is always inevitable, the middle layer should be hydrophobic, but cannot be less porous. The innermost layer is a key component in controlling the expulsion of germs from the wearer, which can be made of tightly woven cotton fabric. But as a trade-off, that exchanged filtration efficiency for breathability. It is worth noting that the t-shirt fabric over your mouth does nothing of what is recommended by the World Health Organization, and more hydrophobic material would even be harder to breathe in. Not only must such masks be homemade, addresses that disinfecting these masks so that they serve for more than one-time use is required steam cleaning, since careful temperature conditions still require to be in place, as the structural integrity of the mask can be easily compromised. In Mayer's study, they determined that the average filtration of the materials reduced around 2 to 4% after being washed in the washer. To expect the average household to stitch up such a mask for every member, even children, to maintain these refashioning new ones is unlikely. Furthermore, less people are likely to keep wearing a mask if they find it difficult to breathe in. When governments argue that the mask mandates are to help reduce the spread, the general population believes that their single-layer masks are saving the community. This is a fat-out lie. Among medical professionals who are trained to use protective gear, the consensus is bleak. The New England Journal of Medicine quotes, "A mask alone will not prevent healthcare workers with early COVID-19 from contaminating their hands and spreading the virus to patients and colleagues." That was Maria Haas. Okay, next is Rhonda Hayhurst. I would like my voice to be heard regarding the proposed mask mandate 2016. I vehemently oppose this mandate. We are not Anchorage and should not be treated as if we are. I moved out here to get away from tyranny as being imposed by the Anchorage administration. If someone feels safer wearing a mask, it's fine with me, but I will not wear a mask. Okay, this is from Lee Hechimovich. Greetings. I have been residents of Palmer area for 30 years, moving here from Fairbanks, specifically for Palmer's charm and opportunities. We've been employed here, volunteered, paid taxes, shopped, raised children, now grandchildren, assisted and participated in countless activities, served on boards, and made many other contributions. Until I saw this proposed mask mandate, I thought we'd continue to reside here and enjoy the support of Palmer forever. Now I'm not so sure. I am sure this proposal is not Palmer's or citizens' best interests. Perhaps it is well intended, but it will destroy what remains Palmer's businesses and charm. Maybe some fearful people will be happy, but the rest of us will go elsewhere for shopping, recreation, and other activities. I love to shop and support local, but Amazon and other online services are just a click away. We will still go to the post office out of necessity, but nowhere else if this mask mandate is passed. It's sad to see the socialist mindset invading our valley. Okay, this is from Melissa Helm. We all live in a valley to separate ourselves from the tyranny happening in Anchorage. I urge you to err on the side of freedom. Thank you for reading this email, and I hope you would not enforce the mask mandate. This is from Tom Hendricks. My name is Tom Hendricks. I am writing to go on record that I do not support Emergency Orders 2016. First and foremost, I deliberately had a house built in Palmer, Alaska to escape Anchorage and its liberal policies. I am an American, a lifelong Alaskan, and I want to protect others that live in our community. I understand social distancing, hand washing, and I don't have a problem wearing a mask where appropriate to protect others. I have a problem with having common sense considerations dictated to me. For those that want to push this mandate, I suggest you move to Anchorage, where you'll be welcomed with open arms. Thank you for allowing me to comment on this emergency order. This is from Zane Henning. City Clerk, here are the talking points from my testimony tonight's special meeting proposed 2016. I would ask the City Council to vote no on this ordinance, as there are many layers of government handling guidelines. Individuals and businesses should not be allowed to manage their lives within those existing guidelines and have liberty to do so. Put focus into education versus compliance enforcement and how to properly disinfect high-touch areas. I spoke with the external affairs rep at Matsu Regional, and Alan explained that they are well-staffed and with plenty of occupancy. The entire Matsu continues to trend at or below 50 per 100,000 COVID case threshold. Plus, the death rate continues to be extremely low. High-risk individuals that have been identified should take the extra precaution of staying in their homes and not putting themselves at risk by going to public areas. Should this ordinance pass, I will do businesses outside city limit. I will contact the Palmer business owners to inform them as such of the thousands of dollars I spend each month will be noticed. Okay, this is from Shane Herr. To whom may concern, I live in Palmer on the mountain, and with regards to ordinance 2016, I don't see making wearing a mask as mandatory being proper or fitting. This is where freedoms cost. Freedoms has never been free. However, in this situation, I think mask wearing has just become political, and not mandating a mask will not result in increased loss of life or increased loss of our freedoms, but to protect the vulnerable with strong suggestions and recommendations. Did I miss somebody? Good, I need a drink.
You missed a whole page.
Okay.
So, yep.
I read Tom Hendricks.
No, you didn't.
I read somebody's Hendricks. Okay, I'll read Tom again.
It was Melissa Helm.
Oh, okay. My name is Tom Hendricks. I'm writing the record. I know support emergency 2016. First and foremost, I deliberately built a house in Palmer to escape Anchorage and its liberal policies. I'm an American, lifelong Alaskan, and want to protect others that live in a community. I understand social distancing, hand washing. I don't have a problem with wearing a mask where appropriate to protect others. I do have a problem with having common sense considerations being dictated to me. For those who want to push this mandate, I suggest you move to Anchorage where you'll be welcome with open arms. Respectfully, Tom Hendricks. Guess we like that one. Okay. Next one is from Elizabeth Hennon. Thank you for providing this opportunity to address you, the public servants of Palmer. My name is Elizabeth Hennon. I'll find and catch up. A resident Palmer. I have lived in the Matsu Borough since 2010. I'm a mother to 5 and grandmother to 13. Congratulations. When SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19 forced a worldwide emergency response, that response was based on 2 factors. The virus was novel and is creating severe, fatal disease across the demographics in most of the world. Voluntarily and overnight, millions accepted the need to stay home and flatten the curve to protect our communities and selves while we learned more about the virus and how best to protect our caregivers, first responders, and others. We did what Americans always do, the right thing. As Alaskans, we have erased or modified stay-at-homes and hunker-downs over the summer, fall, and positive energy and a sense of hopefulness that I feel while out in the community has been an inspiration. We will make it. As I pass by businesses that have not shuttered their doors, office spaces that do not stay, say, permanently closed, or space for rent, it is clear that Palmer, many small business owners and professionals have navigated the complexities of the outbreak response with the typical ingenuity and grit that most business owners possess. We will need our small business owners in this county and country more than we need any other sector of our economy. We all know they care the lion's share. Alaskans have heard that case counts are up, therefore virus spreading is rising. And that rise counts justifies the further stay-at-home mandates since mask mandates help prevent the spread. Wear masks and social distancing or you will be mandated to do so and stay-home mandates will resume. However, Alaskans have learned, Dr. Zink and others advising our government, both local and state, are not wholly representative of the entire world body of science and research. Neither is the World Health Organization or NIH or CDC. This should be evident in their inconsistent advice on many things, mask wearing being the primary one. There appears to be little evidence based on actual consensus in the scientific community that the efficacy of mask wearing during a respiratory virus outbreak to prevent the spread of virus. It is a moderate effect at best. My argument is not about the efficacy or the non-efficacy of masks in slowing or preventing viral spread. There is simply not enough current and vetting research to reach irrefutable conclusions. I am not purporting to be a virology expert. However, I have always believed in erring on the side of caution. My attitude has always been that if it might help, I'm willing to try. I will wear a mask if requested or when obvious necessary because I have chosen to temporarily put my comfort aside for the good of those around me. Everywhere I go, I see many, many Alaskans doing the same thing, using common sense and choosing. In my opinion, enacting an emergency ordinance this kind would severely set back any progress our community and business owners have made in recovering from the economic shutdown of this year. We have moved through life. Okay. Which one did I miss? Okay. Okay, sorry, Mr. Zane Henning. Here, I read this one.
Yeah, Zane Henning. Yeah, you've read Zane. Alyssa has two of
Yeah.
them in there.
Nope, okay. Hey, here's one for Mayor Edna from Carrie Holman. We should make this decision for ourselves. You should not be. We have a choice. That's why we live in the United States of America. Masks are hazardous to your health. We have no right to mandate this. The death rate of Alaska is 0.4%. That is minuscule. For those who want to wear masks should be allowed to do so. But those of us who do not want to should also have a choice. Those who want to wear a mask can go shop online, have groceries delivered, stay the heck home. But I give you a choice also to breathe freely. This is how our body works, not to breathe carbon dioxide. This is wrong, Carrie Holman. So Nathan Hopkins, I'm writing to each of you to share my opinion on potential mandates surrounding public interactions. I am of the mind that each of us has to weigh our own risk when navigating our lives, that Alaskans know better than most. We are a tight-knit bunch up here and keep small circles naturally, while at the same time are warm and helpful to strangers. I believe that we achieve this balance by striving to be self-sufficient while recognizing when others are not and adjusting to the situation at hand. This level of personal responsibility is not easily removed, nor should it be, but has come into question with the idea of the impending mandates. In no uncertain terms, I want each Alaskan to retain the right to exercise personal judgment on how they conduct personal interactions, both in public and in private. David Horning, I am extremely concerned about the proposed mask mandate. Business owners should be allowed to make decisions for their own businesses. Also, business owners should not be required to remove non-mask wearing individuals from their own businesses, especially in businesses where 6-foot distancing is easily achievable. I have been in many stores where I'm the only 1 or 2 people in the entire store. Being mandated to wear masks in situations is frustrating, illogical. Many of us have problems wearing masks, foggy glasses, difficult breathing, etc. As a result, we are very careful about distancing. In fact, when not wearing a mask, I am more likely to be 10 feet away from others. I currently shop in Palmer on a regular basis. If this mask mandate is passed, I will no longer be shopping in the Palmer community. I like Palmer and want to support the merchants, but many other options are available just a few miles away. This is from Laura Horney. Please do not implement the mask mandate in Palmer. There is no definite proof that wearing masks keeps anyone from catching COVID-19. I'm a resident of Wasilla and often do business in Palmer. If this mandate is implemented, I'll keep my business out of Palmer and choose businesses where I'm not required to wear a mask. This is from Brenda Hotchkiss. I strongly disagree at the Palmer enforcing mask mandate. I normally shop in Palmer, but I'll drive to Wasilla if I'm forced to wear a mask mandate while walking outside. This is totally unnecessary. This is from Dennis Hodkiss. Palmer City Council, please do not implement a mask mandate in Palmer. My freedoms are being taken away by mandating that I wear a mask. If implemented, I will go elsewhere to support businesses where masks are not mandatory and avoid doing business in Palmer whenever possible. Okay, this is from Michelle Hotchkiss. I'm voicing my opposition to Emergency Ordinance 1016. This is a gross overstep and abuse of city powers. Ms. Combs' mandate required businesses to be enforced or denied to sell food, products, services to anyone not wearing a mask, and even utilize all enforcement available to City of Palmer. What does that even mean? Can anyone appoint themselves as an enforcer, and what force can they use? This is very disturbing. Businesses and building owners are not trained to make people comply or remove people from a building. This is wide open to interpretation, can fit any definition a person wants. Demanding people to provide medical reasons why they can't wear a mask is a clear violation of HIPAA laws, which federally protect individuals' private health information. If the City of Palmer has no legal right to violate HIPAA laws, nor can the city give businesses the right to violate HIPAA laws, even during this time, is the city prepared for lawsuits? This mandate will greatly hurt more than it helps Palmer. Most people in Palmer are considerate and respectful of others and do not require cooperation by force. People with different ideas will still not be coerced into complying, but will simply take their business elsewhere. Palmer businesses will suffer, in turn cause the City of Palmer to suffer, its revenue declines. Palmer will become known as business unfriendly. Many people will take their money out to outside Palmer taxable boundaries. Four Corners area in Wasilla isn't very far away, and I'm willing to drive 5 more minutes to shop in an area 3 of the 9 to right to buy food, products, and services. The implications of this proposed ordinance are far-reaching. People are already organizing and uniting to oppose the annexation to expand its Palmer city limits. If this proposal passes, this annexation opposition will become stronger and louder than it is. The abuse of power is nothing new in the City of PalmerCouncil. It is yet another example. Word is getting out. The citizens of Palmer are awakening, watching, and listening. To be clear, my opposition directly with proposal is that abuse of power by City Council to either comply or refuse to buy local food, products, services within the city limits. Thank you, Michelle Hotchkiss. Okay, this is from Tabitha Hotchkiss. Palmer City Council, please don't implement the mask mandate in Palmer. If this is implemented, I will go elsewhere to support businesses where masks are not mandatory and avoid doing business in Palmer whenever possible. From Patricia Hauser, my family has lived in Palmer and Anchorage since 1951. We actually moved out of Anchorage because we were and are tired of the nonsense that goes on in Anchorage with implementing completely ineffective rules. Yes, this is a hard time in our country, but we cannot close the economy because someone may get sick, of course. Hopefully recover. We also cannot demand or make into law that everyone should wear a mask. I personally cannot wear a mask. Sadly, I go into full panic mode. It's not because something I choose to. It's not something I wish to happen. I just can't wear a mask. Evidently, I'm claustrophobic. I've tried to wear one. I've tried other options, but they are almost always as horrible. None of us wish this on anyone. If I had been around anyone who had the virus, I'd quarantine myself. And what's more, as a physician said, wearing a mask to keep others from getting sick is like using a dip net to catch salmon. It's an example of how this kids at Alaska Military Youth Academy wear masks 24/7, except while sleeping, showering, and eating. And yet, well over 50% of them got COVID. Masks were effective. This wouldn't have happened. Okay, and this is from Sonia House. I am totally against a mask mandate. I am writing today to ask this mask mandate for Palmer be turned down. We are not children Who do we need to be told what to do? We choose to live out here because we don't want people breathing down our necks in our businesses. I think we're all responsible enough to know what is good for ourselves without being forced to do something that is not proven to work. If you choose to wear a mask, that's great for you. And if you choose not to wear a mask, it's also your choice, and it should always be. We do live in the United States of America, and last time I checked, it was still a free country. This is from Sylvia Hoyman. I do not support the proposed mask mandate in any way, shape, or form. It is not the government's job to make health care decisions for me and my family. Based on numerous friends working the front lines of the medical care system in the Matsu area, I have been told over and over about the actual facts regarding the virus and hospital capacity. The constant theme I'm hearing from them is their frustration about COVID being blown out of proportion and people in our community being controlled by fear, especially ignorance presented by believing masks are helpful preventing COVID. Masks are not preventing COVID and are false security. We, the people of Palmer, are capable of making wise choices on how we can and how to keep our families healthy at this time, as we always have in the past. No mask mandate. I can go a little longer, unless you're tired of listening. You tired of listening to me?
No, go for it.
Okay, wow. My wife doesn't say that. Okay, this is from Cindy Hodgkins. Yes, some will get sick, but 99.9% will recover with no need of intervention. Yes, some are more at risk, but they are also at risk from the flu and pneumonia. And there are now treatments. And as time goes, our bodies will develop the antigens to fight this virus as it is with any other virus. If a mask makes you feel...
John, you stop, you just went to the end of hers.
Oh. Well, I got two sincerities.
No, the,
Oh, what?
Yeah.
No, look at this.
Yeah, no.
yeah, the other side of, Sylvia Holman is
You know,
the beginning
this
of
might be a
Cindy's.
perfect time to break, you know? Okay.
Maybe not doing as well as you thought there, huh?
My own mind works wonders for me. Okay.
No, that's 4 pages long.
So, where you got the H's? Somebody start with the H's? How do you make up your H? Okay. Okay. Well, you better hurry up. Shooting has been 48 seconds left.
Okay, so you guys are checking this off here?
Yes, I'll do that.
Perfect.
You
Okay.
want to take your beverage?
No,
Yeah. I heard the room where people were sharing their drinks last time. Okay. That's all I read? Jeez. Okay, smooth, clear. Okay, I'm ready to go.
So we're just gonna start her back over.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, start at the beginning for her, please.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, this will be from Cindy Hudgens. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm writing this letter because I am extremely disturbed by Ms. Combs' impending radical mask mandate. I'm also disturbed that Ms. Combs' intent was to hold this meeting without public notification. As a posse of moms to snitch on their neighbors is ludicrous. I've been a member of this community most of my life, and I was very proud of how our little town was handling this virus. As far as I know, we're the only school district in Alaska that is open, and we have had no hardcore mask mandates. There has been so much fear mongering over a virus that is 99.9% recovery rate. There are even therapeutics now available that cure this virus. Our president contracted it and was back on the campaign trail within 4 days. I have a couple questions. Why, if this virus is so deadly, is the homeless population not obliterated? They don't wear masks. And why, if this virus is so deadly, do we not have hazardous waste receptacles on every street corner? There have been numerous studies throughout the years on the efficiency of universal masking. Dr. Jeffrey Klausmer, an infectious disease doctor at UCLA, describes mask wearing as all psychological, not physiological. He said fear spreads a lot faster than the virus, and the mask only makes you feel better. Our own government has failed to produce new evidence that counters years' worth of evidence that masks don't work. Besides, the virons of this virus are about 100 nanometers in size. That's about 1/100th of the width of a hair. Do you really think that this is stopped by a cloth mask? Universal masking has proven instead to be detrimental to our health. Within 20 minutes of putting on a mask, it gets saturated with moisture from the nose and the mouth, rendering it even more useless. The bacteria and pathogens build up on the fabric, making the mask a veritable bacteria incubator. These pathogens can lead to various respiratory infections, and wearing a mask outside is absolutely insanity. Our bodies were made to breathe oxygen, not stale carbon dioxide and germs trapped in a piece of cloth. And fresh air is the best form of oxygen. Before this virus became a political weapon, even Dr. Fauci told us that masking was ineffective. The only thing that has changed is fear. An article in The Blaze hits the nail on the head. During times of panic, opportunistic politicians in positions of power will always latch on to desperate and aggressive ideas to infringe upon liberty while packaging them as some sort of enlightened advancement in technology or understanding. In reality, these same desperate measures were tried in 1918, and even then it was understood that they didn't work. Yes, some will get sick, but 99% will recover with no need of intervention. Yes, some were at risk, but they are also at risk from the flu and pneumonia, and there are now treatments. And as time goes, our bodies will develop the antigens to fight this virus as it has other viruses. If a mask makes you feel safe, then by all means wear it. If you are not afraid, then don't wear it. If you are sick, stay home. It's all just common sense. Thank you for taking this information into consideration. Cindy Hudgens. 2, 3. And then she sent an additional email and goes, I am writing you because I recently informed of the radical mandates being proposed by Councilmember Sabrina Combs. Please help me understand how she was handed the power to mandate controls on the citizens of our great city of Palmer. You are the mayor. Does she not answer to you? How does she have the power to make laws? How does she have the authority to form a posse of snitches to report their neighbors? I'm a registered voter and have lived in Palmer for the majority of my life. I was proud of how little our town had handled the propaganda behind the COVID virus. It has sickened me how Anchorage has responded. If this virus, which has a 99.9% recovery rate, is so deadly, then why have the homeless in Anchorage and the Valley not been liberated? Why are there not containers for hazardous waste set up on every corner? How can a piece of cloth contain a molecule that is 0.003 in size? And why is there so much fear mongering about a virus that has only affected 0.01% of our population? I understand that individuals with underlying conditions are at risk, but those same people are at risk from the flu and pneumonia and a host of other illnesses. I understand if an individual is sick, they should stay home, but I do not understand why a healthy individual should be forced to wear a mask. That should be a choice, not a forced mandate. I've always felt safe in this town no matter what craziness is going on in the world, but this pending mandate is insanity and takes the feeling of safety and throws it to the wolves. How can our president contract the virus and be cured and be back on the campaign trail within 3 days because there is a cure which is available to anyone needing it? There's no need to mandate mask wearing. My request is that you take control of the situation and save our city. By saving one city at a time, we can save Alaska. I believe we still live in a free country. We should not have to live in fear of our neighbors. That will just add to the division that's causing so much hate in this country. Please help. Sincerely, Cindy Hudgens. Corey and Sarah Hughes. First, thank you for taking the time to consider our comments. My name is Corey Hughes, and I'm the owner of the Palmer Ale House. After a number of discussions between the staff, managers, and myself, the Palmer Ale House is opposed to the adoption of this emergency ordinance. We've taken extensive steps to ensure the safety of our staff, our customers, and our community as a whole from the outset of this pandemic. The Palmer Ale House is currently practicing and following the CDC guidelines for restaurants along with the following. Hand sanitizers are available at all entrances. All service staff are wearing masks. Customers are being seated apart from each other, and we are seating customers in our upstairs room at all hours. We are constantly disinfecting high-touch service areas such as POS terminals, door handles, menus, etc. We've installed the state-of-the-art air filters and air purifiers in the restaurant. Pre-screen employees for symptoms or fever before starting work. We ask our guests to wear masks when entering and exiting the restaurant. We have curbside pickup available as well as offering guests delivery via DoorDash. Additionally, we recently had a case of COVID-19 in the restaurant and responded by closing the restaurant for 2 days, notifying all customers and employees that were affected, and a deep cleaning of the restaurant was completed. We encourage the City Council to continue to let businesses self-regulate the wearing of masks as appropriate and not have an ordinance passed requiring customers to wear masks. Thank you. Cora and Sarah Hughes, along with the entire Ale House staff. Denise Hall. I'm against the suggested mask mandate for Palmer. I believe that the hand hygiene and keeping your distance, staying out of everyone's personal space, is the best defense for any virus or cold. It is a personal responsibility to keep yourself healthy, not the government's job. It is mine and mine alone. I feel like wearing a mask or not, that's up to me. Thank you, Denise Hall. Angela Hutchings. I'm not for this ordinance. I find it quite interesting that the FDA and the CDC gave recommendations, but they are just that, recommendations. Mask in surgery setting is quite appropriate, but mandating everyone to wear a mask? What happened to my body, my choice? Did we, the people, lose the right to choose? I'm concerned also with the language in the ordinance, which states businesses and building owners shall deny admittance to any individual who fails to comply with this order and shall require or compel removal of such individuals from the premises. So now you're going to force private business owners to do your bidding. I am not a city resident, but at one time I lived in Palmer. I moved for several reasons, but the biggest reason is right here. You are more concerned with who wears a mask, and you will waste money on this meeting instead of doing the job you were elected to do. People elected you to do a job and take care of the city. They did not elect you to control what was put on their body. If this mask mandate does go into effect, I'm sorry to say my family and I will not shop in Palmer. The sad thing is that this ordinance will have a profound effect on businesses and customers alike. Angela Hutchings. Mackenzie Hutchings. Hello, my name is Mackenzie Hutchings. I'm a longtime resident of the Matsu Valley, and I'm against the mask ordinance mandate. I will not follow your mandate. If you create one, I will not wear a mask. I know many others feel this way, and there's also a group of people who feel strongly in support of the mandate, and what can I say to that is that people should have the right to choose. If a person would like to wear a mask, they can wear a mask, but forcing a person to wear a mask that doesn't protect them against a virus and potentially could have adverse effects on their health in other ways is wrong. Why was taking away a person's freedom to choose become a discussion? I feel deeply for any person who has been affected by this virus, contrary to many opinions of non-mask wearers. My heart is no indifferent to the suffering of others. And with that, I just ask, how many people have contracted this virus who've worn a mask? I'm tired of our country being divided. It saddens me to see us this way. Stop the divide now. Do not pass a mandate. I request my comments be read into the public record at the special council meeting on Wednesday, November 18th. Shelley Ivy. I feel like a mask mandate is a severe violation of our rights. This is not something that should be pushed on us. Something that deliberately affects our health should be our choice. Those of you that want to wear them, that is fine, but please do not push it on others, on those of us that choose to not live in fear. I feel the mask itself is incredibly unhealthy, and I would rather not wear one. Please do not make us a mini Anchorage. Shelley Ivy. And then the additional page from her is an additional email where she received a link with the story. Amy Jacobs. I adamantly oppose a mask mandate as it infringes on my constitutional rights, my body, my choice, correct? If I go into a business that forces me to wear a mask, I will take my business elsewhere. Also, from what I see in Anchorage, the mask mandate is not making one bit of difference. I feel it's not healthy for me and my children to be breathing in our own CO2. If this virus is so contagious, why haven't me or my family got it yet? My husband nor I have not worn our mask from the very beginning. My kids, on the other hand, have been forced to wear a mask at school, which I have no control of, unfortunately. Thanks for listening, Amy Jacobs. Rachel James. City Council members and residents of Palmer, I was very upset when I found out that this mandate was being considered. I'm a mom of 4 and have multiple friends and family that reside in Palmer as well as myself. I know it's a heated time in the United States and many leaders are passing unconstitutional orders and laws that seem to be under the guise of a greater good. Please, I implore you, do not do this. Here is why. The Centers for Disease Control report released in September shows that masks and face coverings are not effective in preventing the spread of COVID-19, even for those people who consistently wear them. A study conducted in the United States in July found that when they compared 154 case patients who tested positive for COVID-19 to a controlled group of 160 participants from healthcare facilities who were symptomatic but tested negative, over 70% of the case patients were contaminated with the virus and fell ill despite always wearing a mask. And then she included a link for the article for the CDC. The case for masks could be considered smart if, in fact, they were effective in stopping this virus. Despite multiple states having mask mandates in effect for months now, it hasn't seemed to slow the spread of COVID-19. Case in point is Anchorage. For months now, it has had a mask mandate, and yet the numbers have continued to rise. Also to consider is the fact that most people do not know how to wear a mask the right way. I see mask wearers constantly touching their face and adjusting their mask. How could this possibly help stop the spread? Every time you touch your mask, you transfer germs to your hands. How effective are they really? Most important, why are you considering a mask mandate 8 months after the pandemic has started? Palmer residents should have the right to choose for themselves. We have the right to wear a mask as well as the right not to. I call on you to let your citizens decide for themselves and not violate our rights. Thank you. Rachel James. Sarah Jasper. Mayor DeVries, I'm glad we are getting the opportunity to voice our opinions on the mask mandate that the city is considering. The voice of the people is one of the foundational ideals of this nation, and I'm truly thankful that you are allowing us to practice this sacred trust. When I heard the mask mandate, my first reaction was to think of the mental and physical health people like myself. I have a chronic illness, asthma, and also PTSD from a past abusive relationship. Wearing a mask not only makes it difficult physically for me to breathe, and it also has a component that is difficult for those who have not lived through a specific type of trauma to understand. This is not an easy aspect to write about, and I can feel myself shaking as I type. My first question would be, what kind of accommodation will be made for people such as myself? If this mandate does not include such an accommodation, you are, in essence, telling me and those like me that we do not matter, that we have no place in your society. I find that not only disturbing but also un-American. It also brings me to my next question. Does this affect what I have been promised by the Founding Fathers, essentially my right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? I can imagine that some are smiling at this point and rolling their eyes, but I think that we need to really consider this. At what point do we draw the line? I'm a firm believer, based on past experience, that if you give a person an inch, they will take a mile. And I'm an even firmer believer in saying this when it comes to government. Ma'am, you are in a unique position to allow people to practice personal liberty. I have no issue with individual businesses requiring masks. That is their right, and one my family has fought to preserve. The right of liberty within the confines of the law. However, I humbly ask that you take into consideration all of the people who work, shop, and visit your town. Please let us know that we do count, we do matter, and that our liberty will be reserved and respected. Sincerely, Sarah Jasper. Corey Jellison. Concerned. I have been a Palmer resident and paid taxes for over 14 years. I live here because of the beauty and the preservation of my rights. Please don't tread. Corey Jellison. Jeanette Jenkins. City Clerk, please read this into the record. Jeanette Jenkins. I do not support a mask mandate. We are not in a state of emergency and life must go on. We the people must be free to choose for ourselves what is best as individuals. Governments are not instituted to govern every aspect of our lives. This has gone on far too long, but here in Palmer we have done well to decide, and when you look around in public, some choose to wear a mask and others don't. No one is complaining. We are not Anchorage. If you want these draconian measures, go live in Anchorage. Businesses have been suffering a lot this year, and now you're wanting to put the burden on them to turn people away from spending money in their establishments due to mask requirements and to determine who should wear a mask. There are many reasons why people may choose to not wear a mask, but that should be up to the individual to not have to explain to you what their issues are or why they choose not to. There are HIPAA laws in place for these kinds of things. There's already too much overreach in government. Don't add to it. Do not mandate mask requirements. Thank you, Jeanette Jenkins. Annette and Johnny Johnson. I am very much opposed to the proposed ordinance 20-016 mandatory face mask. I feel that the city council's overstepping its bounds by mandating that a person will be required to wear a face mask, or for that matter, any item or object within the city. Maybe you can mandate a tattoo on each of us before entering to the city of Palmer. 666. Would that do? I know this is a bit dramatic, but America is still a free country. The governor has asked the people to wear masks, but ask and mandates are two different things. This pandemic has hurt many small businesses in this country, state, and our city. I, for one, have tried to visit and buy from local small Palmer businesses since this mess started to try and support them and to help keep them afloat. But I will draw the line with this one. If the city council approves this ordinance, I will not shop within the city of Palmer until that ends. An example is the municipality of Anchorage. Their restaurants and schools are shut down and have been for months. Are their numbers decreasing? Nope. 580 new cases in Anchorage, 11/16/2020. That Berkowitz mandate has not changed the fact that cases are increasing. It's going to happen, mask or no mask, mandate or no mandate. If a person is health compromised, they have many options to protect themselves. The stores are offering pickup, curbside service, click and pick. These businesses are bending over backwards. The same businesses have worked their butts off making the city of Palmer an economic small business force, but businesses are closing, sadly, and you're working to increase those numbers. I personally decide if I wear a mask based on each business's preference. They are the owners, and they have the right to refuse service business by businesses. I have the choice to not shop there. That's my free choice and theirs. I respect their decision to make that decision. I don't tell someone that they should or shouldn't wear a mask. It is up to them. My business is my business. If I choose to wear or not wear, it's up to me. I also cannot believe that you think you'll be able to enforce a rule such as this. What are you going to do? Take me to jail? Give me a fine? I have no problem paying a lawyer to fight for my civil rights. Maybe I have a medical reason for not wearing one. You going to ask what that medical reason is? Is that a HIPAA violation? I think so. I believe this is an abuse and overstep of your power, Palmer City Council. I strongly oppose this proposed ordinance. Thank you, Annette and Johnny Johnson. Jeanette Johnson. Hello, Mayor DeVries and Palmer City Council. I live outside Palmer city limits, but do most of my shopping in Palmer. I am very much against a mask mandate where I do business and will make every effort to take my business elsewhere if you impose such a mandate. Please read this into the testimony into public record. Jeanette Johnson. Jason Johnson. I oppose the proposed ordinance requiring masks to be worn in the city of Palmer, and that forces businesses to require them. This is government overreach and takes the rights and freedoms of the citizens and businesses away. This will also affect my decision to do business in Palmer. Thank you for your time. I pray you make the right decision. Jason Johnson. L.J. Johnson and Dave Grove. The proposed mask mandate by Councilwoman Sabrina Combs is, in my opinion, nothing more than the government control. We are 8 months into this virus, and the people of Alaska have more than complied with social distancing. Masks, do they really work to the point of losing jobs and livelihoods? Our charming town of Palmer is composed of small businesses owners, and that's what makes us unique. Punishing businesses by forcing them to mandate masks is an assault on people to know how to do the right thing. We expect people to stay home if they are sick or test positive with COVID. I believe our citizens will honor that. And if there is a sign on the door by the store owner saying a mask is required, then the choice is ours. It's called respect. Each and every store owner and business has the right to determine their level of comfort in dealing with this virus, not your right to impose your draconian beliefs on others. Sincerely, L.J. Johnson and Dave Grove. Randy Johnson. I am strongly against a mandate for wearing masks in Palmer. Palmer is better than that, and our freedom is important. While I will wear one in close quarters with others and understand the need at medical facilities, etc., I do not want or believe in a mandate in Palmer. Thank you, Randy Johnson. Rick Johnson. Hello, my name is Rick, and I work at a business in the city of Palmer. I do not support the mask mandate before the city council today. My business does require does require people to wear masks, and most people do. I don't have the staff to mandate people to wear masks, and I do not shame people. In this environment, businesses are struggling, and it is hard enough to survive without the usual local events we used to have in town and the tourists. I am not going to force, shame, or tell people to wear masks. People are adults and can make their own choices. But I find I get better results when I ask people nicely to do something rather than tell them that they have to. I have already heard of some of my customers say that if this mandate passes, they will be shopping at Three Birds or other Wasilla establishments. Please don't force people to do things. Please do not drive away business. Ask them nicely and try making Palmer a more inviting place instead of a more restrictive one. Please read my statement to the record because I will be at work for this meeting. Thank you for your time. The next one is from Leah Jones, but we are not reading this one since she has already spoken in person during the public testimony. Shalane Jorgensen. Dear City Council, I would like this read into the record that I testify against the proposal to mandate mask wearing in Palmer. I totally respect people choosing to wear a mask or not, but the fact of the matter is that it is their choice. We have amazing options for shopping online and having curbside pickup. However, these options keep being directed at non-mask wearers, but obviously the non-mask wearers are not the ones worried about coming out in public. Those that do not want to go anywhere without a mask should be the ones utilizing these wonderful options like curbside pickup. I personally feel like mask wearing is not helpful to those with no symptoms. I appreciate those wearing a mask if they feel like they had a cough and absolutely had to come into public. But we should try our best to stay at home and rest if we have symptoms. But if we have no symptoms, it is difficult for me, being a mom of six kids, always having a handful of clean masks on hand anytime we go in public. Then I'm trying to scramble to grab masks that have been worn and thrown back into my purse or thrown in the car. So I'm literally putting a petri dish on my kid's face just to be able to go into the store that is requiring masks. Even when I do have all my masks clean or the stores offer clean masks, what ends up happening? My kids end up touching their face 100 times more than they would have without the mask, and I personally get lightheaded. My plea would be to stay at home if you're sick. Wear a mask if you feel safer. Wash your hands regularly, but do not make the majority do something that may possibly be more harm to your health. Thanks. She also sent an additional email. I also like to have it read into the record that there has been a claim that we would all buckle down and wear masks to hail our healthcare workers and police officers, so there are enough workers being on staff. I love our healthcare workers and police officers, but they are understaffed because of the contact tracing. For example, my daughter was playing basketball for Palmer Junior Middle School when a girl found out she was positive for COVID. The whole team was shut down for 2 weeks. No one else ever experienced any symptoms, only to come back after 2 weeks, practice for 2 days, and then the governor gave his emergency alert, causing the school district to shut down all after-school activities. Her season is over, never getting that much of court time at all. We are making people stop working, playing, and learning even when they are healthy. That's why we're understaffed. Does this sound like living? Jennifer Kaler. No on the mask mandate, as you can't force everyone to wear a mask properly without gaps. We see this all over Alaska, not just in the Palmer area. People do not cover their nose or mouth properly with their mask without touching their face in and around and under their mask during their day. Until we can teach them how to wash their mask every day, like they put on new clean underwear every day or change to a new mask right after coughing or sneezing on them, until then, the mask will not do the purpose it's supposed to. Here's a good example of a picture of somebody in an establishment not using their mask properly and spreading more germs and possibly spread the COVID-19 to others. This is how people wear masks and then hand you a mask to wear with their bare, dirty hands after them touching their face eating with no gloves or disinfectant. You're going to touch your face a heck of a lot more when something on it than if something wasn't on your face. Here's a picture of an example of how a security guard is supposed to be wearing his mask properly. Not attached picture shown dated November 13th, 2020 at 4:23 p.m. in downtown Giselle Palmer, and she has the picture that she took. Tim Keller, or I should say James T. Keller, and am writing in opposition of Palmer Special City Council meeting and the Palmer's deputy mayor proposing a mask mandate for Palmer. While I don't oppose the wearing of masks, I find it very unacceptable that the deputy mayor is trying to use whatever power she thinks she and the city council have to force people to wear masks. The CDC recommends the wearing of face coverings. They don't say at all that it should be mandatory whatsoever. Again, I don't oppose the wearing of masks in public, but I do oppose that you think you can enforce the wear. Anchorage has been a mandatory mask wearing city for a while now, and their cases have skyrocketed. Palmer has not been a mandatory mask wearer, and our cases are low. Why do you think that this is? Please do not overstep your bounds and attempt to make it mandatory. You are making a mockery of yourself, the City Council, and the City of Palmer. Thank you, James T. Keller. David and Catherine Keller. Palmer City Council. Please do not implement the mask mandate in Palmer. If this is implemented, I will go elsewhere to support businesses where masks are not mandatory and avoid doing business in Palmer whenever possible. Personal liberty should not be constrained. People should be free to choose. Sincerely, David and Catherine Keller. Camille Kevin. I've been a resident of the Palmer community for 12 years. I vote against the mask mandate. Wearing a mask should be a choice made through educating people based on facts and not fear. Even if a mandate is passed, the city has no legal action that they can take upon an individual that does not or cannot wear a mask. I foresee a mask mandate putting additional pressure on Palmer businesses to stay open, and in turn hurting the livelihoods of even more people within our community. Camille Kevin. Stephen Kevin. Hello, Palmer City Council. I do not typically get involved in matters unless they are hitting close to home. This one is. I grew up in Palmer, I have worked in Palmer, and I frequent Palmer a great deal. My background is not only as a contractor, but I'm a former Alaska State Trooper, 12 and a half years and 5 years previous in another state. I retired from the Troopers in 2017, to which I've served as an investigator in the statewide major crime unit, as well as the last 2 years in Palmer at B Detachment, working primarily major crimes and homicide. I'm also a graduate of the National Forensic Academy in 2013. So as a first responder and as an individual who has enforced our state laws and federal constitutional laws, it is with heavy heart that I even have to chime in on this issue. With that, as a current general contractor, I frequent Palmer for supplies, parts, groceries, and many, many other everyday things for my business and personal life. If you implement such an unconstitutional ordinance, I will cease to come to Palmer. I do not have to come to Palmer for parts or issue to maintain my equipment or purchase parts. I challenge the city to try to detain me for not wearing a mask. If in fact you attempt to seize a person for this, the officer, knowing this is an illegal seizure, is liable as well as the city. And regardless of who you are now committing a federal crime and may then be detained by any citizen who has the right to then arrest you for knowingly committing such a crime. First of all, this City Council has absolutely no business trying to mandate something that is unconstitutional. For you to tell me that I have to wear in public in an outdoor environment is ludicrous. In fact, if you attempt to detain me for such a reason, you've just violated my Fourth Amendment rights to unlawful search and seizure. If you tell me that I cannot enter a facility that is not a government facility, that is in direct control of the city government, you are now committing the equivalent to racial bias, which everyone seems to be upset about today. If you think that wearing the mask everyone is in any way reduces the chances of catching or spreading COVID, you are sadly mistaken. Our nation's medical community have even discussed at great lengths this issue. Simply made masks offer a false sense of protection and security. I am about the truth, not the basis of what you, a city council, thinks. Our highest state government isn't pushing a ridiculous issue such as this, and it has far greater resources than the Palmer City Council. The CDC has deemed masks don't make a difference. What makes you think you know more? I have a right to go where I want without government interference. If I choose as an individual to enter a store that serves the community without a mask, that is my God-given right as a human being. I do not need you, someone who has no clue what they are doing, to tell me where and when I need to wear a mask. It has been proven Medical factual that homemade mask and dust mask do not offer any protection against the COVID virus. That is why the N95 mask Beth Kincaid, Palmer City Council members, can you please have this read into the record? To the record of the public comment section of the proposed mask mandate for the city of Palmer. It has come to our attention that some of your members are proposing a mandatory face mask ordinance for all residents and visitors of the city of Palmer. This seems like a gross overreaction of the COVID-19 cases in the Matsu Valley. We are not opposed to individual people taking their personal responsibilities into consideration in the mitigation of this virus. Further, we are not opposed to private businesses making decisions that are right for the employee and clientele. What we are against is the one-size-fits-all edict from a centralized government body. It is impossible for your ordinance to take into account public opinion, basic freedom of choice, recovered COVID-19 patients that are at much lower risk of spread infections, extenuating circumstances in personal lives, or considering what is best for our local businesses. You were elected to impartially perform your duties. This does not include causing division in our community by unfortunate political motivation. We believe that this ordinance is misguided at its best. If you're truly concerned for the vulnerable in our community, you should be encouraging them to quarantine themselves and take personal responsibility. No one is disputing that those who are vulnerable should wear masks and be careful. Cordially, Beth Kincaid. Janet Kincaid. Yes, she testified in person. Marty Kincaid. Dear City of Palmer, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council members, although my residence is outside the city limits, Palmer has been my hometown since 1960. I chose to live here and do not want to become another Anchorage. I strongly oppose the proposed ordinance number 20-016. The social and economic effect on additional COVID-19 mandates is too much for a limited population base to support. Remember, we have a choice of where to spend our dollars outside of any city limit. What happens to the city's budget when a city sales tax diminishes and or when local businesses are forced to lay off employees or close doors? COVID-19 is a virus and will not be eradicated. The research does not warrant this emergency mandate. Look at the states that have stayed open. What are their COVID-19 deaths per 100,000 people? Look at Alaska's own statistics. Approximately 100 deaths per 731,000 Alaskans. That's 0.0001368 or 0.01368%. I have attached the Great Barrington Declaration, which emphasizes focused protection. Let those have compromised symptoms protect themselves. Do not shut down the masses to protect the few. The psychological and economical effects of the COVID-19 restrictions will be felt for decades. What is the driving force? Fear. I also have attached the article from the Alaska Watchman for a more balanced perspective. Case in point, while at Fred Meyer's yesterday, a man with a full respirator on was asking for a pack of cigarettes. Do the research. Do not enact laws in Palmer based on what Anchorage is doing. Please incorporate this email with the 2 attachments as part of the records for this emergency ordinance number 20-016. Thank you, Marty Kincaid. And here's her attachment. Molly Kincaid. Dear Palmer City Council, I was born and raised in Palmer and have grown up loving this community and the friendly neighborly nature of those who are in it. It is because of the strong community that I've chosen to remain in Palmer and raise my son here. Lately, I've felt something in this community that I've never felt before, and it's very disheartening to me. There is a massive amount of fear that has spread throughout the world currently, and I see it turning a difference of opinion between 2 neighbors into an all-out battle. We all have a difference of opinion, and one of the wonderful qualities about Palmer is that for the last 30 years, it has been a place where I know that no matter our differencing opinion, we will always accept each other and let each other live how we please, with kindness, grace, and that community spirit that works together for the common good. I personally have an opinion, like many of my neighbors, that when it comes to COVID-19, wearing a face covering is not a viable solution. I have seen no convincing data that shows wearing a face covering has prevented anyone from getting COVID-19. I have seen data, however, that shows the health risk of wearing face covering continually. My opinion is that everyone should be taking vitamin D and getting proper nutrition, exercise, and rest. Because of my opinion and the fact that it is backed by research as a viable solution, should I demand that those are choosing to eat junk food and not take the vitamins not be allowed to grocery shop and participate in town events until they comply with my solution? How would this be any different than not allowing those who choose to not wear a face covering to participate in things like our upcoming Colony Christmas celebration? This town has had quite the summer with things like Colony Days and the State Fair being canceled. We have adapted and done the best we can. I am proud of what Palmer has made of this year. We are months and months into this pandemic, and we now know what to expect and handle the situation, each in our own individual ways. While the number of positive test results are high as of late, we still continue to have extremely low rates of hospitalizations and death. Each business in Palmer has created, modified, and perfected their individual response to this pandemic and have made their own model to work for them and on the businesses and the people of Palmer. The government of Alaska has recognized that Alaskans are choosing to combat this pandemic each in their own independent manner, and while encouraging Alaskans to consider his solution for this pandemic, he has continued to give the option to choose. I urge you to please follow our governor's direction and continue to let Palmer handle this pandemic together, but also individually respecting our right to choose and have our own individual opinion and the way of living. Thank you very much for your time. Respectfully, Molly Kincaid. Benjamin King. Dear Palmer City Council, I understand that Palmer is considering a mask mandate. Personally, I do not think having a mandatory mask mandate is wise for several reasons. First of all, Anchorage has a mandatory mask mandate and the people did not respond well. They felt oppressed and were frustrated with the choices of the mayor and the city council. I do believe that Palmer residents, including myself, will find this mandate overreaching and stepping on our constitutional liberties. Second, many businesses already have mask requirements or guidelines in place. These businesses post their mask instructions on the door and politely ask those that who enter follow these instructions. However, there are also businesses who don't have mask instructions for their patrons. This is the free and helpful way to serve the community. Those businesses who want to have mask guidelines do, and those who don't. This is working for Palmer and there's no need to change it. Third, this will negatively impact businesses. I live in the city of Palmer and do most of my shopping in the city of Palmer. If this mandate takes effect, I will likely be taking large portions of my business outside of Palmer. Many others will likely do the same. I do believe that by forcing business owners to ensure compliance, many who do not currently require masks, you're putting in an unnecessary and lasting tension between customers and staff of businesses. This is a small town and many of us know one another. As an example, if I forgot my mask and have been asked to leave Vagabond Blues by a staff member for years, it puts unneeded stress upon our relationship. I do not believe that you will be dividing the very community you are attempting to serve. Fourth, you are concerned about a pending health crisis. We should be reasonably careful with COVID. However, we should not be ruled by fear about it. As of November 14th, the entire Mat-Su borough of 300,000 people had just 17 hospitalizations with COVID symptoms. That amounts to 0.01% of the population. This disease is not overwhelming our healthcare system. Furthermore, as of November 17th, the borough has had 2,346 cases. That is 2.2% of the population. This COVID crisis is not overwhelming Palmer, nor is it overwhelming the Mat-Su borough. Fourth, your threat of using force will prove to be counterproductive. According to your proposed mandate, the city reserves the right to use all available enforcement options to ensure compliance. As a city council member, your job is to serve the people. Using force to enact your own desires upon the people is tyranny, instills fears into the hearts of the people, and results in the people not respecting your leadership. You may be responsible for some unnecessary harm by your order. As a city council member, I am sure your hearts are to serve the people. As a Palmer City resident myself, I believe that the mask mandate will not serve the people. I ask that you would strongly consider these things.
Can we talk with them a moment?
Sure.
And then I'll go ahead and start reading. Want to switch? You're good? Okay. Works for me. I have not seen anybody leave.
Thank you, sir. Jane Knight, to whom it may concern, I'm opposed to a mandatory mask mandate, especially one modeled after one in Anchorage. There is a reason I do not live in Anchorage, and I do not currently shop in Anchorage businesses because I have lung issues, and wearing a mask exacerbates my issues. Businesses in Palmer will suffer the same fate from many of us going elsewhere or ordering online. Businesses can decide for themselves if they want patrons to wear masks, and individuals can choose to not patronize a business if a mask is not required by that business. If you want to mandate it in city buildings, especially those where social distancing is not possible, fine. But don't injure or kill local businesses. My other issue is that the highest rates of COVID are in Alaska cities where mask mandates are in place. Is it causal or statistically significant? No one has made those studies, but it does seem logical that rates should be higher in places without mask mandates. In short, there's no guarantee a mask mandate will work to stop the spread, and you will be harming businesses if you mandate masks. Thank you for your attention. Sincerely, Jane Knight.
I think there's a John Kittner, Kinter. I don't think you read that one.
Right there.
Oh, there he is, right here.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Thank
he's
you.
on the back of.
yeah, it was the back of the King one. Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
John and Francesca Kittner. Sorry about that. Probably better. I was angry about this yesterday. After rereading my statement, my anger was very obvious. Anyway, I would like to say I'm very much against any citywide face covering mandate. I think Ms. Combs would most definitely be overstepping the boundaries of her elected power, all in the name of being more like Anchorage. There's more evidence that the problems encountered while wearing a mask outweighs the ever so slight protection it may give you. The technical side of her mandate are too complicated to list. It is not well thought out. There will be many people like me that are not willing to comply with such government overreaching tactics. If a business sees fit to enact a dress code, including a face covering, so be it. I will not support that business. Pretty simple. There is no evidence these rinky-dink, cutesy cloth masks are no more than a way to hide or signal how virtuous you are. You want to protect yourself? Wear a mask if that makes you feel better. I won't laugh. But do not think for 1 second that anyone within Palmer City government knows how to keep me healthy better than I. In closing, take some time and do some reading. NIOSH has pretty much laid out in plain English. Take from someone who's had many occasions in the past 45 years of actually working with gases, chemicals, and smoke to have to wear respirating equipment. I know what works and what doesn't. Don't let your fear motivate you to make decisions for the rest of the community. Thank you, John and Francesca Kittner. All right, sorry about that. Marcy Kohlberg. If individual businesses want to request masks in their facilities for their own reasons, let them exercise their right to do so. We must not, however, enforce a universal mask mandate under the guise of population protection. So whatever you will about the effectiveness of a mask against this virus, but the science holds a candle to the psychological warfare behind it. Mask mandates have done more damage to our country than good. I do not believe civilians who choose to wear masks are sheeple. I do not believe those who choose not to wear one are selfish. I do believe we are engaged in a psychological war from so many angles in this country. We have lost all sense of reality and truth. As a result, nobody trusts our public media sources, nor do we have much faith in our representatives and the entire democratic process right now. We have even taken this opportunity to wage a war on our medical professionals and protective forces we depend on to pull us through this. Enough is enough. The numbers do not justify the radical response we continue to see on our televisions. We have an increase in cases, not an increase in sick people. On top of that, we actually have treatments for this disease, and they are being used with great success around the world. Unfortunately, these treatments have become highly politicized and even censored for the extent of threatening our medical workers should they even refer to these life-saving medicines. What do we focus on instead? Masks and attacking those who choose to not wear them. We need a focused protection plan for our more vulnerable population that falls in line with efforts from the Great Barrington Declaration, which has been signed and backed by nearly 35,000 medical doctors from around the world in response to this virus. The basic concept of the GB Declaration is to push for herd immunity, which is achieved by many angles but does not include further lockdowns and masks for all. I urge our council to help Palmer take a stand against a mask mandate. I get that we all are a small town with a lot of fear right now, though we could trigger the ripple effect we need in this state and this country. Let us be a voice of reason, a small town that stands for truth and logic over fear and agendas. And then she lists two different references with the Great Barrier Declaration. Thank you for your time. Marcy Goldberg. Melinda Kolvisky. Please read into the record. I do not support the mandatory mask mandate. I find that there to be conflicting studies regarding the effectiveness of cloth or paper masks. Businesses and Palmer should be able to make their own arrangements, requiring mask wearing if they believe it necessary in their establishment. I wear a mask when in public, but it is my personal decision. I find a mask mandate to be overreaching government control, and one which certainly has not worked in Anchorage. I feel such a mandate in Palmer will send a negative message and further hurt our small businesses. Melinda Kolowski, Palmer resident. Donald Coots. Hello, my name is Donald Coots, and I'm a resident and patron of Palmer. I believe the proposed Palmer mask mandate is detrimental to the city of Palmer and the businesses that will be forced to abide by these rules. This is not the role of the government. If a business wants to require people to wear masks, they should be able to do so, but not required by the city of Palmer. There is absolutely no sensible or good reason to impose this mandate. It does not work, it is not the role of the government, and it will hurt the businesses in our town. If this gets passed, where will it stop? Will I be fined if I don't abide? Possibly arrested? Since this isn't much worse than the typical flu year, will you guys require this every flu season? This proposed mandate is ridiculous and sad that it is even something we are discussing right now. I personally will try and avoid the city of Palmer if this gets passed. Thank you, Donald Kuntz. Stephanie Coots. My name is Stephanie, and I'm a resident and patron of Palmer and many of its businesses. I am absolutely against a government-mandated mask requirement. This proposal is no more than another reach for more governmental power. Leave it to each individual to live the way they see fit and protect their own health how they see fit. Leave it to the business owner to conduct their businesses the way they see fit. We all see the havoc the same mandate has wreaked on Anchorage. I just can't believe it's even being proposed now in my beloved town. Just because a small minority of Palmer residents are fearful to go out in public because of media lies and fear tactics doesn't mean the majority of the town has to lose their constitutional rights and bend to that fear. The reasoning behind wearing a mask is based on lies and inaccuracies, and the lies continue to be spread in order to gain power over the people. However, if you feel the need to wear a mask or stay home, by all means go ahead. It is your choice and right. But don't step on my constitutional rights under the veil of safety when this virus is so majorly blown out of proportion. Requiring businesses and businesses owners to refuse selling goods and services to an unmasked person is so unbelievably wrong. This mandate will certainly affect Palmer businesses and economy because many patrons will take their money and businesses elsewhere. This has already been a very difficult year of businesses in Palmer. Don't make it 10 times worse. Thank you, Stephanie Coots. Hazel Kopenberg. This is an official protest to proposed ordinance 20-016. My concerns: 1. This ordinance seems to be designed to further strangle Palmer's economy. 2. There are no proven health benefits, only negatives. I want to have this protest read into the record. Palmer, why do you want to shut down one of the few lights in Alaska? Maria Krebs. I am writing in regards to the proposed mask mandate in Palmer. As someone who works for a small business In Palmer, I do not feel comfortable having to force patrons to wear a mask. Whether they work or not is not the issue. Putting employees in a position where they have to become enforcers or face a fine is absolutely ridiculous and would hurt small businesses. I would like to point out that I personally have seen Sabrina Combs on a regular basis at my small business place of business without a mask. It is quite clear that she does not believe in masks or social distancing for herself, as she frequents my place of business regularly, and not once has she worn a mask there, and not once she has made an effort to social distance herself away from the other patrons. If masks are truly for our health and not about compliance, then I would think these people in power, such as herself, would set an example. When I saw that she was behind this, I was outraged. Not because I don't want to wear a mask, because I am required to wear one at work regardless. It's the hypocrisy of her pushing this mandate while not doing it herself that is outrageous. I hope that you will take this into consideration. Thank you. Patrick Krezel. Hello, Palmer City Council. I don't live in Palmer, but I was born here. Growing up, I spent most of my time here and worked on a small farm. I currently work at a small business and have for over 4 years right here in Palmer. If you guys implement the unconstitutional ordinance of 20-016, I will cease shopping here and take my money elsewhere. If there is by chance I need something here in Palmer, I will not comply with your mandate. COVID has and is blown way out of proportion. Anchorage has some, if not the highest numbers in the state, and has had a mask mandate for months. Please do not do this to Palmer. Patrick Kretzel. Holly Kroon. Palmer City Council, please do not implement the mask mandate in Palmer. If this is implemented, I will go elsewhere to support businesses where masks are not mandatory and avoid doing business in Palmer whenever possible. Sincerely, Holly Kroon. Mike Cruz. Good morning. I am writing to strongly urge the city of Palmer to reject the proposed mask mandate. Anchorage has been under some of the strictest masking and shutdown rules and has seen almost no effect of the spread of the virus. The authoritarian and tyrannically regulations implemented by Anchorage have done nothing except to shut down businesses and keep people living in fear. I request this be submitted as testimony against the mandatory mask requirement. 2 weeks to flatten the curve has morphed into 8 months of fear-based tyranny on the American people, and now we have gone to a new level in which we can't let up until we are safe with the vaccine, despite the science telling you that the flu vaccine is at best 60% effective. This mandate will not end in 60 days because of the fear and panic these policies create. Safety is everyone's responsibility, and we should not allow our governing officials to put mandates in place that strip away the very idea of what makes America great: individual liberty. In addition, the healthcare system is not overrun and hasn't even gotten close. Medical professionals are being laid off because there is no work. People are delaying treatments in healthcare, and the rise of ICU is due to increased domestic violence, drug and alcohol abuse, suicide attempts, BHS patient loads, and other COVID side effects. Babies in NICU are being prevented from seeing their mothers in Anchorage. People are reportedly dying not necessarily of COVID. Each death is a tragedy, and if they were taken too soon, I doubt their families or God will appreciate you exploiting their passing to ensure compliance of people. In addition, the Anchorage mask mandate did nothing to stop the spread of those smoking marijuana together and increasing the spread. Nothing in the news about this, as we deemed pot shops essential, but denied people the right to peacefully assemble and practice their religion. Your role as an elected official is not to strip away the basic liberties endowed upon the people of God. Your role is to advise the people on how to keep safe. Your mandate states that you will have the right to use all available enforcement options to ensure compliance. Translation: the government now has the power to identify and detain you should you step out of line. How very solemn of you. Will you be keeping a list of all the non for future reference? If your recommendation is mask the CDC guidelines, so be it. And any business that would request a mask be worn or not should be their individual right and apply to the agreement between customer and provider to exchange the businesses as they see fit. But to mandate compliance with the threat of force is unconstitutional and against the rule of God. I suggest you take a step back, open your Bible, and decide if you want to rule by fear or be a great leader and allow the people to make the decision that best suits their life. Stop spreading fear and lead. Thank you. Mike Cruz. Sure.
Okay, Haley Kirkup. Dear Palmer City Council, I'm submitting my testimony today in opposition proposed mask mandate that is being considered for the city of Palmer. As a business owner, I help my clients with their accounting and tax matters and have seen firsthand how the government-imposed mandates have hurt the small business community. On its own, that may not be a compelling enough reason to avoid mandates if they are proven to provide safety for the greater population. However, time has told that these mandates have created more problems than they have solved. We are now facing other threats that may bear out to be more deadly than COVID-19, not the least of which is depression and suicide in our community members. Beyond that, mandatory mask policies further an environment of fear, just as a type of environment that promotes, not deters, sickness and disease. Furthermore, mandates like the one being considered are a gross violation of our constitutional liberties and should be rejected on that basis alone. It is time to trust the people to take care of one another through kindness and personal responsibility and not mandate care from a government authority under threat of punishment. If this mask policy were to be passed, a drastic negative fallout on our business community and we the people will have a lasting and detrimental effects. As a nation, we have weathered worst storms of disease throughout our history and come out of them time and time again. The threat of COVID-19 will not be our undoing unless it unravels the liberties that our nation was founded on. It is too great of a risk and one that I strongly urge you to consider before taking vote on this proposal. Haley Kirka. This is from Laura Larson. I work and shop within the city of Palmer. I currently voluntarily wear a mask when entering a Palmer business. Any mask mandate in the city of Palmer that requires a smaller business to enforce it is detrimental to their business. Therefore, I'm against the mandate that force shoppers to wear masks. Carolyn Lamborn, I urge the council to vote down the mandatory mask wearing. Please leave it up to individual business owners. Thank you. This is from John Lamborn. As a business owner in the city of Palmer, I strongly oppose the city dictating how I conduct my business with my customers. If I decide masks are necessary on my property, that is my business, not some government agency. I will not honor an order from you. The city of Palmer does not have that authority, and if you think you do, you are sadly mistaken. It says, go to the back and continue reading. Oh, please, no mask mandate. I strongly recommend the city council not institute a mask mandate order. This is from Michael Lamphere. Please do not implement a mask mandate in Palmer. If this is implemented, Palmer businesses will be hurt and suffer because of this mandate. I know the issue of masks is very important to some and not important to others who feel it's not scientifically proven and infringes upon rights of the individual. Anchorage has already tried this, as well as many other states in the Northeast. It does not work and it harms business. Instead, the government getting involved and pushing for mandates, why doesn't the assembly and government officials push for letting businesses set their own policies? If Fred Meyer's and Cars or any other restaurant or business wishes to implement mask wearing, let them do that. If customers refuse, the store can simply refuse service or ask them to leave. And if they don't, then that is trespassing, which is already a law. Implementing mandates do nothing but rile people up in these times. It seems about 50% support masks, while the other half doesn't. These numbers are only a guess, but seem to be a right based on what I see at Fred Meyer wearing masks and those who don't. And it seems to be growing as to who isn't wearing a mask. I'm a firm believer that less government is better. Let the businesses implement their own policies and enforcement. That way people can choose where they shop or don't. I'm also believe that if people are also scared of the virus, then stay home and wear a mask. Those who aren't afraid are going to live their lives as we have since this started. Please do not pass this. I enjoy shopping and dining in Palmer, and if passed, I will stop going to Palmer. Please do not make Palmer like Anchorage. It didn't work there, and it won't. Thank you for your lamp here. This is from John Olson. Absolutely against this. No and no. We are respectful, keeping our distance, which is far compromising our lungs with our own recycled CO2. This is from Levan. I'm against the mask mandate. They do not work, and I will not wear one. I live in a free country. Have the right, and you do not have the right to close business and force us to mask. Stay home. It is flu and cold season. No mask in Palmer. Scott Lee. In reference to EO, I feel this mandate does nothing but impart further harm on businesses already struggling with the economy. I believe it should be up to the business owner and their customers to wear a mask. I know, just as I am sure anyone in this meeting knows, many people who won't go into business if masks are required or not required. Anchorage and the economic impact mandates had on just their food industry, you'll see this cannot. It will create an economy dependent on government funds, just as businesses and employees. A 7% increase in people drawing unemployment between March and June of 2020 were simply not allowed to go to work. Remember, that all started as a 14-day effort to quash. But because Anchorage was given the power to mandate whatever they wanted from that point forward, it became much more than that. The staggering thing into account here is how there are usually in the Alaska's unemployment rates decreased during the summer months of fishing, tourism, construction sectors to ramp up for operations. Furthermore, this is the iceberg, so to speak. If we allow unconstitutional ordinances in our great city borough, we will be willingly giving up our rights and consciously allowing government overreach, setting up a dangerous precedent moving forward. I believe each person should have their choice, business owners and customers alike. This is much bigger than a mask mandate, and we must fight to ensure our constitutional freedoms are preserved and that we do not city, state, borough dependent on government handouts. Let's just skip. This is just about the narrative. And remember that this all started as a 14-day effort to squash the curve. Look at how it turned out for our friends and neighbors just 45 minutes. I thank you for your time, wish you well yourselves, and to all the Palmer business owners, all the best in the coming months. Remember, we are Palmer Strong. Lee, guide and owner. Okay. Greg, I am against the mask mandate. They do not work. I will not wear one. We and do not have the right to choose business, to close business, force us to wear a mask. 6, stay home. No mask in Palmer. Did I read that twice? Okay. Okay, you're welcome, Levan. Okay. This is Amanda Leonard. I am in awe that I even need to write a letter to express my opinion on issue of masks. I guess with all the craziness in this world today, I guess that's to be expected. Always been outside the box thinkers, and Palmer has paved its own way in being unique. What Anchorage is doing. They have a mask mandate since up. So why does their mandate really work? The answer is I have fought for my country and retired, and now if put into place, I will exercise my right to not support business within Palmer. In Palmer, if people are in fear, then they have every reason to exercise their right to either wear a mask, online shop, or curbside pickup. For an attaboy, it should be looking into the well-being of people. Suicide rate has increased due to COVID. I don't see anybody addressing this. Maybe Ms. Combs should look into this. I will not live in fear of COVID. If it's my time to go, so be it. I will take precautions, but the government telling us what we will and will not do is overstepping the boundaries of me being a free citizen. I ask that you do not agree with making masks mandatory. Amanda Leonard. Okay, and Caitlin Levet. There's a bunch of OSHA guidelines here. Okay. Department of Labor guidelines, New England Journal of Medicine, California OSHA regulations, Department of Health. Neurosurgeon Dr. Blaylock. All links to articles. Okay. In closing, after all these links to articles, this is from Kathy Levet. In closing, masks are useless against protecting people from virus. If anything, it's making more people sick. Tests show that it is more likely for people that wear masks to have a propensity to get sick compared to those who breathe fresh air. Our bodies are made to fight for us, and there is strong proof that fresh air dilutes and minimizes the virus. Stop trying to muzzle us and let the people of Palmer make their own decision. I will use the phrase that liberals love to chant, my body, my choice. Caitlin Levet. Okay, and this is from Scott Lewis. Dear Mayor and City Council members, thank you for the opportunity to address the proposed mask mandate emergency number 2016. Since the founding of this country, our purpose of government, the true mandate of government, has to protect the rights of citizens and ensure our freedom. It is not the government's job to keep us healthy or to keep us safe. We, the citizens, reserve that right and responsibility for ourselves. We have all heard the ongoing mantra, follow the science regarding COVID. Many aspects of science behind COVID are still widely debated. Whose science do we follow? What if science is flawed? Do we really have to follow this COVID science to the exclusion of the United States Constitution? Do we really need to follow COVID science at the exclusion of other science? What about the science of depression? What about the science of alcoholism or mental health issues for our children? What about the science of cancer and the other diseases that are going undiagnosed and untreated because of draconian COVID mandates? Do we just ignore all that science? Finally, following the science behind COVID to the exclusion of everything else has consequences and is at best misguided and myopic and at worst tyrannical. Oppenheimer the Nazis followed science and conducted horrible experiments on the Jews. Simply following the science doesn't always have a good outcome. Following the Constitution, however, always ensures our liberty. If we proceed with implementing mask mandate, what comes next? Will a lockdown mandate speak next? Will the government body decide who is essential and who is not? What will be the next after that? Forced vaccinations? What will come after that? Health passports? What would be the next step in this progression? Isolation camps for people who choose freedom rather than complying with tyrannical mandates? It seems unreal, but how else would such mandates be enforced? There are so many parallels throughout history, and none of them have turned out well. We need to stop ourselves before we continue down this slippery slope. Many businesses in the valley are hanging on by a thread. A mask mandate in Anchorage has pushed shoppers to the mandate-free valley, and this has helped sustain business that are still open but continue to struggle. Any mask mandate would drive people away from Palmer and would put the final nail in the coffin for many of these businesses. Do you want to be responsible for such a loss of business? What about the families and employees that would be adversely affected by a loss of income and or bankruptcy? In this country, we all have the right to life, liberty, and property. We all have the right to breathe fresh oxygen, and any edict that infringes upon us is a gross violation of our human rights. We have an important decision before you, boiled down to most simplistic terms. This is a decision between liberty and tyranny. This town, your constituents need freedom and ask you to do your rights. Scott Lewis. Lillard. I'm a resident Palmer. I do the majority of my holiday shopping locally, supporting small businesses. If a forced mask mandate is issued, I'll be taking my business to online competitors, and I will not be giving it back to our community. If local businesses want to refuse service to people without masks, that's their choice, and I will also choose not to patron their store. Let small businesses choose how they wish to handle their shops. To the City of Palmer, I'm a business owner in Palmer. Since the reopening of Alaska and long before, I have managed my business responsibly with the safety and well-being of my clientele, community, and staff effectively. I believe businesses should be entrusted with managing their own businesses. This mandate will have significant impact on my business as well as others in my community. The face of my business is community, inclusiveness, kindness, compassion, and excellent customer service. Clients here leave here standing taller and not impressed and defeated. Our clients have been responsible and thoughtful of this in our business during this time. This mandate would require business owners to be enforcers of those mandates by physically removing people who do not comply. I will not put myself or my staff in that position. It creates hostility. This is not the face of my business. Governor Dunleavy has asked us to be responsible. Most people genuine respect for businesses comply. If they don't want to wear a mask as a business has required, they won't shop at those businesses. They will go elsewhere. I and my staff do not want to lose income and support from my clientele and community. Clients are already saying they will not come to Palmer, and that affects each one of us. I have purchased PPE recently, face shields that are closed at the bottom. I am now reading that these will not be an option, yet cloth masks will. It's inconsistent as a lot of mask information. It seems that this mandate is linked to social justice issues. This is not the same and should be separate. I appreciate reading my testimony. Sherry Lilly, owner of AKA Lady Barber. From Rebecca Lincecum. I'm a longtime Valley resident and have always claimed Palmer as my hometown. I have gone out of my way to support local and small businesses here, even more so during this time of uncertainty. If this mask mandate is implemented, I won't spend another penny in Palmer until it's lifted. Choice is ours as free citizens in a free society. I will not let my dollars be an endorsement of government overreach in my own backyard, but that will be my choice. I sincerely hope, for the sake of our liberties, that you stand firm against this mandate. This is from Julie Pollard. To the Palmer City Council, this meeting is an assault on my liberties. If these proceedings go in a direction of mandating the use of masks everywhere in Palmer and regulating how many people can gather, I will not shop Palmer. The loss of my businesses and that of many more individuals translate into a loss of tax revenue to the City of Palmer, in addition to loss of revenues for the small businesses of Palmer that are struggling now. We do not need to be controlled by more government business. We should not be forced to act as police. I will not live in fear. This is from a concerned citizen, Rosie Loomis. In reference to proposed emergency number 2016, I stand ardently opposed. This mandate would be a clear breach of powers and responsibilities of City Council. Your jobs are to attend to city business and not govern its citizens. Please do not make the same mistake as Anchorage Council, as it would surely have lasting repercussions. Please continue to allow businesses to make these decisions for themselves. It is certainly within their rights and not yours. I know the majority of Palmer citizens will not stand for this tyranny. I request for this to be read into the record for the Wednesday council meeting. This is from L. Lausberg. I have a disease of my lung that affects me using a mask. I refuse the mask mandate. It is not a law, so you cannot enforce it. I request my comments be read in the public record special council meeting Wednesday, November 18th. This is from Juanita Lawyer. This is very concerning to me. I have a 4-year-old autistic grandson that is nonverbal and has sensory issues. There is no way we'll be able to make him wear a face mask. So he would not be able to come into town at all. I have an elderly father with breathing issues. He will also not be able to come to Palmer, so all the shopping will be done in Wasilla. I will also not be shopping in Palmer and not be doing my Christmas shop and be doing all my Christmas shopping in Wasilla. I myself wear my face mask, but there are people who cannot for a number of reasons. Some are more personal than others. I don't believe anyone has a right to try and force an agenda just because they are power hungry. We do not live in Anchorage, we live in Palmer. There is a reason we live in Palmer. If you want Anchorage rules, then make 40-mile drive south. I hope it's realized that if the mandate goes through, it will hurt everyone in this small business in Palmer. It is not just myself and my family that is saying, if this goes through, they will not be shopping in Palmer. This is from Tanya Lawyer. Good afternoon. Just want to express my opposition to mask mandate that is discussed at tonight's meeting. I feel like the citizens of Palmer should be able to decide for themselves on the mask mandate. Our numbers here in the Valley do not constitute a mask mandate. After all, they don't seem to be working for Anchorage. I think we'll just doing just fine without it. From Dean and Darlene Lust. Palmer City Council, what is the matter with you? Please do not implement the mask mandate in Palmer. If it is implemented, I will go elsewhere to support businesses where masks are not mandated to avoid doing business in Palmer whenever possible. This is from Karen Mahoy. I implore you, do not mandate masks in the valley. We are not Anchorage. Chris Mankulich. Anchorage, with 288,000 people, had just under 13,000 cases of corona with 60 deaths. That's 0.47% chance of death, not excluding any reasons in combination for virus for the death. Matsu has 108,000 people and 5 deaths with 2,300 confirmed cases, and that's a 0.21 chance of death. Anchorage has had a mask mandate in place while Matsu has not. Anchorage has done their very best to destroy small businesses, churches, schools, and the financial well-being of all its citizens, while Matsu has allowed its citizens to make their choices based on what's right for them and their family. You're almost 6 times more likely to test positive in Anchorage, and if you do test positive, you are 10 times more likely to die from the virus. This doesn't include deaths by suicide from losing everything, children not being in school, or people not having a social network to eat lunch with and discuss things going on in their lives. This doesn't include the additional domestic and child abuse taking place in quarantine. This does not include the drug and alcohol abuse that's being taken place in quarantine. One city is doing what's right to protect their entire population during the outbreak, and the other is doing everything it can to make it worse. Apples to apples, tell me I'm wrong. How are the mandates helping anyone? Please do what's right for all of us and keep us open for business without a mask mandate. Tyranny disguised as protection is still tyranny. If you are elected to represent all of us, not to enforce your narrow view or agenda on us. Elections are not intended to be weapons to enforce compliance upon those lucky enough to not to have a voice at the table. This is Anna Marquet. I am writing today in regard to the possible Palmer mask mandate, which I very strongly oppose. I would like to have this testimony read into public record. I do not think that Palmer should take away the rights of citizens of Alaska. While I understand that your intention is to protect those with vulnerable health, it should not overwrite my personal freedoms. We are a free nation with our rights should not be infringed upon. Palmer needs to allow people to make up their own minds, but not force their will upon the general population. If someone is of vulnerable health, they can take precautions they deem necessary to protect themselves, wear a mask, order online for pickup, or go shopping during the hours that Fred Meyer, Walmart, other stores have in place for people that fit in that category. For every one person that might fit in that category, you would make 200 healthy people bend to your will. If businesses don't want to serve or not do business with someone not wearing a mask, that would be up to them. They are the ones that should be making that choice. They have the products and services they make income from, pay taxes, and all the expenses it costs for running a business. But for a city to put a mandate forcing people and businesses to obey them is overstepping the city bounds. As it is, I have already not been able to shop at certain businesses because of this. If they don't want my money, that's fine. I cannot wear a mask due to medical reasons. I have not been able to physically see my various doctors because they require masks. So now, with my health issues, I haven't seen my doctor since February. How is that fair to me? Now, I won't be able to shop in the wonderful little shops in Palmer because of your take on people wearing a mask. I want to give to the community. I want to support local businesses this holiday season. We have all been struggling. 2020 has been a rough year, but the mandate goes in effect. We are all have to shop at chain stores that deliver and Amazon. I'm not the only person in this position. Where we have had to stop seeing doctors, stop going to certain businesses, all because of the masks that even the CDC admits are being a feel-good measure and actually not effective against COVID. Have you actually read the labels of the mask you're wearing? Have you checked to see if the mask you're wearing specifically protects you against COVID? The answer is probably no. I have yet to find a mask that hasn't had a disclaimer, does not protect against COVID. All the so-called masks, homemade, medical, crochet, neck gaiters, pieces of cloth, bandanas, cloth masks sold in stores, or whatever else in the public wears, does absolutely nothing. Medical doctors have been making great strides in regard to COVID for treatments. They found the numbers have been greatly inflated for deaths because of hospitals will get more money from the government and now is very treatable because American doctors have been able to study it. Even our own Congressman Don Young now has COVID, who fits all the health risks for it being fatal. Okay. Chris Manulucic, Anchorage. I read that one. Okay. Sorry, Anna, couldn't finish yours. Too slow. Okay. Rick Markey. I asked to have my testimony read into record. I oppose the City of Palmer mask mandate. I believe this infringes on the rights of American citizens. We should be able to choose what is best for our own personal health and not mandate it to us. Because then, when does it quit? I understand that some people believe a mask will help, but one mask people are wearing actually protects against COVID-19. Every mask sold in these stores or homemade does absolutely nothing to stop COVID. In fact, the CDC has admitted that wearing a mask is a feel-good measure. I think the City of Palmer would be overstepping their bounds to mandate something that would take away one's freedom. If you go and implement this, a lot of stores will lose money this holiday season. People will shop elsewhere instead. I know a lot of people who will not go to Palmer if you pass this mandate. Are you really willing to cripple small businesses around Palmer for the holiday shopping season, even though they already had such a tough year? You need to allow people to assess their own health on what they feel is best for them, not mandate thousands of people in Palmer community to do what you want them to do. That sounds a bit like a dictator to me. Everyone needs to have a choice on what they decide is best for them. You don't pay my salary, my taxes, my mortgage, my insurance, or car payments, pay for my groceries, or anything else that I spend money on. If you want to take care of all that for me, then you can treat me like a child being told what to do. But you do not tell me what or what not to wear. I'm an adult that is responsible for my own health. This is from Anna Marson. We the people do not need the government to tell us what to do concerning our health, as if we are not capable of taking care of ourselves. We know the risk, and some people want us to wear a mask. Let them do so fine. But if someone doesn't want to wear a mask, let them be. We can take care of ourselves without mandates. We know the risk. We know statistics. Only 0.01% of Matsu area has been hospitalized because of COVID. America has battled worse cases than COVID, and we have survived. Let the people stay free. Let them do what they want. It's their body. It's their choice. Let the people decide if they want to take the risk or they do not, or not. But do not force something down our throats that we don't want to swallow. COVID has brought a lot of fear, frustration, inconvenience to our lives already. We do not need more mandates. They haven't worked, and they never will. This is from Jim Mariah. Our freedom and liberties, my body, my choice. You may create a mask mandate, but I won't wear one. It's not a law. We don't need the government telling us to put a cloth on our face. That is pointless. If a Democratic doctor is telling you it works, then please seek other sources as well to get the facts, as there are many, many, many other doctors and scientists that say masks are pointless. So I encourage you to just seek a single doctor or source that backs your political viewpoint or narrative. Science does not prove masks work. Statistics do not show mask mandates work whatsoever. Take California example. Mandates and lockdowns haven't slowed the spread. 99% survival rate, and we are killing the economy, causing more folks health problems for future wearing masks, breathing, CO2 breathing bacteria, for lung infections, discriminating against people who cannot wear a mask for health, trauma, sensory, disability reasons, so they are allowed in a place of business, or fly, or to work if they can. This is horrible. Let COVID-19 run its course. It's going to sooner or later anyways. People at higher risk should take all precautions necessary. Healthy people ought to carry on as normal. I have a long-time customer who is hospitalized with a lung infection. His doctors told him it was from wearing the mask, and to stop wearing it, you're healthy. Impact on business. You are already struggling in Palmer. And when we turn to mini Anchorage and instill fear, we won't go out. Businesses need fourth quarter sales. We'll never get through the drought of the first quarter 2021. It's been tough as it is. My wife has a small business in Palmer that's down over 50%. That's a drastic loss of income for our family. Implementing a mask mandate will further decrease sales to small business as it has in Anchorage. I don't know about you, but I don't want to go to Anchorage because of their mask mandate. I have a couple of times known a shop where I have freedom to choose what I want to do with my own body. Around 164,000 businesses that closed, according to Help during COVID. Please don't help that number increase by implementing this. Palmer, we are better than this. Let the citizens decide for themselves how they live, work, and operate. It's our bodies, our health. We don't need the government dictating that. It's eerie going to Anchorage. All the mess. People won't look at you. No smiles, no connections. Small businesses are a ghost town. But boy, was Costco packed in the parking lot on November Saturday. Mask mandates give the feeling of fear and hesitation. Don't try to create that in Palmer. We have been so relieved that we can live in a valley and not be controlled. And everyone that we know feels the same. Many people have told us what a relief it is to come to the valley and not to wear a mask. Don't kill Palmer business. We aren't Anchorage. We don't want to be. We moved to the valley because it's not Anchorage. What has been done? That was from Jim Mariah. Nicole Marsh. As a small business owner, Valley resident, I am relieved to live in a valley where we are not run like Anchorage. Sickens me that the deputy mayor wants to take Palmer that route. Mask mandates don't work. Masks don't work. Studies of people with positive results, and 80% of them wear masks. Cloth isn't stopping the spread or slowing it. It's 99% survival rate, so why are we going to further the fear, scare tactics narrative? Why are we going to make Palmer to where folks are scared to shop these small businesses that are already suffering? I have a business in Palmer. I'm down 50% income. A mask mandate that is pointless is not going to slow the spread. It's just going to kill business. These mandates show no proof of working, period. Look at Anchorage. Mask mandate has not stopped or slowed it. It's killed businesses, though. Affected people's livelihoods, affected folks' mental health, future physical health because of breathing your own CO2 and how acidic that makes your body, not to mention bacteria and lung infections. If you look at the graph enclosed from the Alaska Department of Health, mask mandate implemented in July shows that lower numbers and the graph slowly climbs, and now the graph shows high cases, all while mandated in place. Look at California, same thing. Lockdown mandates, it doesn't work. No scientific data backing it up. Healthy people do not need a mask, a doctor said. Those who are at risk wear a mask. Take precautions. Those that care for or are around people at risk, take care of things and be cautious or keep away exposed. A piece of cloth is not saving lives of our neighbors, as some state. So, if so, the graph I attached would look a lot different. And 80% plus that are positive, I read on one study, all wore masks in public. Keep Palmer 3. My body, my choice. I won't comply. We will then discriminate against people that can't wear masks during mandates. And many that have sensory/trauma, a shield is just as bad. They can't go in and shop or be free to do so. They are turned away or told wear one. Many illnesses can't wear one. Different people with sensory issues, trauma, anxiety, panic attacks, so shield isn't for them either. A customer at my husband's work got lung infection and was hospitalized. The doctor said from a mask wearing. He said, stop wearing a mask, you aren't sick. The media censors doctors that have scientific and common sense on this as it doesn't fit the narrative, usually the Democratic narrative. There are so many doctors, virologists, nurses, ICU workers speaking out that are completely against mask mandates as it not scientific and does not work. So whatever medical professionals that are helping you with this decision, I broaden your horizons and thinking. Okay, this is from Whitley Mattern. The city of Palmer should not be placed under a mask mandate. We are fortunate to live in a free society where individuals are able to make choices for themselves and do not require a select few government voices to rule them. If a business or entity chooses to require specific attire actions of its patrons, it should have the right to do so. Private groups should be responsible for how they choose to operate the facility that they own. These decisions should be enacted on an individual basis and not require a government-enforced timeline. Palmer is made up of many small independently owned businesses. These individuals work hard to support themselves and have made decisions on a personal level in order to establish their livelihood. They are proud to be part of a community that encourages small town feel where the common person is able to have their voice heard and not be oppressed by commands from city administration. Regardless of the intentions of the mask mandate, these actions are beyond the control of city officials should have over residents. Power can easily be abused, quickly get out of hand, and if used irresponsibly, can become harmful to society. We have seen this in neighboring areas where mandates are doing more harm than good to the community. This is from David Maxwell. The mask mandate serves only to help those who seek to control people through fear. I ask you to reconsider this fear mongering and be considerate of solution-based answers. A vaccine is coming, but not here yet. But there are other things that can promote other than fear. Please take a look at the video for input that can be preventive. We are not ignoring the fact that C-19 is serious, but at the same time, the other side should not ignore preventives that are proven to work. This whole subject has been political and because of that being weaponized against the people. This is having some irreparable consequences to our nation, and I may remind you, we're on this together. The consequences will affect everyone. This is Dave and Noel Maxwell. Okay, and this is from Diane Mayer. Pardon me? Oh, thank you. Okay. Can't come too soon. Number one, it is never proven that masks prevent a virus. Number two, 70% of active COVID cases are for mask wearers. Number three, this is a violation of our civil liberties. Number four, we've been lied to by so-called medical professionals who give out one set of rules and do not adhere to them themselves. Number five, we are diminishing our immune system. Number six, over 99% of cases recover, many from not symptoms. Number seven, there will always be germs. We live in a fallen world. Living in a bubble is not living. I value my freedom and will appreciate the freedom to make choices about my own body. Number eight, did I mention how many times the American people have been lied to? Number nine, who is benefiting financially from all these mask sales? Not saying this is true, but it wouldn't surprise me if political figures are financially gaining on these sales. Number 10, if you feel safe wearing a mask, even though the proof is that the preventive virus is not out there, wear one. But please allow me the same freedom not to wear one. 11, the lies that come from CDC, not to mention other authoritative services. Number 12, China imported more than 2 billion masks. No connection there. Number 13, I am an old woman. I love breathing deeply in the fresh air and smelling flowers. Number 14, you are creating unnecessary fear and panic. Number 15, and the unanswered questions and the lies. This is from David Mayer. Although I do not reside within the city of Palmer proper, but the Lazy Mountain area, we interact with the city's businesses, vendors on a daily basis. I hope that my input would be considered along with your constituents. I'm 72 years old and have seen many things in my lifetime, including family members that have polio, tuberculosis, and all the childhood diseases since the 1950s when our homes were quarantined, even when our parents were able to go to work and go about their daily business. Even AIDS allowed people to live normally, and it was up to us to be protected from them. I have been an EMT and paramedic since 1984. We who were sick are the ones who are being quarantined. We don't put casts on people because they might slip on the ice and break a leg, nor do we make them stay in their homes. We don't pull people's teeth because they might get cavities or restrict what they eat. SARS, MERS, and the common cold are all forms of coronavirus, but there are no concerns about people getting them. Why would we restrict the freedoms of people who are not sick because of fears of some others? I'm not sure the validity of this information we are fed. On the CDC site today, I see they listed the total COVID cases since January 21, 2020 as 11,300,635, and cases in the last 7 days as 1,129,790. That means that 10% of the total cases in the U.S. happened in 1 week of the total 43-week period. CDC also graphs and has graphs and narratives to show of the 3,128,187 tests done, with only 10.5% tested positive. Oh no, we should panic. We are all going to die. Oh, that's right. The survival rate is 99.4%. I think that people who fear transmission of a virus that Dr. Fauci said is unlikely the coronavirus will ever be eradicated should take heart to the supposed fact that masks work. Since masks work, they should wear them or quarantine themselves, not take away my freedom of choice to not wear them. I don't condemn them. Why do they insist they need to meet their standards? Why do I have to give up my pursuit of happiness not to struggle to breathe through a piece of cloth that collects 95 micron sized particles when COVID particles are approximately 0.125 microns? Please don't enact this mandate. Let us decide. This is civic liberty, not tyranny. Cynthia McCullough. I'm writing to oppose this mask mandate in Palmer, Alaska. Lonnie McCullough. The COVID-19 epidemic, as some called it, has changed the way citizens shop, dine, fly, and work. Though a few people have died from the virus, most have died when the COVID-19 virus is adding to additional health issues. The majority of infected people recover from the illness in 14 days or less. I believe wearing a mask should be a choice, not a mandate. From what I've read, the mask does very little to nothing at all to stop the spread of the virus. Perhaps the mayor's office should be focusing on getting everyone to boost their immune system, such as an added layer of protection. This should be the first line of defense, as an alternate to the mask or in conjunction with the mask. Either way, wearing a mask should be a choice. Please have this read into the record. Okay, Emma McDonald. The mask mandate would severely impact Palmer business. I am a barber here in town and have a large number of clients who said they will no longer do business in Palmer if a mask mandate passes. We would always take into mind the most vulnerable of our clients. We wear masks to allow any client to wear a mask without in judgment. If one is forced upon, all my business will severely suffer. Please vote against the mask mandate. Laura McHenry. I am writing to address your proposed ordinance number 2016 enacting a emergency mask or face covering mandate. I strongly urge you to vote no on this ordinance. We are entering flu and cold season, so an increase in COVID-19 cases is expected. However, there is not a massive surge in cases in the Matt Valley. We are under the health orders issued by the Governor Dunleavy, which requests, not demands or mandates, Alaskans wear face covering, social distance, and stay home if you are sick. My observation is that nearly all Alaskans are voluntarily following health orders. There is no reason for City Council to impose an edict on Palmer. Your proposed ordinance would put the burden of enforcing mandate already struggling on small business. This is a time of year when they normally look forward to increased sales from holiday shoppers and rely on that income to boost their bottom line and help them through the lean months of January and February. Many businesses are currently working hard just to stay afloat. Instead of doing what you can to support them, you are threatening to impose an undue burden of policing the very customers they rely on. Many people simply choose not to shop in Palmer. So not only will these businesses needlessly suffer, but the city will also lose tax revenue. The city reserves the right to use all available enforcement options to ensure compliance with this ordinance. What does that mean? Are you going to send Palmer City Police, who already have their hands full, to check upon law-abiding citizens or write a citation to a business owner because someone's mask fell below their nose? There is absolutely no reason to pass this ordinance. There is no evidence to prove that mask mandate is more effective than a request which is voluntary. The Mat-Su Borough has done well slowing the spread of the virus. I have full confidence in my neighbors to continue to act responsibly during this pandemic.
Should
Laura
we go ahead?
McHenry.
Should we go ahead? The next one is a little bit long. Let's go ahead and take what? You need about a 10-minute break, you think? Okay, we're gonna go ahead and take a 10-minute break. So our time here says 6:29. I'm going to go ahead and call the city council meeting back to order, please. Is everybody, don't see Richard back online yet. Do you see him there?
Nope, I don't.
Okay, I see hi. So we're, okay, but let's go ahead as soon as, yeah, as soon as you're back, let's go ahead.
Richard.
Yeah, so, but let's go ahead and start. I don't think you need to call him. He'll get here. Let me just say, we're gonna go ahead and go back online. The only council person that hasn't checked in is Councilman Best. So he should in a few minutes, and when he does, I'll put it back on the record, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So go ahead, lady.
Fine, okay, I'll look for him.
Okay. Let's see. Kelly McKay Dofai. City Council members, my name is Kelly McKay Dofai. I've been a resident of Palmer since 1977.
That's him there.
While
You need to let him in. He's in the waiting room.
Okay. So what do I do? Invite? What?
Press on
Up
his,
here.
press on his name there. I mean, he's there. There you go.
Sorry. Okay.
Okay, Councilman Best has now joined us, so continue, please.
All right, we'll just start back over again then.
Okay.
So, Kelly McKay Dofai. City Council members, my name is Kelly McKay Dofai. I've been a resident of Palmer since 1977. While I do not reside in city limits, I do own 2 businesses in downtown city limits. I've been around long enough to see this town grow into the place it is today. As one of the council members posts online, the town I love so much is made of not only the great residents within the city limits, it is made of the residents outside city limits and the businesses throughout this town. We have a diverse amount of businesses in this town that have become the go-to place for surrounding areas, including all the way from Anchorage and Valdez. This town provides fairs and community events enjoyed by all. These events would not happen if it was not for these small businesses supporting and promoting them. If I could wipe 2020 out, I would. Us small businesses have taken a hit. We are hanging on, but for how long? These ordinances you have submitted are an absolute kick to the stomach for most of us. These ordinances put all of the responsibility back on us small businesses, which we've already taken on the responsibility of providing a safe location. To me, this is telling me you do not think us businesses owners in Palmer are running our businesses right. We as a company have followed every rule and have taken every precaution to help prevent the spread of this nasty virus. We have gone so far as providing safe shopping times, curbside pickup, and website sales for people that do not feel comfortable. My staff wear masks, whether a customer is or not, and not because I have mandated them to do so. They do it out of the respect for the customers and to provide a safe shopping place. I personally have been asked several times if we require masks. My response is, it is strongly recommended, but not required per state mandate. In return, they have thanked me for providing a choice and put their mask on. Neither of my businesses are in a high-risk setting. We have much room for people to social distance, and they do not gather for long periods of time. They do their shopping and leave. We do not have high traffic, unlike Fred Meyer's and other major chains. Most of my consumers take responsibility. They know what is right for themselves and their families. I do not feel the need to take their choice of what is right for their families and loved ones. You are asking us to do your policing of this mandate at an undisclosed cost to us for not doing the job properly. You are asking my 120-pound young staff woman to tell a 250-pound customer to put their mask on or go away. You are forcing us to take a side that we should not even be in. You are asking me to put my already hanging on businesses into another battle that we should not be in. Haven't we had enough? we are doing our jobs and the best we can with what we are given. In an online group, one online council member stated their business was closed due to contact tracing. This council member is the only retail business that has been closed.
I just clicked off where it was. We're past 3 minutes now.
Oh, we are past 3 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, Kelly McKay to 5. Katie McKee, greeting. I just wanted to reach out to respectfully say that our family is not in favor of the mask mandate. Forced compliance never ends well, and I can assure you that Palmer AK is not Anchorage. I am in favor of free choice. I encourage all who are at high risk to protect themselves appropriately. I am a registered pediatric ICU nurse, and I'm confident that masking our children is not healthy. We will not participate in this mandate if it passes. We consider ourselves upstanding citizens and contributing members of our community, but forcing this initiative is wrong. We will not be participating. Please reach out with questions. Kindly, Katie McKee. Philip McKee. Palmer City Council, please do not mandate the wearing of masks. They don't work anyway. Every medical professional I know tells me this. Only very specific masks work, and that's only when they are in a sterile environment, when they aren't touching them constantly. This mandate will only hurt your local businesses. This virus has a 99.9% survival rate. Please do not give in to the craze sweeping the nation. Please do not restrict our freedoms. I live in the valley because we have way more freedoms than Anchorage. If this is mandated, you will have a large pushback from the community, and people who approve this will not be in office much longer. Thank you for your time, Phil McKee. Douglas McInnes. To the Palmer City Council, our entire family opposes the subject ordinance and demand it to be rejected in its entirety. Should it be implemented, we will refuse to shop in Palmer. We will also encourage all local businesses, should they desire our patronage, to unite and force to defy the order. Should we decide to shop in Palmer for our convenience, we will refuse to wear a mask and accept arrest and jail time if necessary, expecting a free meal and a nice bed at Palmer government expense. Thank you. Sincerely, Douglas McKenna. Dwayne Quillen. Dear respected readers, this testimony is in response to the proposed ordinance number 20-016. As a longtime Matanuska Valley resident, one with family who resides in Palmer, and one who does daily commerce in the city, I reject this ordinance for the following reasons. 1. Most state of Alaska, Matanuska, Susitno Borough, and City of Palmer buildings are either closed or already have mandates covering their facilities. Even the post office, federal, has mandates and requirements for its workers. 2. Most, if not all, Matanuska Borough school district buildings, including schools, already have mandates requiring masks and social distancing, even to the point of restricting or altering access for students and staff, thus requiring some online academics. Sports and after-school activities have been severely reduced or stopped in most cases. Most retail businesses have instituted their own mandates by posting cautions and providing guidance on social distancing, wearing masks, and even providing masks, e.g. Fred Meyer. 4. Some businesses, such as McDonald's, have closed their dining room, thus altering their sales framework. 5. As per the governor, Alaska has responded effectively to this situation and thus has some of the smallest numbers of cases, hospitalizations, and deaths nationwide. We've taken responsibility for our own health, and therefore another mandate is not needed. 6. Business owners and residents can make their own choices on their health. Forcing a mandate from your council does nothing other than adding fear to an already unstable time. 7. Risk is a factor for all humans. Attached are the most current mortality statistics for the state of Alaska and the Matanuska-Susitno Borough. In 2018, for instance, there were 4,661 deaths statewide, averaging 371 per month. The top cause of death is cancer. The 6th is suicide, which is 100% preventable. Please note, there are 50 unintentional deaths and 21 suicides in Mat-Su alone in 2018. Additionally, the data indicates that between 4 to 10 people perish per year due to influenza and pneumonia from 2014 to 2018 in the Mat-Su. There are similar numbers to COVID without closures and mask mandates. Currently, at the time this letter was written, we have experienced 98 COVID-related deaths statewide and 5 for the Matanuska-Susitna Borough. There have been 0 deaths reported for school-age children. The residents of Alaska, the Mat-Su Borough, and the city of Palmer have a much higher chance of dying in an auto accident, falling, or suicide than perishing from COVID. No death is wanted, but simply put, this mandate is not needed, nor is there an emergency. 8. Laws, rules, and ordinances have ways of being bigger than what they're originally intended. I realize that those wanting to institute this ordinance really believe they are helping. My fear is that this ordinance will be extended beyond 60 days once enacted. Sincerely, Dwayne Quinlan. And then here is a packet of attachments that he had attached to his email.
Yeah, I think so. The charts that he was talking.
There's death facts and 1, 2, and then 5 pages of charts. Okay. Miranda McQuillan. Dear Palmer City Council, first of all, I'm appalled that Sabrina Combs would have called this meeting in private if it were not for the state's Open Meetings Act requiring for a specific notice of meetings. How dare she infringe upon my freedom as a resident of Palmer to be in the know of what is being decided? I have the right to be informed. Keep in mind you won by little more than a dozen of votes. Right now, the minority is ruling the majority. You pushing your own agenda is simply unacceptable and distasteful. Basically, this is an example of big government trying to be the parent and make decisions for us, thinking you know what is best. What you are failing to see is the cure is more deadly than the disease. We will see suicide rates go up this year if we continue to lock down the state. Practicing good hygiene and getting outside is essential. Putting fear into the hearts of the citizens of Palmer is not the answer. Our mental health is just as important as our physical health. 100%, I 100% do not support a mask mandate for Palmer, Alaska. Don't let your fear interfere with my freedom. Miranda McQuillan. Bob Meir. I am opposed to the requested mask mandate for the city of Palmer. Please record this for the record. Robert Meir. Pamela Meelan. I work in the healthcare industry. I see the numbers and can attest to the rise of COVID positive and false positive cases, those ranging from barely showing symptoms to severe breathing issue requiring intubation. I am not opposed to the use of a mask when needed. I wear one in crowded stores when distancing is an issue. I'm a responsible adult after all. I'm 53 years old and still alive. I am perfectly capable of making quality decisions about my health care, which according to the left is my right. It would be unconstitutional to mandate masks and their use when there have been 0 scientific studies conducted on the effects of making masks, effects of masking specific to the COVID-19 virus. I believe in my fellow man to make their own choices based on these constitutional God-given rights. The governor of Alaska has made wise choices in trusting the people of the state with their decisions while keeping us well informed in conjunction with medical professionals with whom I hold in high regard. He's pleading with us to make good choices in a natural seasonal surge. We have all been aware there would likely be seasonal surge with this virus. It is not new news. We are better prepared and have strategic plans and effective protocols in place to deal with the virus than we had at the peak in March, April, May. How does the city council deem that they have the right to issue this mandate? The people need to know. In short, this is an incredibly powerful mandate, an exhibit in control that is entirely inappropriate in a free society. Trust your fellow man, Pamela Meelan. Christy Mercer. This mask mandate cannot be passed in the city of Palmer, and mandates all over the world need to be lifted. China wears masks all the time, and look where COVID-19 originated. The mask obviously did not keep China from catching this virus. What makes anyone think that the mask will protect them? People are now suffering from bacterial infections from constantly wearing masks, and the CDC admitted do not work. On September 4th, 2020, Chuck Baldwin wrote an article titled, CDC Vindicates Dr. Bukakik Indicts Itself. He states that the 30-year veteran physician, Dr. Ann Bukakli of Kalispell, exposed the gross exaggeration of corona death certificates that were being encouraged by the CDC as a way of manipulating public perception regarding the nature and extent of the virus. It turns out Dr. Bukaki was right all along, and her understanding of science and medicine has been vindicated in the latest report by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. According to the CDC, only 6% of deaths originally reported as caused by coronavirus were deaths exclusively caused by, As Dr. Bukaki warned Montanans from the beginning, the rest of the deaths attributed to the COVID-19 were in cases in which patients tested positive, but who had other underlying health conditions that actually caused their deaths. While news outlets all across the country are pointing out that the CDC has divided this data, showing that COVID-19 is the exclusive or primary cause of death in only 6% of the cases, and has been inflated a whopping 1,567%. It should be noted that it doesn't mean per se that COVID-19 didn't have a role to play in the other 94% of deaths. What it does mean is that patients died with or from other ailments that are far more serious. Essentially, what the CDC has admitted that those who have died from heart attacks or the flu were claimed to have died from COVID on death certificates, and in CDC reporting whether or not that was the primary cause of their death or necessarily a cause at all. If Montana COVID-19 rates are largely similar to those across the United States, this means that approximately 6 Montanans have died exclusively from COVID-19. Meanwhile, Governor Bullock and many local health boards seem to be unmoved by the latest scientific findings. Did you get that? The primary cause of death attributed to the coronavirus has been inflated a whopping 1,567%. And did you hear this? Essentially, what the CDC has admitted is that those who have died from heart attacks or the flu were claimed to have died from COVID-19 on death certificates, and in CDC reporting whether or not that was the primary cause of their death or necessarily a cause at all. And 3, 4, 5, 6, and then she had an additional 4 pages. This one is from MHSTZ 2014. My response to proposed ordinance number 20-016. Over 7 months ago, we were told 2 weeks to flatten the curve. Since that time, domestic violence deaths January through June 2020 have gone up 180% over the same time in 2019. As of July 2020, CDC Director Robert Redfield said in a Buck Institute webinar that suicide and drug overdoses surpassed the death rate for COVID-19 among high school students. The AMA states 35 states reported increase in opiate deaths during the same time. 30 to 40 million jobs have been lost. It is a well-established fact that child abuse increases during times of financial stress. As those jobs are being lost, 40,000 less children were served by child abuse prevention centers. According to an August 20 Anchorage Daily News article by Samantha Schmidt of the Washington Post, 40,000 less children were saved from abuse due to social distancing rules. A lot of misery to all age groups have been caused by social distancing rules, and it has been over a disease with a 99% survival rate for people 69 years old and younger, and a 94.6% survival rate for people over the age of 69. According to the CDC, in the Mat-Su Valley, over the last 7 days, transmission of cases has fallen 29% in workplaces, dropped 5% at retail and recreational places, but has increased 30% at people's homes. Your proposed regulation, besides being unconstitutional, would ultimately force people home where they're most likely to catch COVID-19 if we are to believe the CDC. Your idea is counterproductive idea. Just as 2 weeks to flatten the curve has stretched out for months, I wonder if you too will expand your royal decree. Will expand it to cover Thanksgiving and perhaps deprive an abused child the opportunity to talk to a beloved relative who might be able to help. Will you shut down the Christ Mass and extinguish the joy from that day also? Where do you draw the line? When do you stop? Our experience has shown us that it never stops once it begins. Your questionable preventive measures would cause more harm than they would prevent, so just don't start. Andrew Mesner. Hi, my name is Andrew Mesner. My wife, Caitlin, Our 4 kids and I just moved to Palmer from Anchorage 2 months ago. We love living here in the heart of downtown Palmer. We were recently sent a message about a special city council meeting around the topic of a mask mandate. We will not be able to attend the meeting, but would like to send our thoughts and opinions on the matter. We are strongly opposed to a mask mandate. We literally left Anchorage because of the over-regulation in business and the mandates that just kept rolling in since COVID-19. We love living here. We want to be involved here, raise our kids here, etc. The COVID-19 numbers in Anchorage are proof that a mask mandate will not slow the COVID-19 cases. There are many studies that show since the masks have been mandated, it has done close to nothing to slow the spread. We ask you not to implement a mandate and trust that the citizens of the community of Palmer, Alaska know the best for their families. Thank you. Sincerely, Andrew Mesner. Micah Mesner, I would plead that you not shut down and follow Anchorage, as I have seen many friends and family members forever negatively affected by the mandates of Anchorage in ways they will never recover. I have had my brother and sister-in-law and their family just moved out to Palmer because of what Anchorage has been doing. To be drawn, having lost will not fix the problem. Caution will. Please do not follow Anchorage. I was told to tell you to enter this into public testimony. Micah Mesner. Jeff Miller. To this message is the opinion of the Miller family. We do not live within the Palmer city limits, but our home and businesses addresses are Palmer addresses. We are blessed to consider Palmer our home city. We can appreciate the city council bringing special attention to this issue. We think it is prudent to leave the mask requirements within the city at the advised, not mandated level. The key to the CDC study was protect someone from getting COVID, but rather it would help limit the spread of COVID if someone was infected and wearing it. Continuously wearing a mask is not a standard healthy practice. Implications for asthmatics and or people with airway allergy issues. The more productive is to advise high-risk people to avoid public areas, and those with COVID symptoms or concerns should. It would be more useful to know that someone wearing a mask has possible symptoms, thus versus blindly covering everyone with a mask. We need to move forward with long-term solutions, similar to one. This virus will be around in a decade. Thus, we need to practice sustainable habits. These practices are spelled out very well on the CDC summary of that virus was drastically more costly worldwide when compared to good lessons to be learned and followed from the world's battle with H1N1. A short-term or long-term mask mandate is not one of the solutions. Thank you. Grayson and Cole Miller. John and Candy Miller. So I wish to express style restrictive mandates that are even considered here in Palmer. A lot of business in Palmer and enjoy the people and the atmosphere. I have seen firsthand the day results these mandates are having in Anchorage. My wife and I are both seniors and will no longer be doing our business in Palmer if this ordinance passes. Taylin and Tony Miller. To whom reference to emergency ordinance 20-16. We are being told that there is not enough healthcare workers to treat emergency. However, we are not being told whether that is healthcare workers are being tested constantly for COVID to quarantine even without symptoms, despite the fact that these tests have proven to be unreliable. Breaking the human spirit by doing this. We have to live with this virus now. It will never go away. This road we are on is leading us to a world where we are completely without genuine human connection. Life in order for dying to be something we do not want to do. This is not living. And mandates take too great of a toll on the human spirit and provide far too little for the human body. We need to see one another smile, to breathe fresh air, to laugh out loud with one another. We need to live life fully and unafraid right now, not one to live later. There are many greatly esteemed science and medical professionals in this heated debate. Public servants, stop grabbing power and rolling over for applause. Do not settled. Stop stripping citizens of their rights and responsibility to choose for themselves how to live. Do not support a mask mandate in Palmer. Sincerely, Taylin and Tony Miller. Darren Minkler. Not implement this ordinance. I own 2 businesses inside city limits and am not in favor of this at all. Anyone if they wish, but I would prefer not to. I'm currently on quarantine as my daughter tested positive for this, despite the fact that she wore a mask full-time at school. I have never worn a mask, and as of yet, positive. Thank you for your consideration, Darren Minkler. Okay. I would like to oppose the mask mandate in Palmer. Leave it up to the business owners as to whether or not they want to require them. We're struggling enough as it is. A mask mandate would not only do more damage to the local economy. If the mask mandates were effective, there would be a decrease in the number of cases where they are required. This is simply not the case. I'm capable of making an informed decision and do not need a city council mandating something that has not proven to be highly effective. I can ask if I am concerned. I can choose to stay home, just like every other person who lives in Palmer. I can choose to stay home or drive slower if the roads are icy. Passing a mask mandate will not make the COVID problem go away. It will only compound to make ends meet. Thanks, Caleb Moffitt. Kathy Moffitt. To Mayor DeVries Council, I request the following be read into the record for the City Council meeting on November 18th, 2020. I am strongly opposed to any ordinance that supports for members of our community. I spend time and money in Palmer almost every day. I buy groceries, fuel, store items, I routinely the Palmer Fun Run. I have been 50 years. I work in Anchorage and can shop there. I can also travel to our neighbor in the west. However, I choose Palmer. The Palmer I know does not need self-appointed progressive council person to change it. It does not need its government citizens as well as those that live around the community. A belief that the people make their choices is a slippery slope. Today, it might be a mandate. Regardless, I encourage this group to think about the domino impact to what seemed like an appropriate action in the city. And the city council has authority to issue and protect the citizens of Palmer to the burden it places on its businesses and citizens. Consider the following. What is the infection rate of COVID-19 to the citizens of Palmer? What is the hospitalization rate due to the COVID-19 of the citizens of Palmer? What is the mortality rate of the citizens of Palmer infected with COVID-19? COVID-19 is not going away. Trust that those with compromised health will make the best choices for their well-being. Will the business owners be responsible for enforcing a mask mandate? Not all masks are created equal. Design style impacts its effectiveness. How a mask is worn impact its effectiveness. Is this organization going to regulate the wearing of masks outside of businesses? In closing, I want the Council of Palmer to know that this proposed action highlights a reason for strong opposition to Palmer annexation. It appears that being within the city limits equates with the loss of freedom and a larger presence of government control. This is not an asset I desire. As for my house, I choose freedom and the ability to make responsible decisions for my family. Kathy Moffitt. Brooke Montague. Palmer City Clerk and Sabrina Combs. I oppose the proposed mask mandate in Palmer as it will unnecessarily cause strain on the small businesses throughout the city. Anchorage has had the strictest mandates throughout this pandemic and yet has the highest numbers of cases per test administered. This proposed mandate is completely unnecessary and does not need to be implemented in our valley. The community has shown great effort in doing our best to social distances ourselves, to be courteous to others by staying home while feeling any symptoms, etc. And our numbers reflect this. We do not need a mandate when we, the people of Palmer, have proven to go above and beyond to help our community. Please read into the record of the meeting. Thank you for your time. Citizen Palmer, Brooke Montague. Julia Moore. To the Palmer City Council. As an active member of this community, as one who moved here from a lifetime in Anchorage during college because of my love for this town, I'm here to say that people of Palmer are caring, respectful, neighborly, and generous. That is why when I say that requiring masks would be a grave error, I do not do so lightly or as one who bears little thought for my fellow Alaskans. It is because I care for the well-being, both mental and physical, that I urge you to reject this proposed mandate. If you research cities that have been requiring masks of their citizens compared to cities that have no such mandate, you will see that it has absolutely no effect on their case numbers. Please see link to articles below. Additionally, the CDC itself conducted a study just 2 years ago on the effectiveness of masks and facial coverings on flu-like disease and found no significant positive results of reducing the spread when worn by people with no actual symptoms of the sickness. The very fact that the CDC has yet can only state that face coverings may be effective tells us all we need to know, as the use of the word may reduces their words to emptiness and without any scientific basis. Further, the use of masks not only increases the likelihood of contracting other mold and respiratory illnesses due to the constant breathing of contaminated air, it also spreads decisiveness and fear amongst our community when unity and bravery are needed now more than ever. If we do not fight for our freedom and right to choose what is best for our own bodies, we as Alaskans and Americans are in danger of spreading something much more insidious and deadly than COVID. Please consider seriously the impact and precedent of such a decision and give Palmer the respect we deserve to choose for ourselves how to live our own lives. Thank you, Julie Moore. And then she listed 5 different links at the bottom of her email. William and Susan Moore. Palmer City Council, please do not implement the mask mandate in Palmer. We will police ourselves and do not wish to see the City of Palmer taking on this role. We want to support and protect our local businesses and see them succeed to prosper now and in the future. This mandate is not the answer. Instead, please be encouraged to protect the liberty, independence, and freedom of all our citizens. Sincerely, William and Susan Moore. Stephen Morrell. I'm against a mask mandate for Palmer, as it should be up to the individual or business to choose their way. Please read this into the public record. Thank you. Jeanette Morse. I'm requesting that you vote down Emergency Ordinance 20-016 requiring mask wearing. Please allow Alaskans to make personal choices for themselves and refrain from overregulating people's lives, such as is happening in Anchorage. The valley is far less densely populated than Anchorage, making a mask ordinance unnecessary. Furthermore, since enacting the mask mandate in Anchorage, their numbers have simply gone up, proving this doesn't work. Individual businesses and organizations can decide for themselves if they want masks worn in their establishments. Please remember that you are Alaskans and individual choice is of greatest priority to Alaskans. Please read this into the record. Thank you, Jeanette Morse. Ronalee Moses. My name is Ronalee Moses, and I own Peak Boutique in Palmer. This proposed mandate concerns me for several reasons. It tells me council has no idea what it entails to run my day-to-day operations with COVID-19 mitigation measures we have already put in place, or how well we are currently doing with social distancing. We are sensitive to the variety of needs of our customers we have presented us with. My employees voluntarily wear masks when social distancing cannot be maintained. We offer shopping by appointment, curbside, and online options for those who feel unsafe with crowds. And none of these options are being utilized by our customers. I've only heard from one customer who stated she would not shop in my store without mandatory masks. Yet I've had 13 customers tell me why they will not shop in my store if we do require masks. We've already started putting contingency plans in place to limit crowds, but because we haven't given up hoping to finally see business increase. Normally we host cookie decorating for the children at Call Me Christmas. In the middle of a pandemic, it would be irresponsible and tone deaf of me as a business owner to allow that activity to occur as usual, with the amount of spoon licking that goes on. We have adapted and have a solution to address this. Please trust us to modify our operations in the interest of public safety without going to the extreme of a mandate that does not have overwhelming public support. When City Council considers policies and mandates, they must consider the impact that they will have on the business community. Requiring business owners to be the authority on compliance is problematic. To business owners, it is not about the mask. It's about being required to police an issue on behalf of the city. If this passes as written, you will be requiring us to trespass paying customers from our store who refuse to comply. This proposed mandate implies the city will somehow compel compliance through any available means. Please enlighten us and define the penalties and the means the city intends to use to compel my compliance. I also am interested in hearing the city attorney weigh in to discuss the legality of this mandate, as well as the risk assessment of whether or not it exposes the city to future litigation. Please consider this mandate which places the burden of enforcement on your small businesses, many of which are women-owned. Don't place us in adversarial positions with paying customers or ask us to tell a non-compliant customer to essentially take their businesses online to Amazon. We don't want to alienate any customer who has supported our businesses over the years. There are many private reasons people have not for wearing masks, and they are none of my business. If the city wants a polarizing and decisive mask mandate, the city needs to be responsible for enforcement. I can't vote in the city as a non-resident, but I am paying attention to the trends of the policies the city council proposes that affect the business climate in city limits. I may not be able to vote by ballot, but I can vote with my feet and take my business to a more business-friendly environment. By all accounts, the 1980s in Palmer were rather bleak and undesirable, with boarded windows and empty storefronts. Ronald Lee Moses. Holly Mothershed. I read the council packet for this meeting, and it seems to be very much in line with totalitarianism. COVID has a 99.9% survival rate. 99.9. That's next year's normal flu, or at least it could be if we could just stop this nonsense and move on with our lives from the whole government diabolical. Requiring face masks after having already faced this illness for the last 8 months would only be taking many steps backwards, killing our once booming Palmer economy, and doing so right before the holidays. Do not pass this mandate. Do not continue to add to the fear mongering. Do not turn a blind eye to the overreach of the government. Better yet, do not continue to add to the tyranny yourselves. I support everyone's right to protect themselves. If someone feels they'd be more safe wearing a mask or face covering, I support that. But please, please, please remember my right to choose for myself not to. Sincerely, Holly Mothershed. I'm okay for a little bit longer. Okay. Caleb Moyer. Good evening. I would like to take a quick moment to let you know my thoughts on the proposed emergency mandate 2020-016. First, I would like to say I've considered myself from Palmer for the past 15 years or so. I'm a police officer for the city of Wasilla, and currently I live outside of city limits, but on the Palmer side of the valley. I do regular Palmer many times each week. My family holds jobs in the city of Palmer, and normally when I need something, I head to the stores in Palmer. I strongly disagree with the idea in the emergency mandate to force everyone to wear masks. I believe the best way to protect our freedom and nation is to leave the rights of the people up to the people. We need to give everyone person the ability to choose the necessary steps to protect themselves and their families. I have had many conversations with people concerning the wearing of masks and the severity of COVID-19. Many people have been hurt more by the mandates and restrictions than COVID-19. This is not said to take away from many of the individuals who have suffered or lost family members to COVID-19. We need to give business owners the right to run their businesses freely without forcing mandates on them. The great thing about capitalism is each business owner can run their business how they see best, and no one is forcing consumers to partake in their businesses. Many businesses have adapted their own safety ways for their employees and customers to interact without forcing everyone to be wearing masks. I think it would be the first step down a slippery slope to tell individuals who have put their livelihood on the line for their businesses how they need to run their businesses, especially if it takes away from potential business, which I believe it will. I would like to mention from a unique point of view my personal opinion as a law enforcement officer in regards to law enforcement action in the community. Community policing is a huge topic in the LEO training world today. Our job, in short, is to protect and serve the communities we are in. Generally, when the police are called to show up, it's because someone else is having a bad day, and we are there to attempt to solve the problem. Most of the job, once we make sure the scene is safe and no one needs some other emergency care, is communicating with people. Many people are finding communication on a personal level extremely challenging with a person, especially when that person is carrying a gun, other weapons, wearing a bulletproof vest, and has a face mask leaving only their eyes visible. Communication is important when trying to solve a murder or trying to figure out who stole a candy bar. It is equally as important in the relationships we all hold inside and outside of our job. A huge amount of communication is through facial expressions. Taking facial expressions away, as well as muffing the voice of those speaking, is a step backwards towards the breakdown of communication. We all received the emergency update broadcasted to our cell phones, encouraging us to maintain distance and wear masks. I believe this was This was the only needed step to encourage safety in our communities. I have faith in each person's individual choice to determine what they need to be doing to protect themselves. I believe this is a dangerous step towards removing the rights of the people and giving the government dangerous power to decide. Linda Moyer, Palmer City Council, please do not implement the mask mandate in Palmer. If this is implemented, I will go elsewhere to support businesses where masks are not mandatory and avoid doing business in Palmer whenever possible. I see it as an abuse of authority when you want to enforce something that the governor of Alaska does not feel necessary. I do not wear a mask when I feel it is appropriate, but it is not appropriate to force a mask mandate. Sincerely, Linda Moyer. Paul Moyer. I will appreciate you reading this to the record of the meeting to be held Wednesday, November 18th, 2020, concerning the unconstitutional proposal to require all humans, whether healthy or not, to wear masks that hinder their ability to freely breathe fresh Alaskan air, which dehumanizes their appearances, hinders nonverbal communication, and serves to spread an irrational fear. From the Declaration of Independence. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and the laws of gods entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the cause which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with the certain unalienable rights, that among those are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence indeed will dictate that government long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly all experience hath shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer, while evils are sufferable than to the rights themselves, by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under an absolute despotism, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. The ability of a healthy American to breathe fresh air is a natural right endowed upon them by their Creator. No government has the right to remove this liberty without the due process of the law as enshrined in the U.S. Constitution. Any public servant who unlawfully and unconstitutionally enforces such illegal and unconstitutional laws, ordinances, or other orders loses all legal immunity for violating a person's natural rights. Moreover, if a public servant uses physical force to enforce an illegal and unconstitutional law, ordinance, or order, they shall be subject to the same use of force by law-abiding citizens while defending their natural rights. I do not live in Palmer, but I frequent and shop in the city limits. These are the principles I will apply anywhere illegal laws, ordinances, or orders are affected upon me or my family. I say this as an American who served my country in uniform for 25 years, not as a threat, but as a promise should you or your forces choose to impel such evil and unconstitutional dictates. Paul Moyer. Rachel Moyer. Palmer City Council members, good evening. I'm a full-time worker for a small business in the heart of Palmer. I do all my shopping and personal business in this town, which indicates that the emergency ordinance 2016 will greatly affect me and my job and my personal life. We all have been living in and through this pandemic since April. We have read the suggested actions to take. We've either tested positive for COVID or we personally know someone who has. We've had time to think and prepare. We've assessed the risks and are taking action accordingly. To enforce such an ordinance as 20-016 is a gross overreach by the city of Palmer. And on what basis? We do not go maskless without forethought. Our hospitals are prepared and equipped. Our governor has left us to make our own decisions, and I choose to respect my neighbor's decision to make the best choice for them. My neighbor's choice to not wear a mask does not affect my choice. Our businesses have and are exercising their freedom to require a face mask and turn people away if that is what they want to do. In our small town, we are living and dealing with this pandemic in a rather peaceful state compared to the nation around us. Our goal is to put a stop to the pandemic without destroying our own livelihoods or that of our neighbors. The emergency ordinance 20-016 is not going to help us reach it. In this time, we need our neighbors, our families, and our fellow Alaskans to pull together and support one another. If our jobs and businesses are to survive, we need to respect one another, keep our businesses open, and our jobs steady. Creating strife and turning customers away is not the best interest of any of our businesses, nor in the community's best interest. It is not just about health. I do not want to live in a town where we call the police on each other because one chooses not to wear a face mask, which in turn puts our law officers in an unattainable position. Respectfully, Rachel Moyer. Johnny Murdoch. While I could support a resolution urging all the follow the recommendations in this ordinance, I urge a no vote making these recommendations a city mandate and law.
We missed. I think we missed a Muncie, Victoria Muncie. Is she on the backside of Johnny?
Nope.
You see a Muncie? Okay, we're good. Nope. No, nobody has it.
Nope.
Must be a typo. Or a phantom. Okay, do it in right there.
Yeah, it would be.
The
It's not
next
here
one
though.
is Murphy, I think,
Okay.
right?
No,
We
there's
haven't had
Murdoch.
Murphy yet.
Yeah, we're getting ready to do Carrie Murphy.
We're doing Carrie Murphy right now.
Right.
Would you
We
put it
just
out?
did Murdoch, right?
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you. Carrie Murphy. I'm writing this on behalf of my husband and family. I do not agree with this ordinance. We wear masks into stores. We wear them at school. We wear them at church. They are obviously not working as the numbers are still going up. Making us wear them more isn't going to help. Making this ordinance is just going to alienated people and keep them from coming into the town. The businesses are going to suffer. As a resident of the city of Palmer, I completely disagree and ask this not to be passed. Thank you, Carrie Murphy. Oh, okay. Jonas Musgrave. To whom it may concern, I would like to address the recommendation to require masks in Palmer. Palmer has a great reputation that consists of kindness, local support, and being a community based on relationships. To mandate masks is to change the entire dynamic of a thriving community. Allow me to demonstrate this through a story from a friend. A man walks down the street and has a sandwich. He runs into a man who does not have a sandwich. The man asks if he could have a sandwich. The man thinks about it and says, "Sure, you can have my sandwich," and proceeds to give the man a sandwich. A relationship has been built based on compassion and gratitude. A second scenario occurs. A man is walking down the street with a sandwich and runs into a man who doesn't have a sandwich, but this time a government official comes over and tells the man he has to hand over his sandwich. The man says, "No, this is mine. I worked hard for this sandwich." The official forces the man to give up what's his. The man concedes. There has still been a relationship established, but now it's of bitterness, resentment, and entitlement. By requiring masks, it takes away the choice to build relationships based off compassion and kindness, which is what Palmer is known for. Please don't destroy the very reason people enjoy living in Palmer. I urge you today to not mandate the wearing of masks that could create bitterness and resentment in a town filled with compassion. In this time of isolation and hardship, the warmth of Palmer's people may be the primary thing that keeps hopes alive. Please don't take it away. Thank you, Jonas Musgrave. Rhoda Myers. Hello, I would like to reach out to the Palmer City Council in regards to the special meeting that is planned for November 18th at 6 p.m. regarding mandatory masks and city limits, emergency ordinance number 20-016. I ask that this testimony of mine be read into the record of the meeting. I strongly urge the council to not mandate masks in Palmer. Alaskans have watched as Anchorage instituted a mask mandate months ago, and their COVID numbers continue to rise dramatically. In addition, so do the reports of bullying and serious community tension. I've worked with many individuals who have special needs and other health issues who would be greatly affected by the mandate in a negative way. I have witnessed firsthand how many vicious and mean retaliatory remarks and incidents that these individuals have expressed due to the public being uneducated while having a mask mandate in place. It tends to only justify some individuals' inherent need to bully and create a mob effect. It is a recipe for very traumatic experiences that some individuals will struggle to cope with long after COVID is a concern. As Americans, we have the liberty and freedom to make personal choices regarding our health. This is a matter of entering to a slippery slope. At this moment, it is only masks being discussed and suggested as mandated. Next year, perhaps something else. We stand on the fact that Americans are free men and women who have a right to make their own choices regarding these matters. We all continue to work together for the greater good for our community, doing things like grocery pickup, proper sanitation, and wearing masks when deemed appropriate, social distancing, etc. But these things should never reach a point where they become mandated. We are concerned that in doing so, you will only continue to heighten fear, the divide among neighbors and community members, and institute a system of penalties and punishments for things that are not the government's right to control or mandate. Palmer is not California. Palmer is not New York. Palmer is not Anchorage. The community chose you to help support our city, not institute mandates that will start to become like a mini dictatorship over a town. Please remember your boundaries and do not take liberties where you have no right to do so. I, for one, do wear a mask everywhere I go. I only pick up groceries at the curb. I have not been into a store, church, or restaurant since the end of January and use hand sanitizer before and after pumping gas, etc. We've even decided to homeschool this year out of an abundance of caution. However, we do not support or endorse any mask mandate whatsoever. Let the people continue to be free American citizens so that so many brave men and women fought and died for, to be adults and exercise their free choice regarding their personal bodies, health, and constrictions regarding such. Thank you respectfully, Rhoda Myers, Alaska Faith and Family Services Executive Director and Care Coordinator. Nellie Nardini, Palmer City Council. I'm writing this letter in regard to possible mask mandate in the city of Palmer. I'm a medical provider in Palmer and have many elderly, asthmatic, anxiety, and COPD patients. It is not in their best interest to be wearing masks. We do encourage them to social distance, but the risk of them wearing masks can be very dangerous. These patients still need to shop for goods and enter buildings for medical issues. When in public, they are harassed and removed from stores, which is a very bad practice already. A mask mandate is only going to make this worse. I have also had a large number of patients who now have COVID-19 and recovered, most with only minimal symptoms. These patients also don't need to be wearing masks as they've already immune from acquiring and spreading COVID-19, but these patients are harassed and removed from buildings. Please, if you feel compelled, write a recommendation for people to wear masks, but do not write a mandate for their use. Thank you, Neil Nardini. Garrett Nelson. Please don't impose a mask mandate. If your office forces this, it will only create conflict and animus between businesses and patrons. Let's not make doing business any more difficult. Keep in mind that a majority of patrons of Palmer businesses don't live in Palmer proper and have been going about their lives without masks, and we are fine. The language used by Deputy Mayor Combs as well as Governor Dunleavy, who's referenced, is dramatic, unhelpful, ignores the reality of cases and deaths, and is evidence of a desire for a creeping nanny state. Why not allow businesses and patrons to operate however they want regarding masks without fear of repercussions from an overbearing council? If the businesses want patrons to wear masks, they should be free to do so. But the opposite should also be true. The hospitalization rate is 0.0% or 0.07%, and the death rate is 0.013% or 0.13%. This is not something that requires you to meddle with how people want to run a business or conduct themselves. Freedom is more valuable. Garrett Nelson. John Nelson. To the Palmer City Council, the resident of Palmer, the Mat-Su Borough, and all Alaskans, this disease has a greater than 99% survival rate. We will all get it sooner or later. My grandparents homesteaded back here in the 40s, and they faced a far greater risk than what we are facing today. I was born and raised in Alaska. My wife was born in Palmer Hospital, and we are residents of the Mat-Su Borough. I'm a business owner, and my family votes. My family and I adamantly oppose a mask mandate in Palmer and do not want our community turning to another anchor like Anchorage, which is sinking the economy of Alaska. This proposed mandate will hurt businesses in Palmer and reduce revenue to Palmer's tax base by deterring people from conducting business in Palmer. There is plenty of contradicting scientific data as to if masks are effective or even safe. It even states on the box of masks that these masks do not keep you from getting COVID-19. Wearing a mask is a personal decision. I, for one, need oxygen to breathe, and I have freedom to choose whether or not to wear a mask to wear a mask to protect myself from others. It is up to me to manage the risk in my environment. No government has the authority to force me to wear a mask, which stifles every breath I take. No government has the authority to demand businesses act like Nazi brown shirt code enforcers to bully people into wearing masks. No government has the authority to issue unconstitutional mandates that infringe upon our unalienable freedoms. The government's only position should be to issue timely recommendations, best practices, and proper guidance, such as drink plenty of fluids and take supplements to boost your immune system, like vitamin C, zinc, vitamin D, etc. Wash your hands before and after you eat or touch your face. Consider limiting your gatherings and or keep your distance, or consider wearing a mask if you are in a high-risk category or around others. Cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze, then promptly wash your hands or use hand sanitizer. Use sanitizing wipes to keep counters, tables, commonly touched surfaces like doorknobs clean. And if you're sick, stay home. If, however, the City Council chooses to pass this mask mandate, it will be the Palmer community who will suffer the most. We are happy to take our business elsewhere because we will not comply. John Nelson. Sierra Nelson. I'm opposition to the mask mandate. Sierra Nelson. Sharona Newest. To my fellow Palmer residents and members of the City Council, it has been said that one of the most valuable gifts you can give another human being is the ability to look at a situation from another perspective. This is what I shall attempt to do now. Regardless of how you feel about politics or public health issues facing us today, I would like to offer a different perspective on the issues of mask mandates that I would ask you to consider today. Statistics have shown that 1 in 3 women have been victims of sexual abuse. As you know, these statistics are even higher than the national average in the state of Alaska. For some of us, our innocence and our voice was stolen in such an egregious way. For some of us, this mask mandate hurts us more deeply in such a different way. To be forced to have our faces covered causes us to have flashbacks and relive former trauma. A few of the physical symptoms I have seen are inability to breathe, heart racing, etc., all signs of panic attacks and PTSD. This mandate is not good for many reasons, in my opinion, but this particular one is very personal to me and those I love dearly. Going into the post office the other day to pick up a package, I noticed a sign on the window that depicted a mask with the caption, "Please be considerate." I'm asking you today to do just that. Please be considerate. Be considerate of those in the community like myself that have been victims of abuse and how this impacts our mental and emotional health. You may see it as no big deal or just a piece of cloth. To some of your fellow citizens, it represents so much more. I encourage you to really consider this as you make your decision today. I'm all for people wearing a mask if they feel so inclined, for one reason or another, but please also consider the implications of mental and emotional health. Oh,
Councilman Best's phone.
and all those in
His
your
phone
community.
is making some, can you see there over here where the participants are? Councilman Best, we need you to mute your phone. We're hearing things, or John, or I guess John or.
I'm not union, so I don't know how to do that.
Thanks.
Yes, my water, you don't drink it. It's fermenting over here.
Okay, now you muted him. Okay, good. Thank you. All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I should have waited till you weren't done. Yeah.
Okay, very good. Okay, from Ellen Newfer. Palmer City Council, please do not implement the mask mandate you're considering for Palmer. There is little to no evidence that requiring masks in any way changes the number of COVID-19 cases occurring in the area. If people feel more comfortable wearing one, that is absolutely their prerogative. But for those of us who feel masks will do nothing to stop the spread of virus, this is simply an infringement on our rights. If you choose to implement this mandate, my family and I will avoid Palmer and look elsewhere when shopping. We have no desire to do this, but we feel it would be necessary. Thank you for taking this into consideration. Heidi Ober. It's my understanding that there are some residents proposing a mask mandate in Palmer. As a Palmer resident myself, my family and I respectfully request that you do not support a mask mandate. The data can be argued in favor or opposed, but we should have the right to choose. We can coexist. Those in favor or inversely all, the while honoring individual business choices to recover coverings. Do not make it a mandate. Jason Oler. Palmer City Council, please do not implement the mask mandate in Palmer. If this is implemented, I will go elsewhere to support business where masks are not mandatory and avoid doing business in Palmer whenever possible. This is, this is from Peter Opheim, and he already came and spoke in person. But Evie has not, so this is Evie Opheim. I am alarmed that the city of Palmer would consider any mandates. I am here to implore you not to follow the example of Anchorage. We've had months of research and learn about this virus, COVID-19, and we know that forcing masks is not the answer based on science and many doctors' professional opinions. Aside from the health concerns, I think the toll this will have on children. I have young children who are still learning what's safe and not safe. It's not safe for them to become conditioned to go with adults who cover most of their face. They cannot identify them or even see them as someone they can talk to, even if this is wrong. This is also damaging psychologically. They cannot connect emotionally and feel isolated and robotic, guessing what the teacher wants because they can't hear very well and can't read lips or expressions. I cannot allow my children to be conditioned to dangerous practices, and I don't feel right about engaging in it myself for many additional reasons I have not shared. Please hear us all out and fight for our freedom to choose what's best for our families. God bless your work and your family. Okay, this is from Barry and Heather Ozarelli. We respectfully request that our City of PalmerCouncil does not implement the mask mandate in Palmer, Alaska. If this mandate is implemented, we and others will likely be forced to go elsewhere in support of business where masks are not mandatory and regulated, as this violates our basic human rights as Americans. Mandating a face coverings or other regulation of basic human rights, the right to privacy, and of person by the 14th Amendment, which prohibits states from making laws that infringe on the personal autonomy protections provided in the 13 amendments, is a direct violation and overreach of government. Additionally, the following list includes, but not limited to, supportive reasons that mask mandates should be rejected and denied. There have been no clear, convincing scientific verification that mask mandate will protect you or anyone else from COVID-19, not to mention the fact that masks themselves are believed to be highly ineffective, as the percentage of particles that escapes masks is extremely high. If you disagree and believe they're effective, then by your standard, a mask wear would be protected, and therefore a mandate to wear all masks would be invalid. Per the Annals of Internal Medicine AP journals, it specifically states, Oberg and Brousseau demonstrated that surgical masks did not exhibit adequate filter performance against aerosols. In conclusion, both surgical and cotton masks seem to be ineffective preventing dissemination of SARS-CoV-2 from coughs of patients with COVID-19 to the environment internal mass surface. Additionally, according to ResearchGate, it should be notified that 3M Filtrate MP2800 are advertised to filter out particles as small as 0.3 microns, the size of some virus, while SARS-CoV-2 is reported to be 0.06 to 0.014 microns in size. So its relative efficiency to efficiently filter pathogens during this current pandemic is truly unknown. COVID-19 has a diameter of approximately 60 to 140 nm, I don't know exactly what it is, 0.06 to 0.14 microns. Therefore, the size of particles of SARS-CoV-2 COVID-19 is even smaller than the outbreak in the 2002-2004 SARS-CoV, and is too small for any known mask to be effective. Given this fact, it would beg the question, if you believe masks are so effective, then why are mask mandated cities are the numbers of COVID cases higher than other areas? This matter has so many other factors that need to be considered: the factor of herd immunity, rights and freedoms of citizens, business and economic loss. Number two, to be clear, this is not an issue as to whether masks should be recommended. The issue at hand is that masks should be forced upon individuals with the threat of policing of government, be mandated with little. Next we have, it looks like Kitty Owens. It has brought to my attention that Sabrina Combs has suggested a mask mandate and model her suggestion after the city of Anchorage. As a tax-paying resident of Palmer, Alaska, I have to absolutely disagree with her request. I believe what makes living in the Valley area so wonderful is respect of our individual choice, and that is a right that should be not infringed upon. There are signs in the major grocery stores and restaurants that request masks is worn when entry, and from what I've seen, people do uphold those requests when asked. But turning that request into an order for the people of Palmer, Alaska is very worrisome. Myself and a member of my family both tested positive for COVID-19, despite both working in facilities with extremely strict PPE policies and guidelines to follow. The Center for Evidence-Based Medicine at Oxford University summarized 6 international studies that show that masks alone have no significant effect at interrupting the spread of the virus in a general population, and cloth masks are less effective, filtering out just 3% of particles. This is just one example, though there are many other credible studies that show a lack of mask efficacy. As Palmer, Alaska residents, I believe we have the right to our individual freedoms and ability to make choices for ourselves. I completely reject the notion of a political body for decide the fate for myself and if my neighbors by forcing other mandates, policies, restrictions, and fines. I want to share a major concern I have regarding Sabrina Combs. It appears she has an affiliation with Anchorage Assembly member Chris Constant. This is someone who I feel is not comfortable making decisions, suggestions, or choices for myself and my peers. I hope you take this in consideration, and thank you for your time. Ali K. Paca. Hello, I'm opposed to mask mandate. Is unethical and unconstitutional. Please read my comments so it goes in public record. Sakura Patterson. I'm opposed to proposed mandate for the city of Palmer. Tracy Paulson. It is brought to my attention that a mask mandate is being considered for the city of Palmer. I am writing this to let you know that I'm against such a measure. Anchorage passed a mask mandate only to have the positive test numbers get higher every day. Meanwhile, people cannot wear masks, are being bullied and harassed over something that doesn't appear to be helping. I myself am unable to wear a mask. I cannot go anywhere in Anchorage, and I feel at least I have some freedom to get out in Palmer. I feel the people of Palmer have been responsible, safe in their activities, and low numbers have, along with our children being in school, shows that there's currently no reason for such a mask mandate in the city. Next is from Caleb Pemkick, and he's already spoken in person. Next is Jack Phelps. I moved my family to the Valley in 1984. Our youngest child was born in Palmer 30 years ago. Matsu is a great place to live and is not Anchorage. We should always remember that Palmer isn't Anchorage, nor should we want it to become like Anchorage. The COVID scare has already altered many of our well-established patterns of living. It is troubling, however, to see how quickly some people believe the disease should be used to increase the power of national, state, and local governments to dictate the details of people's lives. Some of us donned the uniform of the United States military service and spent part of our youth fighting wars on foreign soil. Why did I spend 2 years slogging through jungles in a faraway land? It was not because it was fun, it was because I believed in the liberty granted me by the United States of America and its form of government. And I believe the people in other parts of the world should not have to live under tyranny. We did our best to keep tyranny from ruling in Vietnam, even though ultimately our effort was unsuccessful. Some of my friends died trying. But none of us in those days believed we would someday see our own government use a disease as an excuse for tyrannical dictating that we would wear, where we could go with and whom we should associate. Yet it is exactly what this proposed ordinance pushes us towards. Aside from a lack of clear scientific evidence that masks are the right solution to the alleged problem, there is a question of authority to be considered. How can anyone possibly believe that being elected to city council somehow gives that person a right to act as if the entire region is populated with kindergarten children under their care? We don't need nannies, as Governor Dunleavy has suggested. Alaskans are fully capable of making their own health decisions. We'll be fine if we just left to decisions on our own. We constantly hear pro-choice crowd tell us government should keep our hands off our bodies. Fine. Sounds like an appropriate response to this proposed ordinance. Please do not act this ordinance. We don't need it, and there is clear evidence that enforced mask wearing can be downright dangerous for some people. Perhaps more people than actually even know it. Moreover, given a tiny percentage of elderly people who are actually sick enough from COVID to be hospitalized, the threat is minimal. The danger certainly does not rise to the level that justifies draconian measures by a local government that curtail the liberty of free people. This is from Liz Phillips. I am in complete disagreement with the mask mandate in Palmer. It is a breach of our freedom to mandate such a thing. There must be respect that we are free to make our own choices regarding wearing such a thing. I fully endorse being respectful of our fellow Americans. Part of that duty lies in responsibility of each person staying at home when sick, so to mitigate the spread of many illnesses out there. The other duty of respect is that the freedom to choose whether to wear a mask be upheld. The city of Palmer will suffer a great economic loss from a choice to mandate these. I am one of those who will no longer bring business to Palmer as mandate is set in place. I've already cut back my support of businesses in Anchorage by over 90% due to the mandate here. I'm sorry for the small businesses and church that to suffer because of political agendas and power-hungry politicians that think they know best. They are not listening to American people or being loyal themselves by infringing on their freedoms in this manner. Did I skip somebody? Shh. Okay. Okay, next we have from Natalie Phelps. I do not think it is necessary right for a mask mandate to be imposed upon the people of Palmer. Rather than legislating, these issues should be left to the individual to decide. If someone wants a mask, that person can choose to do it for themselves. It is not needed that a mask mandate be imposed upon the city of Palmer. My family will choose to frequent places that are not mask mandated. Okay, this is from Chad Phillips. I'm writing to you in opposition for the mandatory mask mandate. I feel masks are an individual choice and should not be mandated or enforced by government. Please consider voting no on this issue. This is from Kennedy Reese. It has come to my attention that a mask mandate may be voted in, and I'm writing to you on behalf of many residents of Palmer. I moved to Palmer 7 years ago and fallen in love with this community and a wide variety of people that represent our great city. All so different, yet always worked to keep togetherness in our community. I feel as if a city mandate of this magnitude will bring unnecessary divisions to our community. I appreciate the efforts of wanting to protect our community, but there is simply not enough evidence of mask effectiveness to be enforcing American citizens to wear them just to protect them from a flu that has a 99.6% recovery rate in the state of Alaska. We have more chances of dying of heart disease and malpractice than this flu. I suggest instead of masks, we encourage Palmer to take action that is actually proven to help fight sickness and strengthen our immunity: exercise, healthy eating, and vitamins. We could encourage local restaurants to add healthier options or menus. We could even have evening walks that everyone could participate in. And if we already have marches, I feel it'd just be safe to have walks where they can practice social distancing. And we can fully support local businesses that sell vitamins, herbal teas, and hydrating beverages. We are not going to fight this flu by hiding in our homes and wearing masks. We'll fight it by focusing on individual health and supporting each other as we do it. Palmer has always been different and done things differently. Let's handle this flu differently than our surrounding cities. Okay. Oh, Neil Pilgrim. I oppose the mask mandate because I think it's an assault on our freedom. Masks turn us into zombies where all communication interaction is lost. I will shop where I feel free. Read this into the record. Brian Plummer. I am writing this letter in opposition to the proposed mask ordinance in question. When the media is supporting a surge in COVID-19 cases, we have not seen corresponding rise in hospitalization, deaths in the Mat-Su Borough, Palmer, State of Alaska, or United States in general. Since the beginning of the crisis, most of the models, data, and predictions of experts have proven completely off base. It is unfortunate that those loose standards of COVID reporting. That didn't take me 3 minutes. I know I'm slow, but not that slow. Yeah, okay. Okay, when contemplating the value of mask mandate, we can look next door to Anchorage to see how they fared with their mandates and closures. Anchorage is sitting around a 0.043 infection rate, and the Mat-Su Borough is sitting at a 0.021. Anchorage's COVID restrictions are far stronger than the proposed Palmer ordinance, and as we all know, have been in place for the duration of the crisis. According to a poll done in August by ADN, 1 in 6 Anchorage small businesses do not think they will make it through this crisis. Palmer's had new establishments open in the last few weeks, Bleeding Heart Brewery and the Matanuska Brewery restaurant. We recently saw social media posts from the owner of the Matanuska Brewery talking about how much he was looking forward to opening his new restaurant in Palmer. In it, he compared the business atmosphere of the Valley and Anchorage, discussed how much the current COVID regulations in Anchorage have negatively impacted his ability to operate and be profitable. These two businesses spent hundreds of thousands of dollars bringing their visions to life and have done it in a local fashion as anyone could ask for. Wasilla has a much higher population base to draw from, but they chose Palmer. It's a 60-day mandatory mask ordinance. How do we want to welcome them to town? The businesses in Palmer are supported from all over the state, and mandatory mask mandate will drive away customers. COVID has a significant impact to small businesses across America, yet local economy seems to be chugging along. I do not think anyone will disagree Palmer's small business driven. Is there a reason the council wants to shoot them in the foot? If a business wants their customers to wear a mask or establish it, that is their prerogative, and they can accept the potential loss of business that may come with the decision. It is not a function of city council to dictate what business owners do at their store. I doubt this type of government overreach will set well with Alaskans in general and will have future consequences as other businesses look to expand and pick other communities to do so. Okay, this is from Sally Poland. And Sally has been with us all night long. Okay, and Sally writes, I am hereby stating my adamant opposition to this proposed ordinance. I'm 100% opposed to the proposal to the mask silence the buyers and sellers in Palmer for 60 days. I would be against it for 1 day. There have been no determinate science that masking the general public prevents the spread of COVID-19 virus. In reality, this proposed emergency ordinance speaks to no emergency at all, but is actually an exercise in grabbing power of our individual freedom to live and move and shop freely in this beautiful little town. Many of us are ready to stand up to this overreach for control by elected officials and shout, not on my watch. Palmer City Council, please mind the real business of Palmer and leave our personal lives alone. P.S. Would you really ask fellow business owners to turn in and treat customer shoppers as criminals for not wearing a mask? This is Doug and Marlon Prinz. In regard to Ms. Combs' proposed ordinance 2016, I and my wife are opposed to any such ordinance for the city of Palmer. We see it as government overreach that the city council has been elected to do. We would ask the proposed ordinance 2016 not be passed. Caitlin Randall. Hi, I've been a resident of Palmer, Talkeetna, and now Wasilla for over 20 years. I can tell you the city of Palmer does not need or want a mask mandate. You're trying to take away people's free choice. I shop in Palmer frequently and will not be shopping in Palmer if I'm forced to wear a mask. Small businesses will not survive. I will not support a mask mandate in Palmer or in Alaska in general. I vote no. Okay, Esther Ream. We are a Palmer resident since 1975. We do not need a mask mandate in Palmer. It is ridiculous that Sabrina is trying to take the rights and my choice away from me and the Palmer residents. If she chooses to wear a mask, that's fine, but if others don't, that's their choice as well. Bev Reimer. I am writing to you, the City of PalmerCouncil, regarding proposed mask mandate for the City of Palmer. I, along with a multitude of other residents in the great Palmer area, oppose this kind of mandate like this. It is totally unnecessary. This would place an unnecessary burden on Palmer businesses to have to enforce such a thing, as well as council infringing on our personal rights. We do not need to be treated like children. We know how to be careful and how to recognize that we are responsible for our own health. Instead, a mask mandate and government overreach that this will become, why not encourage our town to set an example for healthy living such as exercise, vitamin D, vitamin C, healthy eating, etc., etc. I would rather spend money on dispensing vitamin C and D3 to those who need it rather than trying to provide or mandate chemical-laden masks for us to breathe into. No one feels very good after wearing these things. That should give us a clue that they aren't very good for us. And no, I don't believe my health is more important than your freedom. Our founders gave their lives and all they owed for our freedoms we enjoy today. I feel it should just be left up to individual businesses to make their own decision. If they want to require masks, that is their right, and people will choose to respect that. If they don't want to require it, that's their right too. It's interesting how some will claim my body, my right when it comes to abortion, but those who oppose being mandated to wear masks sometimes are slapped down when the same thing is said in regards to being forced to wear a mask on our body. Rebecca Rindall. I'm strongly against your mask mandate. You seem to be proud of the fact that you want to structure this mask mandate like Anchorage. Well, we are not Anchorage, and if you like Anchorage so much, I invite you to move to Anchorage and leave Palmer alone. There is not one town, state, or country that mask mandates have reduced the spread of C19. In fact, if you look at CDC studies prior to C19, they found that masks did not slow or stop the spread of any virus. All you will do with your mandate is drive a wedge between the citizens of Palmer. Please leave your personal feelings at home and listen to the actual people's community and overwhelming against the mask mandate. Olin Rindall. I'm strongly against your mask mandate. It seems you guys are proud of the fact that you structure like Anchorage. Well, we are not in Anchorage, and if you like Anchorage so much, I invite you to move to Anchorage and leave us alone. Plagiarism. Okay. Stan Roach. My name is Stan Roach. I and my wife live in Alaska for 40 years. I am now reading from testing guidelines put out by the Center of Disease Control and Prevention. Should I be wearing a face mask? No, anyone who is well. Yes, anyone for COVID-19 or symptoms. Yes, if a healthcare worker. Yes, if a caretaker or someone infected COVID-19. I have a doctor's degree and do not need a politician to tell me when I should wear a mask or stay home. I followed CDC recommendations and I've done very well. Palmer, Alaska is not Anchorage, Alaska. Do not force this on us. It will cause much rebellion by good people. We, the people of Palmer, Alaska, have enough sense to know when to stay home and when to wear a mask. Never tell a free man people cannot come into his home to worship God and celebrate Thanksgiving. Okay, that is Stan Roach, and this is Stanley J. Roach. In regards to Palmer mask mandate that the City Council is considering, I am asking that the bigger picture be considered on behalf of our community. I believe everyone should be able to choose to wear a mask if they feel it will protect them and their loved ones. However, to impose such a mandate takes away our right to personal choice and forces business owners to enforce a policy they may or may not believe in. We live in Palmer, not Anchorage. Please do not mandate a policy that takes away the Alaskan spirit of choice and community and instead forces conformity. We will get through this pandemic health-wise, but we will never return to what we have community-wise if we pass these type of mandates. Elena Roberts. Dear Miss Atlee and elected Palmer officials, I am writing to voice my strong opposition to the mask mandate for the city of Palmer. We recently moved out of Anchorage to Palmer to escape the irresponsible overreach of city government. It would be devastating to find that Palmer follows us in Anchorage's footsteps. Anchorage should not be our model. As a lifelong resident of Anchorage up until 2 years ago, I watched as the policies and bloated government have ruined a place I've called home. They've mishandled this virus at every turn and attempted to enforce unconstitutional restrictions on the Anchorage people only to see the virus spike and rise anyways. The mask mandates have not helped. In fact, many studies have shown that wearing masks for prolonged periods of time is extremely unhealthy and actually hurting more than helping, but it is another point entirely. Forcing masks upon the city of Palmer will force citizens who, for a variety of reasons, cannot or will not wear masks to take their businesses outside of the city. Or even worse, this mandate would force many people into further isolation, the effects of which have already been seen to lead to depression, abuse, and suicide. Most of us have been negatively affected by the government's actions, whether local or federal, than we have by this virus. I'm pleading with you to listen to the people that represent when they say they want freedom in Palmer. We want to be allowed to follow our own conscience and allow others to do the same. Please say no to a mask mandate in our beautiful city. Seth Roberts. Regarding any position or mandate by the Palmer City Council for a mask mandate, I would like to state that I am firmly against it. I wholeheartedly respect an individual's choice to wear a mask or not. Even the governor, in his emergency declaration yesterday, said he would not mandate masks but advise each person to do the right thing. I would ask Palmer representatives to follow the thinking, allowing Palmer residents to take care of themselves and one another from mandates. Thank you for your time.
There was Jeff Roberts on the back of
Oh.
Elena Roberts. Jeff
Elena,
Roberts.
oh, sorry, Jeff. Okay, Jeff Roberts, saved by the mayor. I'm a Palmer resident and want to voice my opinion on the matter. I have read many articles regarding use of face masks and have little or no effects to avoid spreading the virus. He cites one example from Google, as well as studies to show the adverse effects of wearing masks from Clin medical journals, along with the adverse effects from wearing masks from a specific article, also reports CDC verbiage indicating ineffectiveness of wearing masks. It says, while surgical masks provide a barrier against large respiratory particles, they are ineffective at providing protection from smaller particles. Surgical masks also do not prevent leakage around the mask when the user inhales. Therefore, surgical masks are ineffective and do not provide enough protection when performing direct care for patients with COVID-19. Some questions to consider. Do the majority of people even wear a quality of mask as a surgical mask? Have the spread of the virus decreased in the heavily mandated areas? I believe the answer is no. The virus is finding ways to spread regardless of mask usage and other mandates. Please don't eliminate the choice and liberty for Palmer residents to decide for themselves whether to wear a mask or not. I strongly disagree if mask mandate encourage powers to be to not vote in effect. Okay, this is, did I do Donita Roberts yet?
No.
Okay, Donita Roberts, please, no mandates of any sort. This is the United States of America, the land of the free and home of the brave. Enough said, have an awesome day. Kelsey Roth. My name is Kelsey Roth, and my husband and I lived in downtown Palmer for 3 years. My husband and I love Palmer for its charm, sense of community, and overall small town feel and atmosphere. I've said it many times, if I didn't live in Palmer, I would not live in Alaska. Although we've recently moved 10 minutes outside city limits, we've maintained our real estate downtown. I do all my family grocery shopping and much of my local shopping and eating downtown. My husband works for the Matanuska Electric. We are very much physically, financially, emotionally invested in Palmer. Throughout this COVID-19 pandemic, fear has been rampant. First, we were scared because it was a new disease and doctors were unsure how to treat it. Then it was feared the hospitals were completely overwhelmed and PPE supplies would be insufficient. I was personally furloughed from work as a dental hygienist in order to preserve PPE for all essential medical needs. Most importantly, widespread death of Alaskans were feared to be immeasurable. I'm so happy that in most cases, COVID-19 does not require hospitalization and professional treatment. It is such a wonderful thing for early 2020 predictions that are wrong. While this flu is very real, it also has a very real 99% plus survival rate. Unfortunately, I believe that most people haven't truly realized or celebrated these successes because the rampant fear continues, fueled by testing statistics and continuation of COVID mandates and protocol, which include mask wearing in many settings communities. I believe individuals are being encouraged to fear this flu, the flu with a 99+% survival rate. For individuals who should choose to continue personal protection measures such as public mask wearing, I respect them for their choice. That's wonderful that so many restaurants and businesses and churches have accommodated for the needs of this population, and virtually any service can be accessed from the comfort of one's home without leaving their vehicles. For those waiting for and wanting a vaccine, I respect you. However, I believe that punishment or public shaming individuals who so choose not to wear masks and continue their business life as normal is wrong. Not wearing a mask does not mean individuals do not care for the community. For some, it is a sign that they trust their body's innate immune system to fight off the disease, believing they will be stronger after the battle and natural antigens and immunity. No vaccine is needed. America is envied and beloved worldwide for the freedoms individuals are allowed and encouraged to exercise. Why would COVID-19 strip those freedoms away? Stop the mandates, stop the fear mongering, stop the division between maskers and anti-maskers, vaccinations against anti-vaxxers, Republicans against Democrats. When individual differences are celebrated rather than debated, unity is born. I urge you not to make mass mandates that encourage division within the community and strip the freedom of choice from individuals and individual businesses of Palmer. This is from Hillary Saffin. I asked my email to be read in the record. Details. Must wear mask whenever 6 feet from anyone but your household. All employees in Palmer must wear a mask when with customers. Must require or compel removal of non-compliant individuals from business or building your own in Palmer. City of Palmer reserves the right to use all available enforcement offices to ensure compliance. Arguments against masks. No scientific verification that your mask selection will protect you or anyone else from COVID-19. Governor Dunleavy is not mandating masks for an entire state. My freedoms are being taken away when the government mandates masks. Palmer City Council, please do not implement the mask mandate in Palmer. If it's implemented, I will go elsewhere to support business where masks are not mandatory and avoid doing business in Palmer whenever possible. This is from Ben Sandy. Please do not implement the mask mandate in Palmer. If this is implemented, I will go elsewhere to support businesses where masks are not mandatory and avoid doing business in Palmer whenever possible. This is from Nathan Showerman. I strongly oppose the mask ordinance for the city of Palmer. Businesses should be allowed to use their own discretion to determine whether masks are necessary or not for both employees and customers. Customers who feel unsafe at business should take their business to a company that shares their mindset. This ordinance is a violation of freedom and should not be passed. This is from Kay Shugard. The insanity of government overreach and personal invasion by these mass mandates are an insult on our individual lives and preferences to choose. There is much more at stake than just a few people contracting a virus with such an insignificant effect on a majority and overwhelming survival rate. The damages madness will cause destroys far more than just health. It destroys livelihood, and a domino effect will roll downhill from there. I will refuse to comply. This is wrong on so many levels. Angrily yours. Okay, from Jenny Schmidt. Please do not implement a mask mandate in Palmer. If this is implemented, I will go elsewhere and support businesses where mask mandates are not mandatory and avoid doing business in Palmer wherever possible. Also from William Schmidt, please do not implement the mask mandate in Palmer. If this is implemented, I will go elsewhere to support businesses where mask mandates are not mandatory and avoid doing business in Palmer whenever possible. Like-minded people. Okay, this is from Rebecca Schrepfer. I'm against a mask mandate in the strongest possible terms. This is not freedom. Requiring masks is infringing on civil liberties. I am not legally responsible for the health and well-being in others. I am only responsible for my own health and safety and for that of my own children. The choice to wear a mask for the benefit of others should remain an individual choice and not a law. In effect, this mandate would deputize local business owners to enforce it. I do not believe you have the power to do that. You will have just given struggling small businesses another regulation to comply with. Business owners are not enforcement agencies. Let's not create a liability for them. This could also create a liability for business because they will be giving medical advice without a medical license. To use all available enforcement options to ensure compliance is overbearing and authoritarian. I support people's freedom and right to wear masks, but not mandating them. This is from Daniel Schroeter of Schroeter Trucking and Excavating. I have been a loyal business owner in the Valley for the past 28 years. I have raised my family to continue and watch my children raise my grandchildren here in the Valley. We've chosen Palmer as our home because of the amazing community. The mask mandate that is being talked about frustrates me and causes incredible turmoil. Please listen to me as I speak for myself and my family. God created all of us without a mask on our face, but with an immune system for times like these. That being said, the cycle of life has always existed and continue to exist to weather its COVID-19, the Spanish flu, or one of many other diseases that the human race has seen during our existence. Part of life is death through disease. I believe that everyone should and has the right to decide whether they want to wear a mask or not. If you believe that a mask is going to protect you and others, then by all means wear one. However, just as I respect the choice of others to wear masks, I do not believe that choice should be decided for me. Whatever your choice is or mine, we need to continue to respect each other's choices no matter what. As a community, we are going to all get COVID at some point or the other. I understand slowing the curve and trying not to overwhelm our resources. However, a mask mandate is not the solution. Once you start telling me what telling I or our community can or cannot do, where will it stop? You say, for the greater good. But you don't know me, my family, or my circle. Part of the beauty of the community, of our community, state, and country is the ability to have choice. I'm not fighting for you to demand one way or the other. I'm fighting for the rights that started this nation, to have a right to choose. The solution is not going to be creating a mass panic among the community while taking our basic rights of choice away. The basic solution we need to be looking at and encouraging our community and businesses to do is what we have done every year as a flu, cold, whatever virus hardship comes our way. Wash your hands with soap and water. If you're sick, stay home. Continue to unite the amazing community we are. Look out for your neighbor and family and pray. Don't let this cause an even worse pandemic of hate and unrest, but continue to allow us to choose what we believe to be in the best interest for ourselves and business. From Craig Schultz. The potential mask mandate removes choice from Palmer residents and only amps up the fear that is already immobilizing and isolating too many of us. The low number of cases in our area, along with the mild symptoms, does not warrant such an overreach. The opinions of a few must not dictate the freedoms of many, and each one of God's natural given right to be self-responsible. Please allow the capable citizens of our community to show common sense and do not force mandates on us that fall on business owners and fellow citizens to enforce. This does not build community trust or provide hope in the weeks ahead. The course that the City Council has taken over the months has proven very solid and satisfactory, and that course needed not to be altered. This is from Martha Schultz. Please consider all the residents of Palmer when determining COVID mandates. Have masks been effective? I don't see how, if the state tells us the numbers are going up, please allow good citizens of the area to make mature decisions for themselves. You have used good wisdom in the past, and I commend you for it. Please do not cave to political pressure, especially as total cases in Palmer have been relatively low, but the economic implications of the measure could be devastating. I urge the council to vote no on the mask mandate. Rodney Schultz. Please do not implement the mask mandate in Palmer. If this is implemented, I will go elsewhere to support businesses where masks are not mandatory and avoid doing business in Palmer whenever possible. Sarah Scullies. I'm very concerned. Oh, I'm sorry. Hello, my name is Sarah Scullies. I live in Wasilla. However, the Matsu Borough is my home. I grew up in Eagle River, Alaska since 1978. I'm very concerned about the push to mandate masks for the city of Palmer. Where does this end? Do we flatten the curve again? Whose response was determined when this will end? Viruses don't end. Testing everybody regardless is not wise either. To follow the foolish guidance of the Anchorage Assembly is not only a slap in the face of Palmer residents, but is reckless. Not to mention the testing numbers don't add up. When you have the virus of almost 100% survival rate for the majority of people, a mask mandate is useless. I'm not going to go into masks working or not working. The residents of Palmer are perfectly capable of handling their own health. I urge the City Council to please don't go down this road. This is from Tony Seelan. It looks like it's.
Just a minute. There's a Ching, S-A-E-C-H-A-O.
Okay. Sheng Shekisho. Hi, my name is Sheng Sekisho. I'm a resident of the great city of Palmer. I moved out to Palmer because I love the small town feeling with all the great folks here and most importantly, less government intrusion into our personal lives. We are not Anchorage, nor do we have the same population of it, so please don't govern like Anchorage mayors. I feel that the newly appointed deputy mayor is using her newfound power to push the tyrannical agenda that the city of Palmer does not need. I feel that we've purported Ordinance 2016 is crammed into the faces of residents of Palmer, and the floodgates will open up for more government overreach in the future. Yes, there's a second wave of COVID outbreak around the state of Alaska, and frankly, it's all around the world. Anchorage has had a mask mandate since June, yet infection rates are still climbing, providing mandating mask wearing is not a solution. Please take a cue from the governor and ask the citizens to wear masks, but do not force us to wear one. Last time we checked, we are still living in the United States of America. Thank you for your time. Okay, this is from Tony Sellen. And this is going to expire, I'm sure. Nally, I just found out about the meeting this evening. So much to convey, and this is being my least favorite way of communication, but limiting the council chambers to 10 total people is not public testimony. I must confess, this summer, despite all the trials and tribulations occurring on a global scale, it has been nice to live in our island like the atmosphere of Palmer. Weekend concerts has been a highlight that few communities have been able to enjoy and speaks to the independent nature of our community. I've had weekly interactions of people coming out to Palmer to escape the suppression of Anchorage, and those that could have sold their Anchorage homes and moved to the valley for this sense of calm, level-headed sense of community that has suddenly come up too short around this nation. There is no possible level of human interface today that can actually convey which I like to express. One cannot know how someone looks at life without walking in their shoes. And for me, reality has merged over many lifetimes. So I will attempt to convey a short message with a couple of highlights from the millions of options and knowledge I convey from the physics that every action creates opposite and adverse reaction. Let's start with the first part of the Declaration of Independence. In Congress, July 4th, 1776, the unanimous declaration of 13th United States of America. Then in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another and to assume among the powers of the earth that separate and equal station to which the laws of nature of God's entitled them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by the Creator with certain inalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. To secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it, to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles, organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. These were bold words, carefully scripted and boldly signed by our fathers, who in doing so committed a treasonous act against a crown punishable by death. Thank God for their boldness. I would like to review several details that seem to be forgotten in today's world. All men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator. This is it 10 o'clock yet? Oh, it's only 8:30, okay. I'll read this one, then we can switch. Because I like these people's names. This is Maxim and Maria Segura. Do not enact a mask mandate. It is unconstitutional, ineffective, as indicated by the CDC website that you yourselves reference in the ordinance text, harmful to the health of your constituents, to any others doing business in the city, and shows an utter lack of concern for your city residents' rights and well-being. If you truly are the opinion this is a good move, Do your constituents a decent move of asking them first. This is not about keeping people safe, as likely we all understood already. This is an inconsistent measure that falls apart under even a modicum of scrutiny. Reference below attached sources, and there is 4 of them. Speaking of, from the HWO's most recent pamphlet, Advice to Decision Makers on the Use of Masks for General Public. Many countries have recommended the use of fabric mask face coverings for general public. At the present time, the widespread use of masks by healthy people in community setting is not yet supported by high quality or direct scientific evidence. There's no potential benefits or harms to consider. Okay, and so, okay, here we go. Conclusion. The recommended to wear surgical masks to supplement health measures did not reduce the SARS-CoV-2 infection rate among wearers by more than 50% in a community with modest infection rates. Some degree of social distancing and uncommon general mask use in this data are compatible with lesser degrees of self-protection. Can I do a 3-minute break?
Oh, sure. We're gonna go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We say 8:25 here.
Hi guys, I told you it was coming. As soon as the break was there, I was going to stop this video and restart it. We've got about 10 minutes. Sometime in the next 10 minutes, this will immediately begin again. If you haven't already went to my website, I plugged it. Go there right.
I'm gonna go ahead and call the city council meeting back to order. And those online, you missed it. Deputy Mayor gave me a Christmas present and I shared it with everybody, so everybody got cookies, so. Anyway, yeah. So let's see, Councilman Best is still not back, but let's go ahead and start and then I will put into the record whenever he comes back, okay?
How do I let them back in?
Yeah, it'll say waiting room or
Oh,
something
waiting
like that.
room,
It says
okay.
something.
Move your mouse, because your mouse is right here.
Yep.
And you're gonna move it to like flip screens, and then it'll pop up there.
Oh, okay,
And then he'll be up at the top, and when you hit their name, you'll see the mute button.
okay.
So then you put it back in this way. There you go.
Start.
That's farther than now.
Alright. You read that one?
Robert Shanks is who I have.
Yeah, we're Shanks.
Well, there was another one.
I read that one to Maxim.
No, but there's another one with the same last name though. The Sergeyeva. There's a Maxim, Maria, and someone else.
I read Maria, didn't I?
Yeah, and then you
I
read
read
the
Maria and Maxim.
conclusion.
Start with the Maxim.
So there's two of them together. Never mind.
We're good.
Right, and then you read the conclusion of
Right,
both of those.
correct.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
there's three of them. Okay, we're good.
Yeah.
All right. Robert Shanks. I was raised in Palmer, graduated from Palmer High, and now work here in the city while my kids attend in person school. I choose to live, shop, and work in this city because I love the city and the people that make what it is. All the businesses in Palmer, big and small, that I have been to and work at requires masks and usually ask the customer politely to wear one upon entering with a sign at the door. I wear one and see most people do. I personally hate wearing the mask, but I do have respect for the businesses that are asking me to and the customers they serve. When I first heard the proposed mask mandate, it made me feel disappointed in the two newly elected council members. Palmer residents and business owners are responsible adults. Mandating something that we already practice is basically having the city council, tell Palmer residents that we're doing it wrong and the council knows better, so do it our way. Yesterday, 11/16/20, Anchorage had 433 cases and Palmer had 5. Palmer is not Anchorage, and we shouldn't be treated as such with a mask mandate modeled after Anchorage. I believe if the cases and hospitalizations become too high, the governor will institute statewide mandates that other states have just started to implement. We know how to take care of ourselves and each other without mandating. Even with a mandate, people who now wear masks are still going to wear masks, and people who don't are still not going to wear them. Most businesses, even the one I work at, don't have the staff or time to check each person that comes in the door, and even though the ordinance says not to shame people, that will inevitably happen. In a year of sickness, depression, and stress, we could use some more positive messaging from our council. Like keep it up, Palmer, for having low numbers of positive cases by wearing masks, washing hands, and keeping 6 feet of distance. Instead of Palmer City Council passes mask mandate because Palmer residents can't be trusted enough to slow the spread on their own. We can and we are. I see it every day at work and when I shop in town. Please do not pass this ordinance. We Palmer residents can get through this together as responsible adults and citizens. Tanya Shanks. Hello, my name is Tanya Shanks, and I would like my voice heard about this ordinance. I work in Anchorage at a hospital and have lived in Palmer for over 40 years now. I want to share my 2 cents about the mask in Palmer. I believe that the business owners of Palmer have the right to make their own decisions when it comes to masks. I have supported businesses that require and do not require masks. I believe in shopping small and believe that Palmer thrives on small businesses. If anyone does not feel safe going into a business that does not have a mask requirement, they have several choices. They can go in and wear their mask, they can shop at another store, or they can ask the owner if they can put on a mask while they are shopping. Since I visit and shop quite a bit in downtown Palmer, I've had the chance to ask owners what their thoughts were about the mask. Many of them cannot afford to lose any more customers. They are already on the verge of shutting their doors forever. This is something that Palmer cannot afford to lose. One of the many charms of Palmer is the many choices of stores. I know the owner of Misfit Consignments makes several arrangements to accommodate the variety of shoppers. The owner of Non-Essentials was allowing people to FaceTime with her so she could walk her phone around the store and they could virtually shop. The owners of Fireside Books put up a curbside pickup area outside their store for customers that did not want to or could not come inside. And the owner of Kombucha 203 had homemade masks available for use. Well, they have made the conscious decision to adapt to the current situation, this is not a long-term solution. This is also not something that the government can fix. The box stores are already doing what is best for them by requiring masks. The small business owners should be able to make up their own minds as to what requirements they are asking us customers to comply with. By passing this ordinance, we will be wasting taxpayer dollars, everyone's time, in the spirit of Palmer. If this idea were brought forth to the deputy mayor by a business owner, they should be proud that we live in a great country where they are allowed to own their businesses without government rule. They should be thankful that no one is controlling how their businesses is being run. They should also be thankful that if they want to require masks in their own businesses, that they have the freedom to do so. Thank you for your time, and I hope that Palmer makes the best decision for Palmer, because after all, that is why we all love Palmer so much. Tanya Shanks.
We need that pictured in.
Oh, okay.
The time is going to be 8:42.
Okay, Councilman Best has joined us now.
Can you hear me?
Yes?
Perfect.
Aaron Shelley. Hello, Norma. Please consider this statement as public testimony on behalf of myself. I request my comments to be read into the public record at the special council meeting on Wednesday, November 18th, 2020. I work and live most of my everyday life in Palmer. For the record, I'm against the proposed mask mandate by the City Council of Palmer. Not only is it a gross overreach of authority, but it will be also have unintended consequences, such as a false sense of security. Masks are highly ineffective at preventing the spread of COVID-19 and an adverse impact on local businesses. Taking away all of our citizens' constitutional rights is not warranted given the current situation. The vast majority of people that acquire COVID-19 recover, approximately 98%. People need to be responsible for their own actions. If you are high risk, you need to take preventative measures to protect yourself, rather than a blanket policy that adversely impacts everyone's lives. Thanks to President Donald Trump, we now have multiple vaccines, and this will be behind us soon. We do not need mandates by liberal Democrat politicians who don't believe in science and simply have a deep-seated desire to control other people's lives. We can make decisions for ourselves. I am much more qualified to be making these decisions for myself than the Palmer City Council. Thank you, Aaron Shelley. Kristen Shields. My name is Kristen Shields. I am the owner of Paradise Tanning. I believe that a mask mandate will hurt the small businesses in our community. Not everyone will want to abide by this mandate. Many business owners are already struggling and trying to recover from prior mandates. With the pandemic and mandates that have crippled or closed so many businesses, you, Sabrina Combs, must be delicate in this matter. By instating your law, you are asking people to abide by something that you yourself have a hard time doing. Please do not follow suit to what is going on in other states. Elected officials do as they please and expect the community that they control to abide by the rules. Do not be a hypocrite with an agenda that you feel needs to be passed. You are a social lady and need to be better about setting an example if you're going to be passing strict mandates and threatening business owners that do not comply, that there will be punishment. Controlling the community is not the answer. Allowing people to make a choice for themselves. In this unpredictable times, without knowing for certain for the long-term effects or if mask mandates even work, you are asking people to trust you blindly. If the environments that we walked around in were sterile, then maybe a mandate such as this would work. Most people do not wear the mask correctly in the first place, making them more susceptible to the virus. Men with beards that stick out below the mask make it very ineffective. You cannot mandate men to shave, so that makes mask will sufficiently work. Mask wearers that have them fall below their noses make it pointless. Touching your mask constantly makes it pointless. Trust the community you live in to be diligent. If you are asking business owners to potentially turn away customers that do not agree with the mandate, which cannot come into my salon and use tans they've bought and paid for unless they have a mask on. Customers that do not agree with the mandate will take the business elsewhere. We do not have the luxury of a curbside tanning. I am not dictating to my customers what they can and cannot do. That is their choice. As an elected official, it is your job to listen to both sides of this dispute, whatever the majority of the people want, and how to best represent them. Trusting that the community will be diligent during this time, in my opinion, is the best way to gain respect in your position. I urge you, Sabrina Combs, to allow the people of this community to trust in you and feel secure in the decisions you make on behalf of them by not forcing anyone in this mandate. Respectfully, Christian Shields. Just in short, I drive school bus for the MSBSD. I see everyone wearing masks everywhere they go. Today I walked into a school that I love to drive for, and half of the staff had to do double take because they didn't recognize that it was me. It makes it difficult to identify students, teachers, and who's supposed to be there, and in some cases, who's not. I feel strongly that these masks add another stressful, unnecessary task for people of any businesses to pay attention to. If I'm afraid of someone in a bad way, with a weapon intending to cause me or my students harm, with no way to defend myself slash students, do I wear a Kevlar vest everywhere I go? I've been watching for months. To this day, I have not seen a single person that washes or sanitizes their hands every time they touch their mask. This literally renders the mask absolutely useless in the case of touching an infected surface prior to touching your mask. I am not discounting that COVID can be dangerous for specific people, but the protection the mask is supposed to provide should be optional. If you choose to wear it and feel the protection necessary, do it properly. Don't force it on the rest of us that find it unnecessary. Thomas Sickler, grassroots local is standing up to the ever expanding bullshit. Anchorage, with 288,000 people, has had just under 13,000 cases of corona with 60 deaths. That is a 0.47% chance of death, not excluding any reasons in combination with the virus for the death. Matsu has 180,000 people and 5 deaths with 237 confirmed cases. That's a 0.21% chance of death. Anchorage has had a mask mandate in place while Matsu is not. Anchorage has done their very best to destroy small businesses, schools, churches, and the financial well-being of its citizens, while Matsu has allowed its citizens to make choices based on what's right for them and their family. You are almost 6 times more likely to test positive in Anchorage, and if you do test positive, you are more than 10 times more likely to die from the virus. This doesn't include the deaths by suicide from losing everything, children not being in school, or people not having a social network to eat lunch with and discuss the things going on in their lives. This doesn't include the additional domestic and child abuse taking place in quarantine. This doesn't include the drug and alcohol abuse that's taking place in quarantine. One city is doing what is right to protect their entire population during an outbreak, and the other is doing everything it can to make it worse. Sincerely, Thomas Sickler. Got an itch. Destin Silva. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Dustin Silva. I was born and raised here in Palmer. I left for a bit for college and returned 5 years ago with my wife. We came back to Palmer because we both wanted to raise our family here. Palmer is truly a special place. I am writing to you all to inform you that I'm in opposition of the proposed emergency ordinance regarding a mask wearing mandate in Palmer. I have 3 questions for you to answer before you vote on this. 1. How are you going to enforce a mask mandate? The ordinance says you will use all available enforcement options. It would absolutely be inappropriate to utilize the great men and women in our police department to enforce this mandate. They have much, much more important business to attend to. 2, do you want the Palmer to turn into Anchorage? What makes Palmer so special is that it is nothing like Anchorage. This mandate, spearheaded by Councilwoman Combs, is the first step to Palmer becoming like Anchorage. The mask mandate does not seem to be working there, not to mention the Anchorage Assembly has lost its citizens' trust. Do you think this is going to help your annexation project? Ordinances like this in the future would impact all of those new territories. The citizens that reside in the study areas for annexation are paying attention to what you're doing right now with this ordinance. Nobody wants unnecessary government overreach. This will hurt the annexation project. Palmer businesses have been doing great with taking the right steps to protecting themselves and their customers. They are doing this on their own, all the while struggling to keep businesses' operations moving in the right direction. This mandatory mask wearing ordinance by Councilwoman Combs is sending a clear message to businesses and citizens in Palmer that the City of Palmer government does not trust them to make responsible decisions. Don't forget, this government exists because of our great citizens. I admire Councilwoman Combs for doing what she believes in is best for Palmer. All we can hope for as citizens is that our city council members are doing what they think is best for Palmer. However, this ordinance misses the mark and has only created a division in our town. This ordinance is not what's best interest of Palmer. City council is not the correct platform to advocate for political parties' policy on the matter. Governor Devlin encouraged everyone to wear a mask. Notice how he didn't issue a mandate. He wants folks to make the best decisions on their own without government enforcement. The council must follow the governor's lead. The council must vote against this ordinance. The council must believe in and support its citizens and businesses to make the best decisions for themselves and others without government overreach. If for some reason this ordinance passes, I ask citizens and businesses in Palmer to ignore the ordinance and to continue to do the best you can for yourself and for your neighbor on your own terms. Respectfully, Dustin Silva. Dene Silva. Dear City Council, I would like this read into the record that my family and I are strongly against this mask mandate. I feel it is unhealthy for healthy individuals to be breathing through a mask all day. It weakens the immune system. If this condition is spread by hand to face contact, then wearing a mask multiplies the likelihood of more hand to face contact. I feel that those that are too afraid to go into the public can utilize all the curbside accommodations and allow the rest of the public to shop and dine freely inside without a mask. We recently walked out of a restaurant that was requiring masks to dine in. How does anyone eat and wear a mask? So businesses are losing customers over this. These masks are so unfriendly, and I feel it's dividing us more. I've walked by several people just because I didn't recognize them. This is very sad to me, all because of a virus that has a 99% survival rate. Why are we allowing this to divide us and hurt small businesses in the process? Freedom doesn't require a mask. Freedom is a choice that should be left to the individual to decide. Diana Silva. Andy Smith. This proposed ordinance with all of its rules, regulations, exemptions, and legalese is government overreach mandating how we are to live with no freedom to choose for ourselves. Government can only have power over us if we grant them that power. The excuse cited for the ordinance is the pandemic, which the so-called scientists and experts have been wrong about from the start. At first, they said we had to flatten the curve, so the lockdowns came, and flattening the curve changed to eradicating this virus. Eradicating the virus required either the development of a vaccine or achieving herd immunity. Thanks to President Trump's Operation Warp Speed, we now have 2 vaccines with over 90% efficiencies, but they have yet been approved for widespread distribution. Isn't it amazing coincidence that Big Pharma has had these vaccines and trials for months, but they just now came out with them after the election? Herd immunity isn't talked about much, mainly because the mainstream media ignores it. There are many scientists and experts that believe that masks do little to stop the spread, that 99.7% of people under the age of 70 who contract the virus are asymptomatic or have little or mild symptoms. These experts believe, as I do, that the vulnerable need to be protected, but the rest of us need to live our lives in a normal manner for our own mental well-being. The cure cannot be worse than the disease. Lockdowns do immeasurable harm in terms of suicide, domestic violence, child abuse, drug and alcohol addiction, and depression. This mask mandate, it appears, is likely just a first step to more lockdowns. This is the real goal of the left, to shutter businesses, put the final nails in their coffins, do away with capitalism and usher in socialism. I, for one, am outraged at this mask mandate proposal on the local level. It would be very decisive for this community, pitting neighbors against one another, protecting the vulnerable, the few, yes, but don't take away the freedoms of all, putting mandates and restrictions on everyone for the sake of the few. Andy Smith. Susan Smith. Hello. This is so invasive and unconstitutional. I have no choice but to respond to this proposal. Me and my household are in absolute disagreement with this. There is so much truth out there as to why this mask wearing thing is not just scientifically verifiable. It is interesting to see that the boxes that these masks come in say that they are not effectual against coronavirus. This is amazing to me that they have all of us thinking that this is going to save us from getting sick. There was an interesting study done in which Dr. Fauci was a part of. In this study, it showed that the Spanish flu virus, along with the wearing of masks out of fear of this virus, gave bacterial pneumonia a stronghold in the lungs and caused the majority of the deaths. Again, common sense, we weren't meant to breathe like this. These masks are quite literally a petri dish for growing these bacteria hanging off of your face. I can't wear a mask it literally makes it impossible for me to get enough oxygen. It's a horrible thing for me personally, as I feel like I'm suffocating. Just type in bacteria were the real killers in the 1918 flu pandemic and read. It is also interesting to have seen a lot of doctors who have been heavily censored by the way come out on the steps of the Supreme Court recently doing a presser of the American people saying the same thing about what really works against this virus and that masks don't work. We would literally have to dress up in gear that make you look like you're working in a biological weapons study lab to prevent catching this. These doctors said the obvious things that are best offense against all of this is to have a healthy immune system in the first place, and that's done, as everyone knows, by healthy eating habits, etc. They also came out with therapeutics that were proven to actually work, and it wasn't a vaccine because they were going against big money and big pharma. They were censored. These weren't just crackpots coming out and saying this, but it's amazing how they were all heavily censored. You had to stop and ask why, who stands to gain from all of this. This isn't a conspiracy, this is truth. All you hear is COVID, COVID, COVID. What happened to all the cases of pneumonia we experience every year and all the flu we experience every year, which has just been just as devastating to our elderly and all the other individuals who have compromised immune systems or problems that make them vulnerable during the cold and flu season. That was never important enough for a mask mandate until this time in our recent history. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Sincerely, Susan Smith. Matt Soloy. To whom it concerns, I do not agree with the mask mandate in the city of Palmer. I am not against wearing a mask, but it is the individual's decision to do so. If an individual business opts to require masks to enter, this should be their choice as well. I believe suggestions and guidance from the city will be accepted much better than forceful actions. A member of the community should make their own decision on how to protect themselves without losing their liberties. I expect the city of Palmer to consider a decision that is not based on fear, but instead based on our everyday values and trust in the community that so many cities seem to be losing. Please read into public record. Thank you, Matt Soleil. Narnia Soleil. I'm against the mask mandate for the city of Palmer. It is my belief that Palmer has never been a city that wants to allow our government to control every action of our lives. It is not that I don't believe that COVID is serious. It is more that I believe that the people of Palmer are quite capable of setting boundaries and expectations for themselves. Businesses owners can create mask requirements on their own premises or no mask requirements without the need for the government to think for them. We do not need to be dictated with a mask mandate. Thank you, Serena Soloy. Chris Spitzer. To the council and interested parties, if residents would like for everyone around them to be masked and social distancing to be in place, then let them frequent the businesses that require it and go to A&C or stay home. If this administration implements mandates, then it is telling its citizens, we know better than you do, and that is a dangerous road to go down. Please, for the sake of local businesses and for the sake of people's rights, do not implement mandates. Recommendations are appropriate, mandates are not. I assure you, with mandates in place, businesses will suffer. I think that I speak for many when I say I will be taking my business elsewhere should mandates be implemented. Concerned citizen, Chris Belzer. Janet and Andrew Stanton. We are sending this email to let you know we are against emergency ordinance number 20-016. The reason is that for the people who live, work, and do business in Palmer is as follows. 1. We are very independent and don't need local, state, or government to tell us how to best to take care of our families. 2. We feel that people should be able to choose whether to wear a mask or not depending on their family needs. This should not be determined by a government that doesn't know what is best for individual families. 3. As far as enforcement, if this does pass, don't count on everyone following this mandate, so policing this may be a problem. Sincerely, Jan and Andrew Stanton. Matt Steele. Good afternoon. I implore you to not create a mask mandate for Palmer. I do not live in Palmer. I live in Wasilla and regularly commute through Palmer and do not want to have to avoid the town. Let businesses and individuals that want to enforce it do so, but please do not use government power to create another unneeded restriction. As a business owner, I believe that this will discourage people from spending money at Palmer businesses, and I myself will not be spending money in Palmer businesses if this mandate passes, just like I have not gone to Anchorage since the beginning of their mandates. Thank you, Matthew Steele, Meadow Lakes Aviation. Melissa Steen. I would like to speak in opposition of this emergency ordinance. I'm a business owner and business consultant and have clients throughout the entire state. I've been extremely involved in this since day one. Businesses have been put front and center during this pandemic. We were all struggling to keep our doors open. We are struggling to make payroll and keep our employees working to put food on their tables and still try to have enough left to keep our doors open and put food on our own tables. There are people out there that see businesses and greedy and the enemy, but when you remove small businesses from an economy, you will devastate it. This is what is happening. Look around at all the businesses that have been forced to close their doors permanently. As a business owner, I will never mandate to my employees how they handle their health care. I will never mandate my clients how they handle their health care. This is not my job nor my business. If the ordinance is passed, you are in fact trying to put a business owner in this position. You are actually potentially putting that business in a position of litigation and potential violence. I know that seems like a bold, excessive statement, but it is not. You're telling me as a business owner I'm responsible for removing a person from my location for not following a mandate. Not a law, a mandate that one person believes is more important than our Constitution. How is it that you feel a 60-plus-year-old business owner needs to confront a 20-something-year-old and force them to leave a facility? Tensions are high, and this will only add fuel to the fire and could in fact create a physical altercation. You are taking certain doctors and certain people and saying that their beliefs and feelings are more important than others within our community. Where does this end? How long are we going to trample on our liberties and the foundation of this country before we decide there's nothing left? We've allowed fear to override laws and rights. These types of tyrannical orders are being overturned and opening up cities, boroughs, and states to litigation. Is this what we want for our town? I've been part of this community for over 20 years. We've always stood together for what was right. I've seen great things from my neighbors, great acts of kindness, and I beg you to come together and show that we are better than this. We are adults, and we have the right to choose what we feel is the correct treatment for our health. No one else is responsible for my health, not the government, not my neighbor, no one. That is my job, and I will fight to keep it my job. I will not be told how to handle my health care. It is not your job. We've been told over and over to comply and flatten the curve. A couple weeks, a couple more, it's just a mask. Just comply, and we can go back to normal. We are 8 months in, and there's no end in sight. I will not continue to live my life in fear. When my time is up, and I will enjoy my life and family and my friends until then. This virus will continue to run its course. You cannot stop it in its tracks. If you lock us back down, then let us out. It will start all over again. We are prolonging the inevitable, and I, for one, am done with this. I choose to live in the valley because we have had the past greater freedoms and choice out there. Melissa Steen. Willetta and Joe Steelick. We are against the proposed 60-day mandate for wearing masks. 1. We don't need a government to tell us what to do. Government mandates are only the first step along the way to socialism. 2. Most people in this area are fully aware of precautions to avoid contracting COVID and are acting accordingly. 3. Businesses should not be mask police to enforce a city mandate. 4. Police officers have more pressing business to take care of than enforcing the use of masks. 5. To recommend the use of masks and keeping social distancing is a much better policy than pronouncing a mandate. We are not a socialist country yet, and we don't want government to make our choices for us. Government has enough to do without getting into our personal decisions and lifestyles. Willetta and Joe Steelick. Wanda Sternhagen. Please don't subject everyone to a mask by this mandate. Let those who want to wear one do so. If masks really work, that will be enough. The viruses can pass through cloth. If people want to wear them, so be it. But making everyone subject to a mask is poor science. Mary Stone. I'm a resident of Palmer, AK, and I am against the mask mandate in Palmer. There is no proven that masks are working considering everyone is wearing different types. The only mask that works is the N95 that no one has. If someone wants to wear a mask to make themselves feel more protected, there's nothing wrong with that. But mandating everyone to wear a mask that has no proven benefit is control, not prevention. Please make my remarks known at the council meeting on November 18th. Thank you for your time, Mary Stone. Jennifer Sullivan. To whom it is concerned, I do not support a mask mandate for the city of Palmer. We do not have the numbers to support the need for such a mandate, nor does the example we see from Anchorage numbers continue to rise with their strict mandates. Our community is known for that loving down-home feel and has been handling this pandemic well. Our low numbers are reflecting that. Please allow us to continue to be the community we have always been and work through this together without government intervening. This is what is best for the people of Palmer. We need to see friendly, familiar faces to have the freedom to choose. Thank you, Jennifer Sullivan. Kathy Summers. The proposed ordinance is an overreach by local government. The reported cases within Palmer do not justify this action. Additional hardship will be placed on local businesses that are desperate for customers. Enforcement threats sound like leaning towards a police state. This is Palmer, not Anchorage. Overall, we are mindful of each other and want to be safe during this health crisis. Kathy Summers. Thomas Summers. Making mask mandatory is taking away my constitutional rights. Freedom of choice. Mask should be an individual choice. If you don't want to wear one, don't. As a resident of Palmer for over 30 years, I firmly do not agree with the mask mandate. Respectfully, Thomas Summers. Dawn Sundgren. My name is Dawn Sundgren, and I'm a third-generation Alaskan. I've lived in Palmer since 2000. While I believe wearing a mask can at times be respectful and necessary, trying to force Palmer residents to wear one is only going to divide us and cause contention. I would appreciate it if you leave the choice to wear a mask in the hands of the individual. Thank you for your time. Dawn Sundgren. Taylor. It has come to my attention that you'll be voting for a mask mandate for the city of Palmer. I am asking you not to mandate this overreach to our people. The excerpt picture below is from the FDA website. It describes the limitations of the test that's been used since the beginning of this debacle to determine COVID infection and assesses the numbers of cases, upon all of which we're asked to base our compliance with everything from face masks to lockdowns, asked to watch as people who've been put out of work and businesses forced to shut down, many closed permanently. According to the World Bank, all the restrictions are pushing tens of millions of people to abject poverty. Alaska does not need to drive its people further into poverty, especially here in the valley. And there's a picture from the FDA download. You'll notice the test cannot be used to reliably indicate infection, yet every positive test is labeled a case. Even if you have symptoms, you can't reliably indicate that they're actually from COVID. Can't rule out other infections, and it can't be used to monitor treatment, which again simply means it can't reliably detect an accidental novel 2019 nCoV viral infection. Obviously, it's in essence useless as a diagnostic tool. We've been played since day one, and I, along with the majority of the citizens of Palmer, refuse to be controlled by the likes of those who refuse to see this for what it is, and simply choose to further attempt to control those that work for. You work for all of us, not a small percentage who wish to keep this town and state from fully recovering. Masks were once used to silence women and people of color. Are we really going backwards? As a woman, I refuse to be muzzled and silenced. Thank you. Bob Taylor. I oppose the imposition of a mask mandate for the city of Palmer. The decision to forcibly require residents and visitors to Palmer to wear a mask using all available enforcement options to ensure compliance is offensive and will not result in fewer cases of COVID-19 and is extreme and is an extreme measure compared to the many other diseases and social ills for which we don't lock up healthy people and close our society. With 97 deaths due to COVID-19 in Alaska in total, it's a footnote, and 21,275 total residents have tested positive. The mortality rate is 0.46% of known cases, less than 0.5%. But the rate of death for COVID-19 is inflated by including people who die from other health issues but test positive for the disease, too. Dying with COVID-19 is not the same as dying from COVID-19. With therapeutic treatment and a healthcare capacity that is not overwhelmed, citizens are capable of making their own decisions without threats from the elected representatives. Requiring a medical grade mask in the same breath as allowing cloth, polyamine, polypropylene, paper, or other face coverings flies in the face of logic. Which is it? Are we all going to die without strict adherence, or a piece of paper over your nose will let you survive? Finally, you are conflating a CDC recommendation to wear masks into police state mandate, complete with unspecified enforcement punishment. Respectfully, Bob Taylor. And then he lists 2 websites links for his 2 footnotes in his email. Sarah Thomas, hello. My family and I consider Palmer home. Though we live outside city limits, we do our shopping in Palmer, and I believe a mask mandate is unnecessary. We are against a mask mandate because evidence shows that the Mat-Su-Boro residents are doing an effective job at slowing the spread. Evidence also shows that Anchorage, a city with mask mandates, is not experiencing better outcomes because of the mandate. Our governor has encouraged us to remain diligent in hygiene and distancing measures, and I believe Palmer is doing just that. The mask mandate is not warranted at this time. Thank you, Sarah. Taylor Thorne. Dear council members, I'm writing to express my opposition to the proposed mask mandate for Palmer. My concern is twofold. Firstly, there's simply not enough evidence to support the efficiency of masks against viral respiratory infections. It is a proven fact that virus particles are far too small to be stopped by most masks, especially the cloth ones many people wear. And in fact, these are highly likely to harbor harmful bacteria, which then re-enters the body through the eyes, nose, and mouth. There has been a documented rise of skin and other respiratory infections over the last 6 months due to mask wearing, but obviously not a decrease in COVID cases. In a CDC study conducted in July of 100 individuals hospitalized for COVID, over 70.6% had worn a mask all or most of the time, while only 3.9% had worn some of the time or never. So I would argue that prolonged mask wearing actually increases one's chance of becoming seriously sick with COVID-19. Secondly, as a barista who works at one of the busiest coffee shops in town, I have conversations with the incredible people of Palmer all day long regarding this pandemic, and I can say with confidence that the majority of us do not want more mandates. The majority of us are not afraid of a virus with a 99% plus recovery rate, and will voluntarily do our part to protect the vulnerable. However, we've seen the data. We know masks and lockdowns are ineffective at best and detrimental at worst. When you write a mandate that does not even allow for health exemptions, it is clear to the people that you do not care about health or science, but about rules, regulations, and compliance, and we do not consent. Mandates are not laws, and I know there are many of us who will not be complying if this is passed. Furthermore, to use fear as a means of control, to overextend your authority in the name of safety, and to call on businesses to enforce your rules is oppressive and unjust. You were elected to represent the people, not to control their moral and health decisions. I hope you will hear our voices and our concerns and take them into consideration. Thank you for your time, Taylor Thorne. Kaylee Tidwell, to whom it may concern. I'm writing in regards to the potential mask mandate in Palmer, Alaska. I'm very opposed to having a mandate that takes away my liberty. I'm also 7 months pregnant, and wearing a mask affects my ability to breathe. I get short of breath and dizzy when I have to wear one. If Palmer attempts to make everyone wear a mask through a mandate, I will no longer be able to shop there. Then my business will go elsewhere. The great thing we pride ourselves in Alaska is being free. I think the city of Palmer should respect Alaskans to be dull enough to choose whether they will wear a mask or not. But by forcing through a mandate such as this is very dictatorship. While I understand the concerns about health risk, there's also reasons not to wear a mask because it also has health risk. I think you need to leave it up to the people of Palmer on whether it is best for them to wear a mask or not. Holly Trueblood. I just want to voice my opinion on the mask mandate. I am strongly opposed. Compromised individuals definitely should be wearing a mask and practicing personal distancing. Otherwise, healthy individuals should not be forced to endure wearing masks. The majority of those people, if COVID is contracted, experience very little and less than flu-like symptoms and then go on with their lives. Thank you, Holly Trueblood. Sarah Tudor. Good evening. I recently heard you're looking at a mask mandate. I am very against a mask mandate. That those who feel led to wear mask mandates wear them, and those that feel they don't need to wear them to not wear them. We are a free country, and our city is a free city. We should not be turning to Anchorage and being forced into mandates. Thank you for your time, Sarah Tudor. Jesse Tumbelow. I will not comply with this if it becomes a mandate, as I have underlying health issues. I also strongly disagree with the face mask wearing, as it does not work. I will not be able to make the meetings due to work, and I want my voice heard. No on any mask mandates. Do some research and look into Governor Kristi Noem and how she flawlessly handled COVID. Governor Kristi Noem, Republican South Dakota, has been the only governor in America that has gotten it right. Not only has she left wearing a mask up to the individual, she has never shut down her state or even the businesses in her state. She even stands at the South Dakota State Capitol every day, no matter the weather, and prays over her state, and then walks the halls of the South Dakota State Capitol and prays over every legislator's office and elected official, that God will guide them and help them make the right decisions. South Dakota is in the best shape and condition than any other state in our nation. Governor Noem is a true constitutionalist. She is an example and an inspiration to us all. Renee Turner. Palmer City Council, please do not implement the mask mandate in Palmer. If this is implemented, I will go elsewhere to support businesses where masks are not mandatory and avoid doing businesses in Palmer whenever possible. Sincerely, Renee Turner. Michelle Turpin. I oppose a mask mandate in Palmer. Our liberties are still important, even during the pandemic. This is a massive overreach by local government. Thank you, Michelle Turpin. Where are these together? There's a packet. J. Van Diest. I'm against the passing of ordinance 20-016. Thank you for the chance to comment. J. Van Diest. Tara Vanneman. Dear Mayor and City Council members, I think the better question would be, did the NIH endorse peer-reviewed research, say, before any global agenda come into play? If you are interested in that, please click on the peer-reviewed journal article, A Cluster Random Trial of Cloth Masks Compared with Medical Masks and Healthcare Workers, which is a link to some article. Or see the attached document. For those of you who may prefer a bottom-line approach, please quickly review the results and conclusion section of this trial below. Results. The rates of all infection outcomes are highest in the cloth mask arm, with the rate of ILI statistically significantly higher in the cloth mask arm. Relative risk, RR, equals 113.00, 95%, CI 1.69 to 100.07. Compared with the medical mask arm, cloth masks also had significantly higher rates of ILI compared with the control arm. An analyst by mask used to show ILI RR equals 6.664, 95%, CI 1.45 to 28.65. And laboratory confirmed virus RR equals 1.72, 95%, CI 1.01 to 2.94 were significantly higher in the cloth mask group compared with the medical mask group. Penetration of cloth mask by particles was almost 97% and medical mask 40%. Conclusion. This study is the first RCT of cloth masks, and the results caution against the use of cloth masks. This is an important finding to inform occupational health and safety. Moisture retention, reuse of cloth masks, and poor filtration may result in an increased risk of infection. Further research is needed to inform the widespread use of cloth masks globally. However, as a precautionary measure, cloth masks should not be recommended for HCWS, particularly in high-risk situations, and guidelines need to be updated. Please consider what science demonstrated about mask use before any agendas come into play. Mandating masks in the city of Palmer will only hurt those you have pledged to serve and further strain our city's economic resiliency. Thank you for your service. Tara Vanneman. Conrad Vesey. Afternoon. About mask mandates, the governor said that there are increasing numbers of first responders and the like that are testing positive recently. These same people are among the 84+% of people who've been wearing masks for several weeks. Ask yourself, why is that? If they have been wearing masks, gloves, and face shields and are getting positive test results, obviously masks and the like don't work. If they did, these first responders would be protected and would not have positive tests. Why then would governments require citizens to wear something that does not protect their health but actually makes health worse? According to the CDC, since at least 2005, they have been saying that masks don't work to prevent the spread of viruses. That's why we've never worn masks for the seasonal flu or the common cold, which, by the way, both have a higher mortality rate than COVID-19. I believe, according to the CDC statistics, the flu has a mortality rate of 3.65%. We know that the CDC's own documentation that the mortality rate of COVID-19 is only between 0.02% and 0.04%. If you take out all the deaths without underlying complications, by the definition of COVID-19, it is not even a pandemic, but barely meets the requirements for an outbreak. I am not denying that the virus exists, but it is not nearly as bad as we're being told. In contrast, we know from years of scientific research that lockdowns and mask wearing is very bad for health. This includes emotional, physical, mental, and psychological health. Can you tell me what the increase in suicides or attempted suicides has been in 2020? I will tell you, he is much higher since the lockdowns began. That is true for the entire country, especially among our younger people. I would recommend for people who have underlying health conditions, weakened immune systems, or are in the higher risk category should take precautions. I urge you to look at the data from the objective point of view. Notice that all across the country, as soon as a mask mandate comes into play, all of the numbers start to spike. I would also urge you to take a different approach and path than Anchorage. The Valley doesn't have to follow in their misguided steps. Thank you. John Vieira. To the Palmer City Council, as a consumer within Palmer's city limits and a business owner not in city limits, and am opposed to a mask mandate trying to be forced in our community. Anchorage has been forced to wear masks for months, and their positive cases of COVID have skyrocketed over the last few months. Masks have been proven to not to be effective in preventing the spread of COVID, but it also doesn't take a Harvard study to see that. This mask mandate is coming at the worst possible time for our local small businesses who have suffered through the summer trying to keep their businesses afloat since March. Most of the Mat-Su Valley area is not in favor of wearing a mask, and being forced to do so while shopping this holiday season is going to push people to shop online rather than supporting our local businesses. This is going to be devastating to the businesses in downtown Palmer and our local economy. Instead of mimicking a failed mandate that Anchorage implemented, you should open our community, support local businesses, and set a new standard in dealing with COVID. We all know the risk. Let us choose what is best for ourselves, our families, and our businesses, instead of closing our businesses and locking people down. Put systems in place to help the high-risk people in our community. I personally know many people who want to help others during this pandemic, but just need to be told what to do. The proper approach to dealing with COVID is helping those in need of help, and letting the rest of us get back to work. 99+% of us will get COVID and get over it within 3 to 7 days and then move on with our lives. The people in the community that want to mask up have every right to do so, and those of us that want to live mask-free life choose to do so at our own risk. Sincerely, Jordan Vieira.
Kara,
Yes.
we've got about 35. You
I'm fine actually. Yep. Oh, me. It went down wrong. Um, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there's
Yep.
like
That's nice.
no, there's 1, 2, 3. He has an additional 4 pages to his email.
Okay.
That's what this is. All right, Matthew Voss. No to any mask mandates or attendance restrictions. This is a violation of our friend. Sincerely, Matthew Voss. Kim Varugan Inc. I'm writing to plead with you to stand firm against the craziness that has hit this nation and the world. Do not issue more mandates for Palmer. We are intelligent, caring people who can make decisions for our own health while being considerate to our neighbors. We do not need bigger government that will make us live outside our convictions. We are or we're a state of independent, level-headed individuals who value our freedoms and don't suffer fools easily. Please don't capitulate and change forever the values we hold. I am on a lot of medical mailing lists, and from the beginning of this insanity, I've been hearing from researchers, doctors, and scientists. I've been reading the reports and numbers which have proved this was a flu with low mortality numbers. Yes, I've had friends have gotten COVID. Some have struggled, but as in most cases around the world, they have had other issues compromising their immune systems. With natural solutions, zinc, vitamin C and D, hydroxychloroquine, among other things, they have all come through the flu well. If COVID is so bad, then why isn't the total mortality rate higher this year than any other year? A rational explanation is that deaths are just being attributed to COVID would normally be attributed to the flu or other comorbidities that people had. As of this writing, I have worn a mask less than 5 times. If a city mandates mask, I don't go. If a business mandates mask, I don't go. The local doctors I interact with don't believe masks are beneficial, though they have licensing boards that require them. Like me, they see this farce for what it is, control. Like me, they see the reports on the negative effects masks are having on people. I am convinced that we will look back at this event in our history as a turning point and escalation of our downfall, not because of a flu, but because of our response to it. So many unwise policies have been put in place because government officials and their constituents were reaching out of fear and not thinking through the long-term ramifications of their decisions. Our short-sightedness and fear has closed businesses and left people exposed financially. It has left lonely and unstable people isolated. It has quarantined the vulnerable home with their abusers. It has added unhealthy stress to lives that were barely hanging on to begin with. It has left the next generation sadly undereducated. These are the numbers that concern me. While we strive to keep with the popular narrative and tell ourselves that we are current and caring, we aren't really considering the social harm being perpetuated on our people and the lifelong ramifications it will have. I'm an intelligent wife, mom, homeschool educator, and business owner, but I'm not a doctor or scientist. There are, however, 11,975,000 scientists, 34,569 doctors, and even 628,337 concerned citizens so far that have signed the Great Barrington Declaration. Mark Wakefield. Dear City Council members, it is sad that you would try and push this mask mandate on the people and businesses of our lovely town of Palmer. I know plenty of people that make the drive from Anchorage to the Valley because of their mask mandate. They come out to eat a relaxed meal and shop in our stores because they don't want to wear a mask. A mask mandate in Palmer will drive businesses out of our community and over to Wasilla, Big Lake, and even Houston. Most of our great downtown shops have already ordered for the holiday sales. A mask mandate will hamper these sales and put an unnecessary financial strain on our local shops. Masks should be a matter of choice. It is our personal freedom to choose what and how to best protect our health. Where will this intrusion stop? Will it soon be illegal to smoke cigarettes in Palmer? They cause sickness and result in deaths. Maybe fast food will be banned. Obesity is a real problem too, causing sickness and death. Alcohol too. Should we close the bars and liquor stores? Where is it that you think our personal freedom of choice stops and now needs your approval? As elected officials, we hired you to improve businesses and increase visitors to our lovely little town of Palmer. We did not elect you to run the businesses and our wonderful customers out of town and over to Wasilla. A mask mandate will force businesses out of Palmer and over to Wasilla. People are already driving from Los Anchorage out to the valley to shop and eat because of their mandates. Let's keep that business in Palmer. Mask wearing should be personal. Preferences not shoved down our throats. Mark Wakefield. Detlef Winke. Wanke is his last name. Mayor and council members, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address you concerning ordinance number 20-016. I'm totally opposed to a mandatory mask mandate as proposed by this ordinance. I won't go into the discussion of whether or not masks are effective for COVID-19. Most people I see around town, shopping, or at other businesses are actually already wearing a mask. A mandatory mask mandate would stop some people, including myself, from shopping and visiting businesses in Palmer. These businesses are already struggling to survive. A mandatory mask mandate would hurt them. If I leave my house with a mask on and go to a restaurant, take my mask off to eat, what good does a mask mandate make? I already suffer from a medical condition that makes normal breathing difficult. I wear a mask when the Matanuska river winds and silt kick in. Many are people that are concerned about their health and others are already wearing masks. Those are not concerned will not wear a mask anyway. Cities around the world have tried mandatory mask mandates without the desired results. Anchorage has tried a mask mandate, and look at their numbers of cases that keep rising. If Palmer is to remain Alaska's best kept secret, let it remain such without the herd mentality that's currently sweeping this state and country. I will personally campaign against any member that votes in favor of fringing up upon my personal freedom of choice in the next election. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to address you. I strongly urge you to not adopt ordinance number 20-016. Our society is terminally ill. Our actions are not the hallmark of healthy, adjusted populace. Kim Wakechoff. Please do not place a mandate that the people of the city of Palmer wear masks for the next 60 days. There's this thing you may all have heard about called herd immunity. It's got years of science behind it, whereas the science is very mixed about the efficiency of masks. Masks might help contain the spread of this virus, but they might not. And unless people sanitize their hands every time before they touch their own mask, wearing them for more than about 5 minutes creates a damp, dark petri dish on their own faces that isn't healthy for the wearer. Think, please, about how many mandates there have been in cities where regardless the virus has spread. Face the fact that this is a highly contagious flu, and most of us are going to get it, absent a vaccine. I won't wear a mask. I am a very healthy individual and I've had COVID-19. It wasn't a big deal for me. So if you mandate that I wear a mask, I'll either choose to break your law, or whatever is it you call such a thing, or refuse to go into Palmer. How much of being passed over, especially during the Christmas season, can little Palmer take and still survive? Remind people to be healthy and forego smoking and buying junk food. Plead with them to take up healthy habits like walking, but don't put a largely unenforceable rule on your books that will only serve to divide people more. Those who want to wear a mask can, of course, but those who don't want to should not be mandated to, since you can't prove they actually retard the spread of the disease, but you can easily prove that they'll hurt the economy of Palmer. There are wolves near herds of sheep. If you mandate that, we're all so stupid like sheep that we can't decide for ourselves to wear or not wear masks. It will bring out the wolfish side of some of us. Just wear your mask and stay out of my face. Thank you, Kim Wakechoff. Rachel Weaver. Please vote against the mask mandate. Encouraging people to wear a mask is great. Making it mandatory is a step too far. I'm not against wearing a mask. I'm against being forced to wear a mask. It only adds to a more rebellious spirit and animosity when it becomes a mandate. I just don't see the benefit based on the numbers in other states and cities that are mandating masks. Please keep Palmer free from unnecessary restrictions. Rachel Weaver. Kristen Weg Leitner. Good evening to all. My name is Kristen Weg Leitner, a small business owner in Palmer. I oppose ordinance number 20-016. The precautionary principle is not the correct path to follow. This mandate will irrevocably harm our community, and we may suffer the consequences well into the future. Our community trust, our physical and financial well-being, and our city, the one we love so much, will be encumbered by litigation for years and years to come. The blinkered approach is another path. The one-track solution misses all of the other tracks you cannot see. It assumes we are all the same, but in actuality, we're all different. People have different underlying health issues, different ages. Some of us have had COVID, some of us have not. Some believe masks work, some do not. If masks are made to be mandatory, so too can other proposed measures. Where do the violations of an individual's right to choose and self-govern end? And what number of COVID incidents or deaths do we put to rest the idea that masks make a meaningful impact? Those who wish to wear masks to protect themselves should. Those who don't. Please pray that we don't become divided over a pandemic that has a survival rate of 94 to 97 or 94 to 99.997%. My prayers go out to the community and for the people of Palmer and to those representing us on the council. I love our community. We have the best little town. Please vote no. Sally Wieland. Never before have we isolated the well. If masks were proven to prevent, I would be for this, but it has not, so I say no. If a person is sick, they should be responsible and stay home. Another no to an ordinance that will become a nightmare if passed. Please note the no vote. Sally Wieland. Sean Weisler. Palmer City Council, please do not implement the mask mandate in Palmer. I already started shopping exclusively in locations without mandated masks. If this is implemented, I will go elsewhere to support businesses where masks are not mandatory and avoid doing business in Palmer whenever possible. I'm a combat veteran who served my country to keep our liberties and freedoms I thought we all enjoy, but apparently many in our state and country do not care about their freedoms and want to take them away. I'm very disappointed in this plan to reduce my freedom. Sincerely, Sean Weisler. Renee Wellington. I'm writing in opposition to the proposed emergency ordinance number 20-016, enacting an emergency mask or face covering mandate. Yes, the governor issued an emergency alert YouTube video asking citizens to wear masks. This was a complete misuse of the emergency alert system, leading to panic and knee-jerk response. He did not make it mandatory, and it is not a law. This proposed ordinance does not accommodate those with disabilities. This proposed ordinance only allows the use of face shields when masks cannot be worn. It does not allow those people to be free of masks or shields who have medical conditions that make it impossible to wear them. I hear too often that those who are unable to wear masks or shields are being selfish. It actually is those who want to impose masks and shields on those that are unable to wear them due to medical conditions that are being selfish. There are many people who have medical conditions, PTSD, and claustrophobia that masks and shields pose a health risk to. You are asking these individuals to be accommodated through alternative means of providing services, such as curbside or delivery. This is not taking into consideration that you are denying food and medicine to them, especially if you expect grocery stores to follow this. These other services are not available to provide food and medicine immediately, as it is to those who are able to don a mask or shield. These people should not have to put their own health at risk because the sponsors of this ordinance says so, which then leads to the practice of medicine without license. You're making medical decisions for people. Dr. Jill Valerius is the co-sponsor to this ordinance. Medical writers do not prescribe medicines or treatments without first evaluating the patient. This ordinance could potentially lead to lawsuits for practicing medicine without a license for the rest of the council members and malpractice for prescribing a blanket treatment for all and not doing due diligence to perform an appropriate physical exam and history. Again, people have medical conditions that make wearing masks or shields a danger to their health, and this ordinance does not appropriately accommodate them. The city reserves the right to use all available enforcement options to ensure compliance to the proposed ordinance. Exactly what is that supposed to mean? You are asking that an ordinance be passed, but there is no clear-cut information on what enforcement means. This leaves a lot to be interpreted. If the Assembly agrees to enact this ordinance, it is written that it is irresponsible. It appears to be asking that businesses are to police the compliance and shall require or compel removal of such individuals from the premises. Again, this proposed ordinance is denying food and medicine by asking the grocery stores to remove people from their business. Okay, cool. And here's her other page. Heidi Whitworth, Palmer City Council, please do not implement the mask mandate in Palmer. If this is actually implemented, my family and I will go elsewhere to support businesses where masks are not mandatory and avoid doing business in Palmer whenever possible. Sincerely, Heidi Whitworth. Hannah Wilder, to whom it may concern, I'm a 30-year-old resident of Alaska and am vehemently opposed to any mandate ordering residents to wear masks, face coverings, or anything that inhibits normal respiratory function. This is a clear violation of civil rights and discriminates against those with either or both medical and religious exemptions as per Alaska Statute 18.80.200. Furthermore, a mask mandate will continue to add pressure to already suffering local businesses who would be required to enforce this mandate. They will lose businesses due to those who, like myself and my family, will discontinue patronizing businesses who refuse our entry due to non-compliance. You will also be opening businesses and employees to personal lawsuits due to the violation of customer civil rights. Masks have not been proven to be an effective means of slowing or preventing the spread of a highly survivable virus, and is only adding to traumatize and already traumatized people. And even if they have been proven to be effective, it is still a violation of civil rights to force people to wear them. We, the people of Palmer, Alaska, have a civil right to equal and fair access to any public accommodation without fear of discrimination due to our religious beliefs and/or medical conditions. I request that my comments be read into the public record of the special meeting on Wednesday, November 18th, 2020. Hannah Wilder. Shannon Wilder. I oppose any local or state mandates requiring citizens to wear masks, shields, and/or to quarantine. Let the sick or immune compromised make the choice on their own violation to protect themselves. I have a constitutional right to my freedom of choice in this matter, and I demand it. I say no on the position of mandating masks. I require that this email be read on my behalf into the special city council meeting on Wednesday, November 18th, 2020. Also attached are 6 documents that I request to be read in the meeting. Thank you. Shannon Wilder. Okay. Here is 3 pages front back with her attachment. Melissa Wilkins, to whom it may concern. I would like to make my voice known that I respectfully disagree with the mask mandate being brought up at tonight's meeting. If people would like to wear masks, then that is their choice, but it shouldn't be forced. I've heard it said that wearing a mask to keep a virus out is equivalent to someone putting up a chain link fence to keep ants out of their property. We don't have any scientific data. They work in protecting people. They work very well in keeping people in fear, virtue signaling, and division. Also, I believe that they provide people with a false sense of security and safety. If someone wants to wear a mask, fine. If not, that should be fine as well. Sincerely, Melissa Wilkins. Josette Wilcox. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to share my opinion on this matter. Here it is. Perhaps instead of our council taking an authoritarian stance, thus appeasing one group but immediately angering another, the council would be wiser to take a more positive approach to the matter. Instead of risking lawsuits, which there will be, and alienating at least half of your constituents, why not approach this more from a Palmer-centered angle? We are known for coming together during tough times. We are Alaskans who don't value government overreach, but do value each other. We are some of the most respectful people on the planet. We are also very sturdy stock who aren't going to back down when we feel threatened. And that's the key to this whole thing. Both sides feel threatened. One because of the fear of the virus, and the other over the fear of losing constitutional rights. And one reason Alaska is famous: minimal government. Here is my suggestion. Use COVID funds to commission one of our local artists to create a poster, Deborah Hunt. Commission another Palmer business to create a strong positive message, not preachy or threatening, something like posters like World War II with Rosie the Riveter. Next, commission some of our incredibly talented seamstress, tailors, quilters to make masks that are specifically designed just for Palmer. Silver tip designs can help with that, I'm sure. Then run an incentive program for all businesses, like a discount on taxes or water bills if they require masks. Give them that specially designed ones to offer people who don't have one. This would financially help many in our community that are hurting because of COVID. It would appease the pro-mask side by giving them the support they need from you, and it would appease the constitutional voices. Even they will agree that businesses has the right to refuse service, so there's no argument. In fact, I think this might heal many wounds that have inflicted on both sides. Palmer isn't a town of Portlanders or Seattleites. We really don't need mandates. We are colonists whose families may have had strong differences, but they will thrive as a community. Always outweighed them. Now it is a time for our council, for you, to show that you can not only face this virus effectively, but that you can also unify Alaskans. Not an easy feat, but you can do it. Josette Wilcox. Jennifer Williams, I am writing to ask you to please refrain from enacting a mask mandate here in Palmer. I am not against the measures being recommended. In fact, I'm following them. However, I feel that making it a mandate is unnecessary and decisive. Many businesses in town are already requiring masks. This kind of action is not the way to get everyone working together on the same team. A heavy-handed mandate is going to make the city council seem like an adversary instead of an ally to so many people. As I said, I'm not opposed to masks and social distancing, but I truly feel that we would all be much better served by a good PR campaign instead. Sincerely, Jennifer Williams. Corey Williamson, to whom it may concern, I would like to voice my opinion that masks or facial coverings should never be required in public settings or mandated by any local or by any level of government, but should only be worn on a volunteer basis. There is no conclusive evidence that cloth masks or face coverings prevent the coronavirus from spreading. However, studies have found that wearing a mask or facial coverings can be detrimental to the health of the wearer, and N95 has very limited protection from spreading the coronavirus. For the sake of the citizens who live in Palmer and who travel into Palmer, I urge you not to promote a mandatory mask wearing mandate. Sincerely, Corey Williamson. A. Wilson. A mask mandate is ridiculous. Masks do not stop COVID. It is a complete false sense of security. Studies are actually showing that they are harmful. Don't be like other places. Think masks are oppressive and don't work anyway. And then she has posted an additional link to go with her email. All right. Sarah Wilson, to whom it may concern. My family and I respectfully ask you to vote against any mandatory mask mandate in Palmer, Alaska. As a family with young kids, we've kept ourselves in smaller circles, been respectful, and worn masks in crowded places. That said, it is not the purpose of the government to dictate what is healthy and then enforce it on everyone. The truth is that there's plenty of studies that are for and against masks. If you decide masks are right and cases go up, then you inevitably draw the conclusion that you need masks for everyone. If you decide masks are right and cases go down, then you inevitably draw the conclusion that you need masks to keep those cases down. I get there is no way to make someone believe masks are unnecessary if you've already made up your mind, and that's fine. However, I found that many people don't realize that there is just as many scientific studies that have concluded that masks either make no difference or may even be harmful to the wearer. I hope that you will take those into a balanced account with the ones that conclude differently, to realize that this isn't 100% scientifically agreed upon. Regardless if masks are good in this case or not, it is not your job to tell us how to live. That is not your position as a governmental official. I've seen the harm of masks, of people looking at people without masks in fear or disdain, thinking that they simply don't care or somehow hurt them. They don't take into account my friend who endured rape and is triggered by a mask. They don't take into account my son whose asthma is affected by the mask. He keeps his on as long as possible, but at some point we can hear his breathing change. It doesn't take into account the fact that in science things aren't absolutely for certain. There can be varying opinions. No one should be forced to one side or the other. It doesn't take into account the hard of hearing, the children who's scared to go out because they cannot accurately assess facial recognition or nonverbal communication, or the lack of human connection that is mentally affecting our population. I know you might say that within your mandate that it would take into account mental and physical needs that would let them skip the mask, but how does it help them when they are continually having to explain themselves to people who rudely approach them in the grocery store demanding them that they wear a mask? How does it help their mental health when they feel the disdain and harsh eyes that follow them wherever they go? How does it help them when they feel that they are not able to cope when they finally cave to a mask in order to avoid conflict and that approaches them at every point? How does any of this actually help our population being on COVID? There is so much more to our life than COVID, and currently everything is being decided upon based on one thing, COVID. And while we do need to make decisions about COVID, that doesn't mean we should throw out everything else. And by and large, we have thrown everything else out. We cannot do it. It is not your job as an elected official to do that. Okay, that one was Sarah Wilson. This one is Sierra Wilson. I would like to do some basic math for you. Is this her first one? Okay. P.S. Sorry my last email's rushed. The Mat-Su Valley has roughly a 3% infection of COVID-19 within their population. As you will notice from our previous numbers, that is lower than Anchorage, who has a mask mandate. I would like to do some basic math for you as well. I would like to point out is that Anchorage has a population of 285,634. They also have a mask mandate in place, and they have 13,501 cases. That is roughly 5% of their population that has COVID-19. Anchorage also has had 60 deaths total. This gives COVID-19 an official death rate of 0.0002% in Anchorage in proportion to its population. The Matanuska Valley has a population of 800. 800. It's 88,995. We do not have a mask mandate in place, and we have 2,414 cases of COVID-19 and no mask mandate in place. The Matanuska Valley has had 5 deaths. This gives us a death rate of 0.00006% in proportion to our population. It seems to me that social distancing is the most effective way to avoid COVID, not a mask mandate. That is the confounding variable in the equation. We are further apart here, not mask. Thank you again. Hello, this is my personal opinion on the mask mandate. I do not feel the city has the constitutional rights to back this kind of mandate, and I feel that Palmer will lose a lot of business over this mandate like this. I'm a business owner, and I've been told such by many clients that I will lose their business. I also have yet to see truly definitive data stating that masks do prevent the coronavirus. I would like to see the data, the studies, and the laws that could back a mandate like this. Until someone can show me these things, I think this shouldn't even be on the agenda. Thank you. Jessica Wingert. To whom it may concern, I'm writing on behalf of my concerns in regards to Ordinance 20-016. My concern isn't of masks themselves. My concern is of what evidence is being used to justify what amounts to the deputy mayor telling the citizens of Palmer that we're not responsible enough to make decisions for ourselves. Citing an article written in the Frontiersman on November 13th, 2020, it states, there have been 2,224 COVID cases among Mat-Su residents. Of those, 626 were from Palmer, and 247 of those remain active. Tim Rocky, Frontiersman. The 2018 Census Bureau states there is 7,306 residents of Palmer. This amounts to a 0.03% of the population with an active COVID infection. According to the GHSS website, it states that there is 135 adult non-ICU beds at Mat-Su Regional, of which 64 are still available. It also states that all of 14 ICU beds are occupied, but it does not clarify how many, if at all, those are COVID related. And none of this clarifies whether it is specifically residents of Palmer or not. People like myself who've worked in healthcare know ICU numbers fluctuate quickly depending on what a patient is being treated for, i.e., they can be moved to another unit if necessary if they no longer need to be treated in ICU. It is also well known to me that most hospitals run at anywhere between 75 to 90% capacity on average, not just due to COVID. So in conclusion, what concerns me is the deputy mayor does not seem to base her opinion on this matter on the facts and science, but rather it seems she's pushing her own personal opinion and those of her personal Facebook friends and the Facebook group Matsu Moms for Social Justice. She also seems to exclusively advertise this upcoming meeting to those groups and not broadly to the entire city of Palmer, so that all citizens have an opportunity to give their opinion on the matter. This does not install any faith in me and that she's here to govern for all and not just the people that voted for her. It is important to remember that the residents of Palmer and the business owners whose companies this will affect do know what is best for themselves, their businesses, and their livelihoods. Allow us to make the decisions we need to make on a personal basis. We know what is best for us, not you. Best regards, Jessica Wingert.
I think we're gonna make it, people.
All right.
Yeah.
No, I'm good. I was just making sure sound system still worked.
Is it still on? Okay.
They're all good.
Yep, let's go for it. We'll wrap it
Frank?
up here in the next few minutes.
Frank Winger, to whom it may concern, I recently was on a Matsu Valley Facebook page where they posted that Palmer was considering a mask mandate. I want to voice my concern on such a mandate. If we use Anchorage as an example, also has a mask mandate, you'll see that a large number of Anchorage residents are driving to the valley to do their shopping. Places in Wasilla, for example, are packed. If Palmer follows suit and issues a mandate, you'll see Palmer resident heading to Wasilla to do their shopping. This in turn will have a major effect on the city of Palmer economy. Also, this will drive more people to be in one store, therefore exposing more extremely close contact. What I think would be more helpful for both our city, I live just outside of Palmer, and the people who frequently shop in Palmer would be to ask that we do mainly pick up orders, ask that we please wear a mask if we cannot maintain 6 feet distance. Issuing mandates only puts a divide in the community we all love. I believe if we took the path of educating and not forcing, you would see a more positive outcome. Thank you, Frank Winger. Bridget Winter. To Palmer City Council, I am totally against having you put a mask mandate in Palmer. I think that as grown adults, we can figure this out all by ourselves on how to keep safe. Thank you, Bridget. Jacelyn Werton. Okay. To be clear, this is solid no vote for a mask mandate in Palmer. Anchorage has 280,000 people who has had just under 13,000 cases of corona with 60 deaths. That's a 0.47% chance of death, not excluding any reasons in combination with the virus for the death. Matsu has 108,000 people and 5 deaths with 2,372 confirmed cases. That's a 0.21% chance of death. Anchorage has had a mask mandate in place while Matsu is not. Anchorage has done their very best to destroy small businesses, schools, churches, and the financial well-being of its citizens, while Matsu has allowed its citizens to make choices based on what's right for them and their family. You are almost 6 times more likely to test positive in Anchorage, and if you do test positive, you are more than 10 times more likely to die from the virus. This doesn't include the deaths by suicide from losing everything, children are not being in school, or people not having a social network to eat lunch with and discuss the things going on in their lives. This doesn't include the additional domestic and child abuse taking place in quarantine. This doesn't include the drug and alcohol abuse taking place in quarantine. One city is doing what's right to protect their entire population during an outbreak, and the other is doing everything to make it worse. Apples to apples, tell me I'm wrong. How are mandates helping anyone? Jason Morton. Daniel Witzak. Dear members of the Palmer City Council, my family and I moved to this lovely town nearly a decade ago. We originally resided within city limits, but now live just outside the boundaries, so cannot vote in elections for city council even though our address includes Palmer as our city. We do nearly all of our business and activities within the city, and my kids participate in the sports for Palmer High School. I love Palmer, and I'm saddened to see the new city council aggressively positioning themselves to act as oppressive overlords, modeling themselves after the power-hungry Anchorage Council. If this mandatory mask mandate is enacted, I know many will drive the extra few minutes to take their business to Wasilla. They have cars and a Fred Meyer and thrift stores and bookstores and artisan shops and restaurants as well. And they don't have a mask mandate. While I much prefer coming to Palmer for my shopping needs, I will choose to take my business elsewhere for the duration of a mask mandate imposed on the people of the city of Palmer. With Christmas around the corner, I can only foresee such a mandate bringing further hardship to the small businesses of our fair town as people choose to do businesses elsewhere or in other ways that avoid the mandatory mask mandate handed down from on high from a handful of city council members who think they know more than the people. I ask the council to seriously consider the economic impacts such a dictate would have on our small town at this precarious time of year after an already difficult year following lockdowns and a lack of tourism that had a huge impact on revenues for the year. Allow individual businesses to determine their own mask policies, but don't make them responsible for implementing a new and onerous mandate from the city. This entire plan seems to place too much onus on private businesses to carry out an unnecessary mandate that ultimately will have little impact on the spread of the virus, but may have a large impact on the bottom line so many already struggling businesses. If you truly care about Palmer, let her be free. Sincerely, Daniel Wazek. David Witt. To the city council members, I'm speaking up against the proposed mandate for masks citywide. There are several reasons why, but I will only go into the most obvious reason at this time. You should already know, being on the council, the city is not doing well financially. I believe this is due for two reasons. One, the total lockdown of business earlier this year, and two, the corporate mask policies of corporate and Fred Meyers. These policies have caused people to stop buying their goods and have taken their business and tax dollars outside of Palmer. Now you're proposing that we drive what little business is still being done in Palmer out of town. This would be devastating to small businesses and the city's budget. I could very well cause many businesses to close permanently. With the latest shutdown of city buildings, there will not be normal holiday bazaars at the depot, which in turn will not have the people shopping local businesses while already being in town. These people come from all over to these bazaars, and it's not just the immediate surrounding areas. Now you're proposing regulations that wouldn't affect put the last nail in Palmer's financial. Are you people intentionally trying to cause pain and suffering to the businesses of our wonderful little town? Shame on you and the left feminist group who you are aligning with for trying to destroy this town. Catherine Wood. Dear City Clerk and Deputy Mayor, COVID-19 has proven to not be as fatal as the media is making it out to be, which is easily seen when looking at the CDC website for daily tallies for the actual COVID cases. And then has a CDC data link in here. The likelihood of dying from COVID is 99%, and the X only changes depending on your age. Most who die and who've also tested positive for COVID have died from other diseases. Fourth stage cancer, long suffered heart disease, complications from diabetes or Alzheimer's, etc. They did not die from COVID. In Alaska, in 2020, an average of 15 people died of heart disease every week, with a total of 686 heart disease deaths this year, whereas the to-date number of people who died from COVID in Alaska is 99. According to Anchorage Daily News, though the COVID-only death counts appear to be much lower on the CDC website, these numbers do not justify masking all people in Palmer. People get the flu, people get colds. This is what these COVID numbers are closer to, yearly flu and colds. Lots of people have caught COVID and recovered. I know of 3 people personally who've caught COVID and got over it. There are excellent curative and therapeutic medicines to combat COVID, and there is also our natural immune system. Even if you feel that COVID is ravaging Alaska, masking people in Anchorage didn't work, and it will not work in Palmer either. And then she has listed multiple links. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 links at the end of her page. Additionally, masking children older than 2 will have psychological, social, and neurological impacts on that entire generation, which will far outweigh any actual benefits of the population. The WHO discourages masking kids under 5. Another link is inserted in the article, referencing not just safety but the overall interest of the child, and warns the potential impact of wearing masks on learning and psychosocial development between the ages of 6 and 11. There's another link in the email. Children need social contact to develop mentally and physically into functioning adults, and this includes learning and responding to facial cues. Masking children will have long-lasting, disastrous consequences that simply are not justified by the actual sick people and the actual deaths. This needs to stop here now. Your fear will remove the people's freedom. You will only be forcing people into an invasion masking agenda. Sincerely, Catherine Wood. That page. And then she also resent the same email.
She's out with 3 minutes.
Let me see.
Yeah.
No, but the email is worded the exact same. It was just sent at a different time.
Okay.
All right, here's another one.
Yeah, but then there's, this is then this one is, and then this is a Lawrence Wood.
The top says Lawrence, but when he signs it in the very back, 7 pages later, it says Larry.
Oh, okay.
Same guy.
Mm-hmm.
This guy.
Yep.
Raise up a lazy knot and just-
Yep.
Okay, yeah. So then he's the next one then.
Yep.
Okay.
And that one's, oh, sweet. And here's all his attachments.
Okay. Nighttime reading.
Right, okay. Testimony of Lawrence D. Wood in opposition to Plummer Ordinance 20-016. I am a 66-year resident of Alaska and a 59-year resident of the Plummer area. My wife's family has been here since 1947, my grandparents since 1952, and my father's family since 1954. I have seen Palmer evolve over the years. Ordinance 20-016 is a bad idea, unnecessary, and based upon conjuncture. There is no substantive evidence that masking and social distancing produce any benefit in reducing the infection rate of the virus. Further, the ordinance makes some interesting assumptions without citing any authority for this mandate. The ordinance is based upon a recommendation by the CDC. A recommendation does not imply, require, or demand enforcement. Given the exemptions, this ordinance is nothing more than a feel-good for progressive politicians who desire to impose their mistaken beliefs and suppositions upon the general population. 2. This ordinance does not affect just the citizens of Palmer. The entire surrounding area, including my side of the Matanuska, regularly travels to Palmer for goods and services. I can guarantee that I will boycott Palmer's businesses if this ordinance is passed. I doubt that I will be the only one. I am sick and tired of self-aggrandizing idiots using their elected office to pretend that what they do is in the public interest when it is merely pumping up their self-importance and ego. 3. The justification for this ordinance is expressed as preservation of health and safety of the community. There is no substantive goal cited for this ordinance, other than to blandly state the aforementioned. Again, the justification is a recommendation that lacks credible evidence. 4. There is nothing stated or any study cited in support of the ordinance that would give rise to a belief that the ordinance will produce any benefit other than to state that the CDC recommends masking and social distancing. 5. The ordinance states that the City of Palmer has the authority to enact and to enforce such a mandate. I disagree. I cannot find any authority, including that of the governor, which calls for anything other than testing by order of a state medical officer or the ordered quarantine and isolation of those known or suspected of being infected. The state cannot force treatment. Furthermore, enforcement of quarantine and isolation require a court order. Okay. And then here is a packet of 15 pages of attachments. Top of his 7-page email. Felicity Young. I oppose the mask mandate in Palmer. This is an infringement of rights. It is not the local government's job to protect the population from illness, especially at the cost of freedoms. The wearing of masks is a personal choice, not a collective one. Thank you, Felicity Young. Ray Young. Palmer City Council, please read this into the record. Anchorage has had a mask mandate from the beginning, and cases have still continued to climb. I don't believe that taking the right to breathe fresh away from people is going to flatten or slow the virus. Viruses have always been around and always will be. People need to take personal responsibility for themselves. Eat healthy, take vitamins, supplements, exercise, go to chiropractors, and hug people. Boost your immune system by exposing it to the bacteria in this world. Breathe fresh air. It is not the job of any governmental agency to mandate how we live our lives. All masks do is give a false sense of security. If you want to wear one, by all means do. If you are sick, stay home. If you live in fear, you lose the ability to live and be happy in the present. I understand that people have died, and that is very unfortunate, but the number of total deaths in the U.S. is on par with previous years. Hopefully the right choice will be made to allow Palmer businesses, owners, and residents the sovereign right to make their own responsible decisions. Any loss of customers will hurt the small businesses owners more than it already has. I will exercise my right to choose where to spend my money, and it won't be Palmer if this ordinance goes through. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Rhea. Cynthia Yule. Please have this letter read into the record. There is really no proof that wearing face masks will halt the COVID virus. Anchorage already has a face mask mandate, and they have by far the highest numbers of positive COVID cases. The CDC said that 70% of those who tested positive wore face masks all the time. If you can perform CPR right through a face mask, I really wonder how much good they are doing. We are told to wear a mask, distance, and then to wash our hands. If we follow this list, we have now put on a face mask with dirty hands, so our mask is now contaminated and we are placing it over our mouth and nose. Fresh air and vitamin D from the sun are necessary for our health. Stress and fear play havoc with our immune system. Working with the elderly and wearing a face mask all the time is really lowering their morale. They cannot see your face to see your expressions and read your lips to communicate, so it's very difficult. They feel isolated and angry at times. We need to take precautions and be careful, but mandating wearing a face mask really the answer, or is it government overreach playing dictator and telling us what we can and can't do? This issue has really become very divisive. There are really no solid facts supporting wearing masks to stop COVID. The government does not have the right to mandate the wearing of face masks and overstepping their bounds. Cynthia Yule. Leonard Zimmerman. Dear Mayor DeVries, I am concerned about the news of masks becoming a mandate again. I believe that according to the Constitution, we should have the freedom to choose to take the risk of a sickness. I believe forcing us to wear masks is heavily treading on our rights as free individuals. I do not agree with the mask mandate. I feel strongly that forcing us to wear masks is succumbing to the demands of the Democratic Party. Please stand against this agenda. Respectfully, Leonard Zimmerman.
Kara, do you need a break?
Oh, isn't he one gentleman, right? You got two left.
Yep. Nope. Thank you, though. Bethany Zalinsky. To whom it may concern, it has come to my attention that mask mandates are next on the list for Palmer. I strongly encourage you to do the right thing in protecting the citizens' freedoms by not mandating masks. Personal experience. They've made my family sicker than having to wear them. To make a mandate and say it's good for everyone is going against the Constitution and against our personal freedoms. Everybody is different, and when you take away choice, you're not protecting our freedom. If masks were efficient, then we would be seeing a big difference in COVID-19 cases in those areas that wear them. If COVID-19 is only hospitalizing 0.01% of the Matsu community, that is less than even the flu. Many of us have already had COVID-19, and for the majority of us, it is much like the flu. I'm not downplaying that there are those who have been extremely affected by this, but there are more people committing suicide, higher incidence of abuse in families, and a large amount of depression that comes from these strong-arm tactics that harm much more than the 0.01% of the community. Those that are at a higher risk are taking precautions. Those that are around others that are at higher risk are taking precautions. The general public is taking precautions by washing their hands and staying home when sick. I can speak because I also have an autoimmune illness, and unfortunately, the mask makes me much sicker. I know many others this is the case. You are discriminating against me and many others by wanting to create a mandate to wear a mask. The best thing to do for COVID-19 is to eat healthy and be active and enjoy life. Don't live in fear. The side effects of mandating a mask and violating the Constitution will cause much greater harm to the community than allowing free choice. Sincerely, Bethany. Joshua Zielinski. Dear Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council members, thank you for taking the time to read my letter as well as many others, I'm sure. I appreciate your attention in this very important decision you have before you. Let me begin with a brief excerpt from the Declaration of Independence. All men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The point that I'd like to draw your attention to is that liberty is an unalienable right given to all living things, and liberty is freedom. In America, we have the freedom of speech, the freedom to choose where we go and how to live our lives. We even have the freedom to wear a child if we so choose. This ridiculous false narrative of a pandemic has violated the rights of the entire world on countless levels, being spoon-fed by the public by Bill Gates and others funded media outlets. I suggest you take a step back from the Dr. Fauci narrative, who has not actually treated a COVID-19 patient, and widen your view of this video. He posts a link from frontline doctors on their website. Another link would be a great starting point. The common cold is a coronavirus, so COVID-19 is really just a strand of the common cold. Please do your own research and stop relying on mainstream media. The decision you have before you to mandate or force mask in Palmer is not your decision to make. It is a decision for each individual to make for themselves. It is our right. When a government forces its subjects to do things instead of allowing the freedom of choice, it is called dictatorship. Does this administration want to be known as a dictatorship that drove a social wedge between the community members and trampled on the people's freedom of choice, or the administration that championed for the people and stood up for their freedoms? Respectfully, Joshua Zielinski. And that is the end of the
So with
received
that,
testimony.
we'll close the public hearing on ordinance 20-016. And you're gonna change chairs, huh?
Yeah, she needs to do more work.
Yeah. So what is the wishes of the council?
Madam Mayor,
Oh, yeah. Yes, Councilwoman Valeris, go ahead.
I'm not exactly sure how this would work, but, I'm wondering about, moving to table this, if the council would be willing to issue a recommendation on behalf of the city that we urge citizens to mask up and social distance, in line with what the governor has stated.
So you're moving to table ordinance 20-016, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay,
With Madam Mayor,
yeah.
she's moving it with a caveat though, so do we need to discuss that before we just make a motion to table?
Well, I'm waiting for Kara to get, so be sure that she can get it written down. So now, did you get her full table motion, or Councilwoman Valerius, will you? Okay, Councilwoman Valerius, will you read, what you said after your move for table?
So I would move to table, this ordinance 20-016, if the council would be willing to issue a recommendation on behalf of the city that we urge citizens to mask up and social distance.
Well, I didn't, since you put an if in there, I'm not quite sure. You, with that if in there, it means almost you would have to have the motion to table it first, because you're saying if the council is willing to table, then you would recommend this. So I think you either need to take the if out and make it mandatory, or we need to decide it on two different issues.
So I said I would move to table, this ordinance. Yes, I figured out how to do it.
Steve,
Who, who else?
Steve.
This would be based on the council being willing to issue a recommendation on behalf of the city that we urge citizens to wear masks in public and social distancing.
Right, but we see when you say if, then,
I took if out that time.
okay. And so you're saying that you're gonna table and then urge. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Tara, did you get that?
Madam Mayor,
Yes. Councilman Best, go ahead.
I have a question of the attorney. That's two actions. So in my opinion, what has been noticed to the public has been this ordinance. And that is what we have to take action on tonight, that there is no if, without us noticing and allowing that information to go out to the public and then to have comment on us having a resolution or anything else, that the action that has been submitted to the public has been this resolution.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Mike, go ahead. He
Oh.
has a question of the.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
And you should all be commended for allowing the public the latitude to have all that information presented and consider it. There's a lot of information to absorb, but first of all, I want to state that I'm not a parliamentarian, so I haven't stayed fully current on Robert's Rules of Order. So I think the motion would be to table or postpone indefinitely. Then a second aspect of that motion would simply be maybe direction to the administration to follow on with whatever the direction of the council is on doing something further on this. But I think what's before you tonight is the ordinance that you've heard the public testimony on, and that's the agenda notice as well.
Okay. Morning, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. I agree with what Dr. Valerius is saying. I guess I understand that Councilman Best is saying that it's another action, but I would envision this more as like one of your proclamations. Those aren't something that come before the public to be discussed first. It's just something that we as a council support and that you as a mayor support. So I'm not sure it is an official action because this would be a recommendation either from administration or from this council, just saying that it's something that we believe in because the governor believes in it and because a large amount of the people in opposition believed in it as well as the people for it. So I hope that we can find a way to do this. I'm not comfortable really tabling this until we have some sort of idea of what we're going to do moving forward.
Yeah, I agree with what the attorney and the question that Councilman Best had, because the question about issuing this recommendation has not been public noticed, and so it's two actions. And so to me, the question needs to be divided. So I'm going to rule the motion out of order, and I'm open to another motion.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah, Councilman Carrington?
Well, if we were gonna do a recommendation, I guess I'm looking at the state, COVID-19 site.
Uh-huh.
And to me, the recommendation would be based right off of that is practice good hygiene, social distance to 6 feet, mask if you can't keep that 6 feet distance, and get tested if you're sick. That's the 4 elements that's on the state site. So, I mean, I would be comfortable if we wanted to say we recommend all Palmer fall with the state guidelines that I just listed.
Right. And I guess Councilman Carrington, my decision is the same. I feel that it's two separate items. One is that we need to address the ordinance that's on our agenda and which has been noticed, and then we can take up any other matters after that time. So what is the wishes of the council?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I move to approve for the ability to get it onto the table to discuss it.
I'm sorry, what?
I move to approve the ordinance
Okay,
for purposes of bringing it forward to talk about.
okay, so it's, who,
Councilman Carrington?
Karen, okay, he just muted. Okay, is there a second to the deputy mayor's, motion to approve ordinance 20-16?
Second.
Okay, Councilman Valerius, is that you? Oh, Dan, okay, sorry. Alrighty, so the motion has been moved to be approved. Discussion, questions, amendments by the council?
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Best, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to thank the public for participating and being patient with us as we allowed for all voices to be heard. We heard a lot of passionate folks on both sides of this. And we do live in a republic, and it's not always the mob rule, the most voices. It is we have representative aspects within our council that we have constituencies that we support. We've had the voices of many business owners were expressed. There's lots of concern that is out there. I am of the opinion that each one of us, each family within our community has to make personal choices as to what is best for each family. We do not know the medical needs or emotional needs of so many within our community. And we've seen this on Facebook, we've seen it in news, where people are afraid, and there's so much information going on out there. And we have seen a bullying aspect within our community and across the state and our country, where people have a fear of a certain thing, and they take it upon themselves to police one another, whether it's their business or not. I personally myself have been yelled at due to not wearing a mask. I have heard stories of people that have worn masks and have felt that people were looking at them strangely. And so, I mean, I've seen it on both sides of things. It's concerning that we have businesses that are afraid of driving out customers if we, as a city, require them to police their customers. And I think it would be unfair for the government of the city to impose this mandate for those businesses to bear the brunt of something like that. It has been divisive. It has been currently are requiring, and from both aspects, from people, and we've heard plenty of testimony where businesses have been, or citizens have been expressing that they will not go to businesses if they would be enforcing something that the city would be requiring of them. I'm not comfortable with this ordinance as it's written. I'm not comfortable in this ordinance with many modifications to it. Just the idea of mandating the mask itself is something that I'm not comfortable with. So I will be voting no, and I look forward to hearing everybody else's comments.
Okay. Okay, Councilwoman Valerius, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
I too appreciate the testimony from people. It's good to hear on both sides that the things that I appreciate less are profanity and threats and such, because those don't really have a lot of place in the public process. But in all, the testimony was good. Probably one of my main reasons for supporting this was I think this decision falls on each business no matter what. Whether the city's behind it or not. And we've heard that argument on both sides, and my only thought from businesses that I heard about was concern for their employees and being able to stay open. And also, one of my thoughts was that maybe if this, as a city, we stood behind them, that would help support them. So that's really where I was coming from this. We could, we could basically go back and forth and debate all day about effectiveness and all of those different things. And so I don't know that really is helpful at this point. The question would be is if we could make some changes to our emergency ordinance at this point. I am supporting the state guidelines definitely, which was why I was in favor of this. So, thank you.
Councilwoman Valerius, with the motion on the floor, you certainly are welcome to make amendments to the ordinance, and then those amendments would be voted up or down, just, like always. So I wanted to be sure you understood that. Okay, and as well as for any other council people, yeah. So even though it is an emergency one, it's handled like all the other. And yes, Councilman Daniels, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to make an amendment on, it's on page 6 under 5. I don't think that the pressure should be, I don't want any of our local businesses to feel,
Can you tell us your motion first, and then you can
oh yeah, then
defend
talk
it?
about it. Sure, sure. I would like to change shall to may when it says businesses and building owners.
And shall to May. Okay,
Second.
okay, so now you can go ahead and give your justification.
Yeah, I don't want any of our local businesses to feel, I know I had concern about what if a customer gets angry or they don't want to have their employees have to deal with that pressure and feel like there might be, we're going to come after them as a city or anything like that. It's not the intention at all. I also agree with Councilwoman Valerius on giving the city support on this takes a bit of that pressure off of the businesses, because then they don't feel like, oh, if I have a mask mandate, it's not just on the business. We're saying as a city that we support it, and it puts it on us. So yeah, but I'd like to make that amendment. Thank you.
Okay, now the discussion is on just the amendment to change the shall to may. And Mike, I know Councilman Best asked for your parliamentary procedure opinion. I guess mine is now, since the ordinance to be passed is required, according to our code, either everyone present has to vote for it, or at least 75% of our membership, which the clerk had determined earlier was 6. Is that true for the amendments also?
I don't think so, Madam Mayor, because I think the ordinance simply states, if you're gonna pass the ordinance, it requires the specific votes, the 6-person majority.
But not any amendments or changes to it, doesn't require that.
I don't believe so, Madam Mayor.
Okay, I'm ready. Further discussion on the amendment?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilman Best?
I have a question of the maker of the amendment.
Mm-hmm.
If you read all of 5, now you are just changing the first shall. There is multiple shalls, and then there's also or compelled removal language in there. So would you like to address that entire paragraph in one amendment, or you just want to hit each word one at a time?
I'd probably say the whole paragraph, changing the shalls to may.
In the whole paragraph?
Yeah.
Okay. And how many of them are there in there?
Madam Mayor, the attorney asked for permission to speak.
Oh, he did? Okay, I'm sorry, Mike. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt.
I didn't hear you, sir. Go ahead.
But the title of this ordinance says it's an emergency or base government mandate, not a recommendation.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what he said. What did he say?
The council
He
was working
said the title is a mandate, not a recommendation. If you change it to may, it will,
your information.
if everything's a may, the title has its mandate. So you have to
Under
change the
Councilman
title to
Sullivan's
match
comment
with the new
on how you
language.
feel, or alternatively, you could bring back a
I
red
speak
law
attorney.
that's encouraging compliance with the state mandates. But to adjust this one on the floor, I think is might be somewhat difficult.
Okay. Okay. Councilman Brian Daniels, did you understand what the attorney was saying regarding your amendment?
Yeah, I see what he's saying. So we're unable to address it? Well,
So Mike, are you saying that the amendment then should be ruled out of order?
Well, withdraw, you could do that, but the ordinance title that was advertised says the emergency mask or base government mandate.
Right, so the title you don't feel can be changed?
Right.
Okay, so then are you saying that I should rule the amendment out of order because it conflicts with the title of the emergency ordinance?
Well, I think it's a good effort. So I understand what the council member is intending to do, so the amendment could be withdrawn as well.
Okay, or it could be withdrawn, okay. Okay, so it could be withdrawn. So I will leave the decision up to you then, Councilwoman Daniels, if you want the amendment withdrawn or you want to leave it on the table.
I'd like to leave it on the table. I also, so there's the shall in the first sentence and then the shall in the second sentence. I don't think that the line that says provided, however, that this regulation shall be applied in a manner consistent, needs to be changed. So maybe just those first two.
Just the first two?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that agreeable to the second?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So Madam Clerk, did you get that? You want to read it into the record for me, please?
So the amendment proposed by Councilmember Daniels will be changing in section 5 of the proposed mandate for the ordinance will be the word shall in the first sentence will be changed to may.
And then he had another, he had two shells that he wanted
They were,
changed to
there's
may.
2 shalls in that first sentence of section 5.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you can, for the people at home that are listening on the radio, could you take and read that as it would read amended, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor. For section 5 of the ordinance 20-016, the proposed amendment will read businesses and building owners may deny admittance to any individual who fails to comply with this order and may require or compel removal of such individuals from the premises.
Okay, all right. Any further questions, comments, or even an amendment to the amendment? Does anybody have anything else? Okay, so Madam Clerk, would you read the vote for the amendment, please?
So this will be for the proposed amendment for changing the word shall to may in section 5. Councilmember Jill Valerius,
Yes.
Councilmember Brian Daniels,
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Carrington,
No.
Councilmember Richard Best,
No.
Councilmember Julie Burbidge,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Sabrina Combs,
Yes.
and Mayor Edna DeVries.
No.
Okay.
So now we have the ordinance before us as amended. Further amendments, further discussion on the ordinance. Councilman Karen, yes, Councilman Carrington, go ahead.
Well, I'm, always one to look to other places for ideas for ordinances, et cetera. But I can't say that Anchorage would ever be in my top 10 of places to look for inspiration. So I guess I just struggled with the whole idea of an Anchorage ordinance and then plopping it out for Palmer. As we heard a few people mention in the testimony, I don't think that we want to be like Anchorage. I don't think we want to be in that direction. So I have trouble with with the ordinance in its entirety. So I'll be voting no on this one.
Okay. Further comments or?
Mayor?
Yes, Councilwoman Burbidge, go ahead.
Thank you. So, well, first of all, I would like to thank Councilwoman Sabrina Combs for bringing this ordinance to the council. Whether you like this ordinance or not, 3 weeks ago, the governor felt like we were in such an emergency situation that he had to send out an emergency alert to every citizen in the state of Alaska. And that frankly scared quite a few people, people who came to Councilwoman Combs and asked her to do something about it. And if we are doing anything in this job, it is listening to our constituents and what they have to say and following through with it. She may not even believe that we should enact a mask mandate, but she's doing what was asked of her as a council person, and I respect that quite a bit because this is a very, very decisive issue.
extremely political, and sad. I'm super saddened by these 4 nights of listening to this testimony. This did not have to be such a politically divisive issue, and I see it as a failure of leadership, a failure of leadership from the top, from the federal government to our governor, and quite frankly here to you, Madam Mayor. But I wouldn't want to do it. I don't want to do a mandate. I would like to think that people are good and that they would do the right thing. But a lot of that testimony leads me to believe that that's not actually the case. And even by changing the word from shall to may, already that gives people they're not going to do it. And it's sad. I'm going to vote for this because I feel that we are on the brink of something. Our hospital is full. A lot of that testimony in 3 weeks time didn't age very well. Our numbers are increasing, and I feel like what we could have done maybe 3 weeks ago is probably too late, but I still am going to vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else care to, yes, Councilman Daniels, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I was speaking with someone about this, and I wanted to share a quote in the conversation we had. They said, "Character is invisible, and what you do defines your character." In my opinion, if as a council we fail to pass this and someone in our community gets severely ill or passes away as a result of our inaction, it makes me question what kind of message we're sending to our community. So my vote tonight will be on the side of temporary caution so we can all get through this together safely. I want to thank the public for all the testimony. It's amazing to have so much input and feedback into our community. Lastly, I wanted to say that regardless of how the vote goes, I urge everyone in the community to stay safe and stay kind to each other. It's our respect and kindness for each other despite sometimes differing opinions. That's one of my favorite things about Palmer. So yeah, just stay safe, everyone.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Thank you for everyone's for sticking with us and listening to all of this testimony. I'm pretty torn on this vote because it's forcing me to choose between what I know in my heart and my brain is the right thing to do, which is masking, and ultimately what I was elected to do, which is represent the will of the people. We hold public hearings to find out what public opinion is, not to push agenda as a lot of people have insinuated. 68% of those who testified on this ordinance were not in support of it. And I feel it's our duty to abide by our oath of office and act in best faith of our citizens impartially. So I won't be voting yes on this ordinance tonight. However, it's my hope that those 68% opposed take a moment to think about the 31% of our community who does not feel safe in our own town. Whether or not you agree on their reasoning, their opinions are just as important and deserve to be heard. That's why I brought this forward. It's our duty to bring conversations to the table to allow for a platform for our community to voice their concerns, regardless of what side they're on. Bringing forward legislation that was requested by our community members should not be taken lightly, and I hope those in opposition, specifically as council members, consider taking small steps to help their neighbors feel safe, rather than respond with hate and anger, as I have most certainly experienced in the past couple weeks, and some of you even witnessed in these chambers. There are constructive ways to voice opposition and support, and we've seen that with the majority of this testimony. But I do hope those who have been choosing to be less than civil on this matter take time to try and understand opposing viewpoints and work to be good neighbors to everyone, not just those that share the same political ideology. And I would hope that that starts with the members of this council, instead of just supporting absolute uncivil behavior. Thank you.
Further comments from any of the council? Okay, I don't see any, so Madam Deputy Clerk, if you'll call the roll then and the motion before us is to accept ordinance number or adopt or ordinance number 20-016 as amended.
Correct, Madam Mayor. All right, Councilmember Jill Valerius,
Yes.
Councilmember Brian Daniels,
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Carrington,
No.
Councilmember Richard Best,
No.
Councilmember Julie Burbrick,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Sabrina Combs,
No.
Mayor Edna DeVries.
No. Okay.
Motion has failed.
Okay. The next item on our agenda is the record of items placed on the table. A zillion emails, I guess, huh? Yeah. Is there nothing else? Okay. Council comments. Why don't I start in the room? I think I started on the online last time. Councilman Daniels, you have comments?
I just wanted to again thank everybody for all the input and testimony on this, and I also wanted to send my heart out to everyone who's been affected by the recent homicide we had. And yeah, just my heart goes out to that family and everyone involved who's feeling that pain in our community. So, and that's all. Thank you.
Right. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. I'll start by asking for council support to direct administration to issue city recommendations for following state guidelines for COVID mitigation and social distancing and masking and all the things that Councilman Carrington spoke on earlier.
Well, that would have to be a vote of the council, and we don't have it on the agenda.
Right, so I'm just asking for it to be brought forward to an agenda.
Brought forward at our next meeting. Oh, is that what you're asking? Okay, I did not. I thought you said the administration to draft it. And so, so you were saying that does Deputy Mayor have support for that? Okay, Councilwoman Valerius. Okay, so did you understand?
Yes. Yes,
Yes,
Madam Mayor.
go ahead, John.
Yes, I'm administration. I'm to prepare for encouragement to follow the 4 state guidelines,
And
correct?
it comes forth at our next agenda.
Next agenda.
It's not something you do by yourself.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
are bringing it to the council.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And also
Thank you.
too, when you're done, make a comment after city council is done with their
Sure.
council comments.
Most certainly me. Okay, do you have further comments?
I do. Thank you for your words about the Buster family, Councilman Daniels. It's a tragedy in Palmer and a horrible thing that a lot of our community members are dealing with this week, and really puts things in perspective. So thank you for bringing that up. I think that's actually all. Thank you.
Okay. Richard Best, Councilman Best. Since I can't see your face, I'll choose you next. Comments?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to commend the council for allowing the reading of all of the emails. I think this was an important issue to continue that precedent that has been set in reading emails into the record. We often get information and conversations happen outside of council, and it's always important to make sure that these public comments and the discussions and the debate that we have on subject matters to be open and public. And I appreciate that.
Sad. Okay. Councilman Carrington?
I'd just like to say that in this time, we do need to, move away from fear and look for hope.
In my household, all three of us have COVID. We just got tested earlier this week. A coworker of my wife, since before Thanksgiving, we've been hunkered down. Now my wife's fairly miserable. My son has a scratchy throat and no fever. I've got a mild fever and sore throat and nose, but I mean, it is what it is, and we're getting through it. Hope everyone has a Merry Christmas.
Councilwoman Valerius?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, I want to thank everybody for being involved in the process, because that's exactly what this is. And on a happy note, I want to thank Mr. Lucy, and if it might be Mr. Hanson, we have an outdoor ice rink. That was something that I asked about at the urging of one of our constituents a couple weeks ago, and I didn't realize it happened, and I got a message on Sunday saying thank you about the outdoor ice rink. So I want to thank them for that. I think that that's great. I hope that everybody stays well, heeds the advice of many of our constituents saying eat well, take vitamin D, do all those things, and stay hydrated and get outside. So I hope everybody has a Merry Christmas and a safe December.
Thank you. Councilwoman Brewer?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to be sure that it's been a long 4 meetings, and I think that there are a couple people that we still need to thank, and that they are the people that read all of those emails out loud. And so Norma not here tonight, but Kara and Mr. Newsy, thank you guys very much for taking on that task. It was, I know it was not an easy thing, but it was important, and I'm glad that we did it, and thank you guys.
John, you had a comment?
Yes, I do, and thank you. So I have been a city manager, county manager, or borough manager for over 35 years now. And what we went through, I think, is the darndest thing I've ever seen. We have spent 3 nights reading every single testimony out loud. We continue that. And put the time in. Nobody does that. And I think that says an awful lot about city council on listening constituents. And there's still a mistrust in government that our minds are made up in advance and we don't listen. And this certainly was not the case. And so I think that says an awful lot of citizens. Also, too, I think a good portion of those are people who do not actually live in the city of Palmer. But yet we listen to those folks because they have an impact. So one of the things that we are really kind of doing positively is we have, as of today, we've given out $2.96 million to our nonprofits and small businesses to help them through. And then we have some debates, going on in other communities. But this is what City Council and the City of Palmer led with, is getting money out to our local businesses. And so we are trying to do that. And just as a reminder for everybody who testified, I think, and there might have been one, but I think of those 787, every one of those testimonies verbally or written expressed their love for the city of Palmer. Every single one of them.
I'm going to have to interrupt you. I need be able to. I was hoping you're going to wrap it up, but you're not.
I'm done.
So, alrighty, I will say Merry Christmas, Happy New Year for everybody. Meeting adjourned.
That's okay. Get them to stop. It's 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock.